And welcome to episode 81 of the WrestleCast edition from Red Leaf Retrocast. Golden Week, Dead or Dontaku Wonderland. Okay, I like this title. How about you?
It's quite a name you got there, especially after last episode's name.
Yeah,
we're rolling with the names here.
We've experienced Golden Week. We've experienced some good wrestling, some unfortunate wrestling. We're gonna
despair.
Yeah, I definitely felt some despair. We're not the only ones. Yeah, this is gonna be a packed episode. We got the retro section of the podcast, tail end. We got Nitro March 22nd, 99. We got New Japan Dontaku, which actually, or Fukuoka, I think it's Dontaku. I could be mistaken. Doesn't matter. That's May 3rd, 95. And then we got a packed edition of All Japan Women, going back to the beginning of January 1991. We've already recorded that, and that took about an hour from the time right there. Really, really good stuff from All Japan Women. Highly encourage everyone to go check out the timestamp. If you've never listened, that's a good place to drop in. Agreed?
I'll definitely agree. We had a very good, in-depth discussion on a few things.
Yeah, and Kay, whoa, we got to move ourselves into podcast recording here. There we go. Way better. We don't need any run-ins on this podcast.
I didn't even realize we were in the normal chat.
We were still there. So I woke up this morning, as we got a lot to record today, to some very interesting things on the Twitter. Some information I wish I never knew. For example, Narumichi Marufuji, the next challenger for the GHC title in Noah, apparently he did a commercial and he had a one-night stand sex stream with Dump Matsumoto.
Oh, him and Dump banged. That's an image that's forever now in my head.
Oh, it's really funny where this like bellhop interrupts their love session, and Dump grabs a trash can, bonks him over the head, and then Marufuji wakes up. There's a present left behind, and he's all upset, and he does the peck dance while crying. It's really funny.
It's great. My favorite part is the where he says "Dumpu."
Yeah, Dumpu.
It's like out of context. That's even funnier.
Yeah. And then there was a really funny image that DDT's Twitter posted out where Oishi from DDT, he's Jun Akiyama's kind of project going on. Well, apparently he's so ripped and lost so much weight getting this ripped that he now fits into his wife's, Misaki Ohada's, old gear.
Yeah. I actually had forgotten that him and Ohada were a thing. I know Ohada retired and got married and everything, but as she put it, he is quite the charmer.
Well, okay. Yeah, I bet.
So, I'll just take her word for it.
Yeah, this nerd. And Akiyama, is the first comment underneath that says, you should wear that to our tag match.
So listen, Akiyama's being corrupted by DDT. Slowly but surely, he'll be integrated in.
He has absolutely fully embraced the goofiness that is DDT mixed with their seriousness. So that's a good way to open up the podcast here, is some goofy humor. What else do we have?
Despair?
Yeah, well, yeah. Well, what else do we have? We have Despair. We're going back to Oz Academy. It seems to be kind of the fun Despair thing to do, I guess. Recommended
dungeon.
Yeah, recommended matches is Golden Week from Actress Girls, which I have some thoughts from.
Oh yeah, so do I. It's a good show.
Yeah, Champion Carnival Final. Kind of cover that each year. AEW, we got Blood and Guts, and a very mixed bag of a Dynamite that followed, which we have some very visceral thoughts over the show, over kind of what's the more negative aspects of AEW. We've been kind of defending and on the positive side of things lately. We definitely have some thoughts following kind of the month that's preceded the barbed wire death match. New Japan.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, New Japan, we got Wrestling Dontaku, May 3rd and 4th. Dragon Gate, we got a full plate with Dead or Alive, what happened there, and then 2 days of King of Gate, which is very cool, being that we're recording kind of a couple days later than anticipated. I will take no blame on that.
Oh, sure, okay.
Yeah, no blame. No, definitely not.
Blame.
It's your fault, in fact, Kay. I can't believe you. Unbelievable.
I mean, I totally didn't get drunk and fell asleep somewhere.
Look,
and,
I did not get drunk, but I
had a 3-night stand.
A 3-night stand. Okay, well, you know what? I'll be down for a 3-night stand. But yeah, King of Gate, we got 2 days to talk about. So that's actually really cool that we did get to watch that. There is a definite kind of just regular thought we both have. DDT, not much out of there, just their Max Bump show, and they've started their tag tournament. But I gotta say, Kay, I could not watch this tag tournament. The empty arena, I am over it. I'm way over just the death cave environment. That's why I don't watch Impact. Not that I would watch Impact anyways, but
I watch Thursdays.
Yeah, nobody watches Thursdays. Stardom has postponed so many shows, but we do have at least a match to talk about and a couple things that have happened during Golden Week there. TJPW, Yes Wonderland, the big May 4th show. Kay feels some despair there. He'll probably get into a couple things. Ice Ribbon, a massive plate. They've run like 80 shows.
It sure feels like it, and they're running more as we speak now.
Yeah, Tsukasa Fujimoto just really wants to lock up her Wrestler of the Year by May. She wants to
just crown her. Just crown her already.
She wants to lock it up. If you are looking for more content, we have a Patreon, Red Leaf Retrocast Patreon, easily searchable. We got a $1.50 tier filled with our wrestler rankings. So every 2 weeks coinciding with this podcast, we have a debate over the top 15 men and top 10 women. They earn points, and then they get some totals. So we do a special little bonus episode for the Patreon of the $1.50 tier for those people. We also have our Joshi 2010s journey through the 2010s. We're almost out of the year 2010, heading into 2011. Those are special research episodes covering a scene, especially a time period of the scene that just has been sort of lost to time over coming out of the Dark Ages. And we do put those episodes out for free on 2-week delay over at... Okay, where can they find
Big Egg Joshi Podcast over at Big Egg Joshi Podcast, where you also can find JWP reviews and much, much more. And some special things coming down the pipeline in the next month or so.
Yes, and then if you can't get enough of us, and we highly encourage, we got a $5 tier, which is extremely helpful and fun to do. We do a lot of extra fun things. Kay, you have your JD Star reviews starting from 2001.
Awesome JD Star reviews.
Awesome. We put up those videos that we acquire on our Daily Motion page, Red Leaf Retrocast, of course. And a lot of the key 2010s Joshi matches or things that stand out to us, we put on the Daily Motion page as well. Hopefully we haven't gotten hit yet, so we'll keep it up.
As I checked, the people that own Neo probably don't realize Neo's got shit up anywhere anyways, so there you go.
Probably not.
Really safe on that one.
And also on the $5 tier, I have I'm going through all of the WCW NWA Starcades. I started in 1983. I'm up to 1990 now, and I'm releasing 1 or 2 a month, depending on how much time I have. It's very, very informative and has a lot of perspective. I even throw some jokes in there. Perhaps people can catch them or not. And then starting this month, I will be going down LLPW with a very interesting first show that I will put out for free over on the Patreon. That will be a free episode release to kind of get you introduced to a lot of the wrestlers, what LLPW is, and what you can expect through future reviews. That'll be at least another once-a-month thing, so a lot of content coming out. But our most fun thing that we launched on all tiers is, if you're a member of the Patreon at all, you can enter a contest. It's the Dynamite Pick'em, the first Dynamite of every month. We take the tropes or some predictions for the show, and you just simply log into Patreon, find the comment that I've posted, and enter your predictions over said, and the winner gets to pick kind of a wrestling match or few matches or an hour of a show for me to review. And Kay, you were actually the winner of the most recent one. You still need to give me your pick.
I'm glad you mentioned something because I had completely forgotten.
Yeah, I am not
I have a
allowed
few
to
things in
enter, but
mind.
everyone else can. So we got some good feedback on that. That's a lot of fun. Grizz, member of the Patreon, was the first winner, which I reviewed 3 matches from Horror Show at Extreme Rules of WWE last year. An atrocious show that I was put through.
I mean, listen, mine probably won't be that bad because I'm not going to recommend some WWE crap because I don't watch. So there you go.
I mean, you absolutely could if you so choose, but yes.
I could, but I have something much more interesting in mind.
All right. Which reminds me, we still need to record our Beach Blast episode for the Patreon.
Oh, we do with Raven and Kid Rock on commentary.
That's a $5 tier episode. So a lot of plugs there. Let's begin this episode, K, with some despair. Where is my fucking drop? There it is. Feeling Despair, Oz Academy, Spring Storm Assault from May 9th. K, a very despair-ridden card, if I've ever seen one.
I mean, what'd you expect? It's Oz Academy in the post 2010s good stuff.
Oh, man, it is really an embodiment of where this promotion is dying a slow death, it seems. Okay, so I was quite interested in this match, okay? Because the card itself on the surface could look interesting.
I don't know where
even the results on the surface, you're like, oh, maybe things are turning around. But then when you watch it, everything is revealed to be filled with despair. So Akino defeats Mai Saruga in a 15-minute match. On the surface, sounds great. In reality, it was Mai Saruga playing this just rookie, basically, against Akino, who looked like she was getting the night off.
She probably was, because that's just kind of how Oz Academy rolls. If you're less than 3 years of experience, or 3 years of experience or less, you're still considered a rookie in some companies. And Oz Academy is definitely one of those. If you have 5 years of experience, you're still a fucking rookie to them, because fuck you, we're old. That's what it is.
Yeah, I was really disappointed with this, with what could be a good match. But look, Akino's like 47 years old. You know, she's not going to be putting in the high-end work that we're seeing through the 2010s journey.
Sometimes. She does sometimes.
Occasionally. I mean, she's one of the better people on the roster, that's for sure. I mean, we see her in Actress Girls, and she plays a good role there. She's kind of a mid-card veteran filling out a good role. But in Oz Academy... Yeah, Oz Academy, she's still pretty much all that's left at the top of the card protected. Sort of. But yeah, at the end of the match, Mai Saruga, they kind of like joke around with her, treat her like a child, and she puts up like one finger. So I really think she's in the Rina Shingaki role at this point.
Oh, 100%. They're trying to. I mean, I don't think Rina was on the show. I don't remember seeing her on the card anywhere. No, so they're definitely replacing her already, and she hasn't even retired yet.
No,
I will say she is hurt. So I just remembered that she is hurt now. She fucked up her shoulder or something. Shoulder or her ankle. Ow. One of those two. So she's out for a little bit. So she might be out until she retires. Who knows?
Oh, damn.
It really depends. Yeah, but she just recently got hurt almost right after her retirement announcement. So, you know.
Yeah.
Bad timing.
Sakura Hirota defeats Kaho Kobayashi 16 minutes. K, this was painful.
What did you expect? It's a Sakura Hirota match. They're all painful. You see her shtick once, she's like a Tony Honda. You see it once, you've seen it 1,000 times already. It never changes. Her matches have the same layout and format, and she's a terrible comedy wrestler.
Oh yeah, they're laughing, they're having a good time, they're joshing around, and Kaho, what is she, like 10 years in at this point?
I don't think she's 10 years in. I can probably look that up real quickly, but I think she's at least 5. Yeah, I'd want to say.
She, after 16 minutes, it's just this like weird roll-up victory, and it means nothing. It's a waste of time.
We were close. She's 7 years in.
7 years. She's in between. There you go. Still 7 years, and she's just nothing. It's very unfortunate because I like Kaho.
Well, it's a shame. It's an absolute crime because she had this whole thing where before she went to Mexico, she was pretty stock standard and bland, right? And then she comes back from her tour in Mexico, and she's like so full of charisma. Her style is completely different. She's got more lucha moves, and she's like really good. And no one does anything with her.
Yeah, no one wants to push her. I don't, obviously we don't have any inside track on what she's thinking. Maybe, look, if she's okay with her just low mid-card position, more power to her. But this was painful to watch. It was a waste of time. And then these next two matches are hysterically bad. So Hiroyo, Kekeru, and Mayumi Ozaki are a team, okay? And they're taking on Aja Kong, Sanako Kato, the champion, and Yumi Oka. It goes 16 and a half minutes, so it's just slightly longer than Hirota Kobayashi. And what ends up happening is basically Oka and Ozaki and Sekigun hit Kato and cost her the match into a Kekeru roll-up victory. Okay, so Kekeru gets lucky with her getting the pin thanks to Sekigun. Okay? Follow me so far?
I'm following you.
Yeah. The match wasn't any good, by the way. It was very, very
shocking.
Slow.
Shocking. Bad match, not Academy.
Yeah, and the way they had this set up was the winning trio would then go into a three-way match directly after that. This goes 5 minutes, and now it's the baby faces to get their revenge on Sekigun. And what ends up happening here is Kong backfists Ozaki, Kato hits a kick, and this leads to a Kekeru roll-up yet again. So Kekeru wins 2 matches, but actually doesn't win a thing because it was the oldies winning it for her. So it really accomplished nothing in the end.
Notice something about these past Oz Academy shows. They have one match that sets up a singles or a trio match right off the back of it, almost like they're trying to fill their card out because they can't book enough people. Afford to book enough people.
That is very much an accurate interpretation of what's going on there. And the other thing is, we don't know what is Kekeru going to get a title match out of this? Probably not. Is she going to get a tag match? Who the hell knows? We don't know with how they book. It's quite awful. And at the it was all about the winner gets a pile of money, and basically since Ozaki, you remember she stole the title after she lost it.
Yeah, right.
So Kekeru wins the money and just gives her the money and she gets the title back. Whoop-dee.
Oh, yay! Ozaki made money. Ooh, that fuck her.
Yeah, and now you have the main event, Kaori Yoneyama and you, the tag champions who just won it 3 weeks ago. They're taking on Itsuki Aoki, whom is just in many main events lately. It's beyond our understanding. She's teaming up with very old and slow and broken athlete Tsubasa Kurigaki. Watch her in the 2010s journey just makes it more depressing that she's still kicking around in main events like this. The story here is they haven't won a match as a tag team ever, and here they are getting the tag title shot. And this match was very depressing. It was quite bad. It was 14 minutes. Aoki wins, pins Yoneyama because Yoneyama, look, she is not afraid to job to anything or anyone.
Good job. It's kind of funny how her sort of mindset's so different than everybody else, even though she probably has just as much of a credit to be able to be old guarding people as anyone else does, but she doesn't. Shocking. Also, can we just talk about you briefly and how it's just it's so sad watching you. I think that's where I come from with it now.
Mm-hmm.
Because I remember seeing her in TJPW, and she was still on the bigger side, but she was still able to, her sort of size didn't affect her wrestling. Her size kind of enhanced her judo and her cannonballs and her really sharp chops, and she was really good. She was agile. I look at her now, and she just keeps getting bigger and bigger, and not in a way like you tell she's bulking up to change her wrestling style. She's just getting fatter. And she's getting gassed quickly in matches, I've noticed. She lacks any impact. She's slow. I think it's time for her to hang it up, man. Really do.
Well, I think her neck injury has a lot to do with it, where she just
doesn't
can't
help, sure, but
where she just can't move the way she used to be. There's definitely something going on with there. You can definitely see the ring presence and game has significantly decreased from even a couple years ago. I'm definitely
Even
worried. I'm
last
definitely
year.
worried for her. I hope we're overthinking this and it's nothing to be worried about. But it's definitely something to keep an eye out for.
It's just so sad.
Yeah, and the
It's like
match
she
wasn't any
leaves-
good.
No, it's awful. I mean, it goes without saying. Itsuki Aoki was in it, and she's shit.
I mean, she's very basic. Yes, it's weird
mean,
that she is
listen.
the one that's being pushed out of all these freelancers that are going around. It's very strange to me.
When we get to the Ice Ribbon talk, I have some thoughts over her match there. But she's bad. I don't understand why she's getting this push. She's not good at all.
Yeah, so that's it for Despair. Oz Academy, just an awful promotion in 2021. It's they're definitely in very dire straits with booking and who they can get. My thought was, how long do we give Ozaki here? Another 10 years just kind of kicking around until she's like Jaguar in her 60s? Or is she going to retire? Let's play a hypothetical. Let's say Ozaki just decides next year she's hanging it up. Oz Academy closes like immediately, right?
I mean, sure, but I feel like the Ice Academy's gonna close before she retires. I don't think that she's gonna be able to afford to run this for the next. I'd say I give it 5 years max. I think at 5 years maximum, this company's gone. They're already doing the whole old school wave Neo thing where they have to book people in multiple different matches to fill a card because they can't afford to spend any more money on other people. You can already see a decrease in their audience. And I mean, we saw it even before the pandemic. Their their shows were decreasing. The amount of shows they were running, the audience was decreasing. They're having to fudge numbers at times. Like, it's not looking good for them at all. It's not even shocking though. I mean, the company's stale as fuck.
It's a very stale promotion. Absolutely, no one's getting. It feels like no one's getting pushed. There's no new fresh talent. Aoki certainly is not it. It's like Sendai. Yeah, in a lot of ways.
Sendai has been decreasing in audience for years now. I mean, I'm surprised that they're even still kicking about. If it wasn't for the government stuff that they get for the farming, I'd imagine that promotion would be dead a long time ago.
Nobody goes to watch shows. Closed a while. Absolutely. Well, let's start. Let's get into some fun talk here because we got the recommended matches and some actress girls to talk about. We kind of decided that we should hit up some actress girls a little bit more on this podcast. They're kind of because we're not talking about Seedling anymore. That's for sure. Unless they do something filled with despair. But actress girls is on the up and up. And we got All Japan Pro Wrestling to actually talk about with the Champion Carnival. And I have the Kento Miyahara music to play. Let me pull that up and we can get going. Alrighty, so we got some actress girls to talk about, Kay, from Golden Week themselves, which is interesting. Hear me out, Kay, because you usually take care of actress girls. This was my kind of not first full show. Obviously, I've seen shows before, but I have some just loose thoughts over some of the wrestlers, and let's just, unless you got something to chime in here, just listen to me for a second. You up for that?
Sure. Go ahead.
All right. Yokohama Pro Wrestling Festival, May 4th. Actress girls during Golden Week. They started out with a trios match. Kekaru in the opener. The one who just pinned Ozaki and crew. Me and Momo Kogo. Big fan of Momo Kogo is definitely on the big rise. They defeat the team of Mari. I'm also a fan. Momotani and Waka Tsukiyama. 8.5 minutes. I like Mari. I like the aesthetic of a lot of the people in actress girls. They have a good presence to them. They each have their established kind of characters and visualization. It really reminds me a lot of what JD Star was trying to do.
I mean, also it helps that most of these girls are stage actresses, so they kind of have some experience in this sort of field.
Yeah, it's not really stuck out there, but the match itself, nothing big. Three-way match. Mai Sakurai defeats Ayano Irie and Noah Igarashi. There is something about this Mai Sakurai. She is definitely someone that's incredibly marketable, and she stands out just miles above kind of what I saw on the undercard here.
Debuted last year in February, so she hasn't even had a full year yet.
Yeah, and she's
I'm sorry,
beautiful. The
she's
crowd
over a
seems to
full
like
year,
her
yeah.
as well. If she
But they're
can
big
get the,
on her.
Yeah, if she can get the ring game up, I could see her going to the top very quick.
So I'm gonna take this moment to sort of mention something about her partner, her former tag partner, I guess maybe still tag partner, Yappy, Yoshiko Hasegawa.
Oh yeah.
So she debuted in November before her, and so they became like a team. They were on a YouTube channel thing together. She has taken a indefinite leave of absence. So she broke her neck last year, and had been taking time off from that. Right now, she has like some kind of she has to get some kind of like lymph nodes taken off or something, and she has to get some kind of surgery taken care of on her kidneys.
Yeesh.
And yeah, so right now she's not. They haven't said that she's retiring or leaving. I feel like she's going to, though, given surgeries.
Yeah. That's a lot.
Something
to
like
take in.
that. She's definitely going to be leaving. It's a shame because those two together were a pushed commodity. They were definitely trying to make them a sort of a team together and push them together. Just kind of wanted to point that out. That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
It's a good thing they have good new rookies like Ayano and stuff like that who looks really good.
All right. Ami Miura and Miku Ano defeat Rina Amikura and Yuko Sakurai. Look, Yuko Sakurai looks like a young Emi Sakura. It's quite uncanny to me. And her exchange with Miku Ano in this match was very engaging. I liked what I saw there. 12 minutes, 45 seconds. Tag team match, Hikari Shimizu and Tei Honma. A very good tag team. I like this tandem here. They defeat Ayumi Hayashi and Miyuki Takase. 16 minutes. Okay. I'm all in on the Hikari Big R Shimizu train. Okay.
Yeah?
I'm really pegging her at the same level as Yuko Sakurai in terms of like skill. And
I think she's a little bit above her, but sure.
Yeah, that same like pyramid level.
All right, I got
and
you.
then, no surprise here, of course, the exchange between Takase and Honma was just big smile time. They just huge forearms. Takase puts the hair down. The crowd pops, sort of, kind of, and as much as you can in this environment. Big chop one echoes throughout the place. It gets a woo. And then Honma on the second attempt, she's like, you're not going to get me a second time. Catches her in a big arm bar. It's so smooth. Takase immediately rolls into a pin to break it. It's so good. They really know how to just tease their two biggest stars in the promotion in matches like this. Very well done. I love this match. It's a big thumbs up from me.
All right, so fun fact here. Hikari and Tei Honma are the two brainchilds behind the CMLL joint thing, Jest, that Actors Girls does.
Oh, well, there you go. That makes... kind of fills in some thoughts I had. All right. And then the main event, Saki, the champion, taking on Misa Matsui. 18 minutes. Kay, I thought this was kind of rough.
Really? I loved this match. I thought that it played very well into the story between the two. I think the roughness of it was sort of on purpose in ways. Misa Matsui, the story that they've been playing with her over the past year or so now, is her trying to constantly prove herself. And it was kind of a slow build, right?
Mm-hmm.
So originally she was part of the Beginnings team. And then they kicked her, right? Because she was just costing the matches. So Ano, I believe it was Sari Ano, kicked her from the group. Yeah, we don't need you. So Saki takes her. Well, she starts doing the same thing with Colors, where she accidentally keeps costing the matches by just being too reckless or trying to do too much for a rookie. And Saki ends up like berating her for it, and she's afraid she's gonna get kicked out of a group again. So she goes through this whole thing where she starts being reluctant tagging into matches and things like that, and Saki gives her shit for it. Then they have a match. Saki beats her. That was all I think last year or the year before that. So the story with Misa has constantly been this: she's trying to gain confidence more and more. You see it in sort of her song changing. Her entrance song's now much more confident and sort of straightforward. Her gear's been changed. She's now showing off more of her looks, as well as her, again, more confidence and everything. And she's been challenging for titles and other companies here and there.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of doing a similar thing to Madeline over in Diana, where she's challenging for belts and slowly trying to gain this confidence. And this match here, Misa won the tournament. Now, she originally did a draw with Mari, which cost both of them to advance next. But Misa won the whole Actress Girls number one contendership tournament. And this was her first crack at the belt. And her first real crack at Saki since she lost to her last time.
Mm-hmm.
I thought the story of the match was her roughness, her sort of wavering in her convictions throughout the match. And then as the match went on, you can see that she was starting to tighten things up a bit more. I liked it a lot. I thought the story going in was really well. I thought the story going out of it was really well. The frustration from Misa and the sort of backstage thing they put on the YouTube channel where Saki's like telling her to fight her again for it. It's really good. I like it a lot.
It sounds like the story was certainly there. I just didn't think the skill in the ropes was quite at that high level. You can definitely tell that if it's not, to me anyways, if it's not kind of Teihonma or Aono or Takase, that Saki, like, I'm glad she's champion. It's something fresh and new. I think the promotion definitely needed something like that. Nice little injection at the top. Develop a good kind of fourth pillar, if you will. I think Saki fits that role well. What I haven't seen from her is the ability to be that main event caliber talent, while I feel that some of the others certainly could fill that role. It's not really her fault. I just don't think she's all that great. But if the story was there for you as a fan, Kay, then who am I to argue? I just didn't. I just had a hard time getting into the match.
All right, well, I think you just can't compare her to Takase or Sayori. I think those are it's kind of, she's a very different, cut from a different cloth. Like, her whole skill set's different. Her level of skill's different. I think this is them trying to sort of push Saki a little bit. I don't think she's going to hold the belt for super duper long.
No, and I don't think she should. Not with the skill level of her peers, basically.
I think Miku Aino is taking the belt off her. I keep saying this every time. God damn it. I keep feeling like they're going to push her. There's things that that indicate to me that they're going to push her at some point, and they just don't do it yet. It's kind of frustrating.
Yeah. Let's move on to the Champion Carnival final. That took place on May 3rd, All Japan Pro Wrestling. Kento Miyahara took on Jake Lee. Kento Miyahara in the Champion Carnival again, as he should. He is just leagues above everyone in this promotion. Like, it's not even close. And when you watch a match like this, you just see how good this man is. And Jake Lee ultimately still can't get into this guy. Plus, I think this finishing sequence of his and his finisher was weak as fuck. I did not like. It's just this weak ass knee and a brainbuster of all things. This guy couldn't come up with something better. It's really bland. The dude tries to incorporate some Taekwondo elements and, some martial arts, but he strikes poses and he just doesn't come across as anything more than just this bland guy. The issue with All Japan is they've had such a problem pushing fresh talent that at this point they kind of had to pull the trigger on Jake Lee or forget about it. So I'm glad that he won, especially for All Japan Pro Wrestling fans. He just does not strike me as the guy, nor a guy that has, let's do the capital it. But All Japan has nothing else going on. They have no choice but to push this dude and to go with it. I don't like using this term a lot because it's really overblown, especially with a lot of wrestling podcasts out there. Jake Lee must win this title from Suwama. He has to do it. There is no question in my mind. Suwama he's lost many steps off his game. He's a broken Achilles dude. He can still throw some bombs every now and again, but Jake Lee has to win this title. There's no way around it with me. What'd you think of the match?
I'm gonna be honest. So me not being familiar with either person, the match left no sort of impact on me. I couldn't get into most of it. Again, familiarity with the people kind of didn't help. I do think the Jake Lee guy, like you said, was not very, he was posing too much. I think I got to the point, I think I may have said it when we watched it. I was like, dude, just kick him in the face, stop posing. He's like right there.
Yeah, it seems like his showmanship is trying too hard. I just don't. And we're not the biggest All Japan Pro Wrestling fans by any means. We definitely go into this cold most of the times. So of course it's not going to strike as good a chord. But yeah, anyways, the match was still good. It went 28 minutes basically. It was I enjoyed the match. There was just kind of no chance with how we feel about Jake Lee, how they book this tournament where, you know, if you looked at the final day and this was the main event, you go, okay, it's going to come down to these two, because they don't have block winners go in or anything. It's just top two guys that finish, or the top guy who finishes in points wins. They don't have a finals or anything. But yeah, it's like, and the thing is, we watched this right after the Tanahashi Jay White match, which we'll get into later, and it really struck me as a very similar match. Just Tanahashi's selling is even better. So, anyways, let's get into Elevation, shall we? Or Elevation, AEW.
Right. Go ahead.
Yeah, I got a new AEW drop. Here we go. All right, AEW, basically from Blood and Guts until now. So let's start out with the Elevation notes. The last couple weeks of Elevation hasn't been as good as the others, I must say. The Abaddon-Ryu Mizunami match was surprising, just simply on the result that Mizunami lost. So maybe they're downcycling her, maybe she's heading back to Japan. I hope it's not the latter. I hope it's just the former.
Yeah, I sort of there too. I hope she's not going back.
Yeah,
because look at the state of Seedling. No, please don't go back.
Oh, definitely not. And she has no reason to either. Like, what is she going to do for work unless she's going to take the Riho route and just disappear? take your money and chill.
That is an option to go do, but I mean,
which, by the way, that Cyber Fight show with TJPW showing X. Riho is my guess.
I mean, I think Riho is the likely outcome. My hope is still Reika Saiki. Please, Reika, come back, please.
I don't think she's coming back to wrestling.
Please come back, Reika. Please come back. I miss you. You're good. I love you.
Yeah, I think they've kind of missed. There's some things of Elevation I've liked the last couple weeks, but mostly I think they're really missing the mark on trying to capitalize on, well, elevating talent to be featured on Dynamite. So they're missing stories. They're trying to do things with Sky and Page, Ethan Page, but they're just
not working.
They're just winning squash matches. I go, but why? Why are we doing this when you could do, like, have them face the Varsity Blondes, or have them face Bear Country, have them face actual commodities instead of these, well, indie guys that I figured that's what Dark is for on Tuesdays. Elevation is supposed to be kind of that step up, right? Where you can kind of see the talent moving from Dark to Elevation to Dynamite, and we'll get into kind of what I think AEW has lacked a lot lately is really getting your talent ready for anything or any story that you want to do on Dynamite. Yeah, I mean, the biggest example is that SCU storyline. We haven't seen them on Elevation. They're just winning these indie matches, essentially, when it's like, maybe, I don't think we're asking for too much, where they could easily have Elevation be that story on in the background where they can easily reference Elevation as, this is what the story's been on our Monday YouTube channel. And they just haven't done any of that.
Yeah, so a few things that I've taken away from sort of Elevation. One, I don't give a fuck about the Ethan Page Scorpio Sky thing. If anything, I think the fact that Scorpio Sky is involved with this lesser MJF, because that's what he is. He's on the same roster as MJF, and so I can't take him seriously because he's just a far lesser version of him. But I think him being paired with him has made me not really care about Scorpio Sky. I think by comparison, being right next to that guy, I just don't care. He's in like the QT bandwagon. Please get him off my screen. He's boring.
Oh, I kind of like the campiness of QT, but I get what I understand exactly what you're saying.
Right.
No,
As
no
for
argument.
the SCU stuff, my biggest problem with it, outside of we'll get to the Dynamite portion of things, is I was talking with a friend of the podcast, Parker, at 4W and Fight Game Media, right, about the SCU stuff, and they had never really referenced it on Dynamite that much. The fact that they were splitting up, they referenced it here and there, but all of it's been on Dark. I think that's a crime. If you're gonna make this a storyline on Dynamite, you need to do something, make it seem like it's a story on Dynamite and not just something that's coming out of nowhere.
Yeah,
Like,
and I've done the math on how much we actually watch from Elevation. Okay, and I'm treating Elevation as something completely different from Dark. Dark is still kind of the indie tryout, work on your game show, which is fine. I really like that about Dark. We don't feel compelled to watch it, but if you see some names that might stick out to you, you go, okay, I'll go check out that match on YouTube. It's easy enough to fast forward. While Elevation, they have all of these 4 to 10 minute matches, mostly on the 4 side, where they have maybe one match that goes 10 minutes. Why not cut those matches? Why not cut the amount of matches in half and utilize this show to tell a more simpler story through just basic booking? You want to tell your SCU story? I got no problem with it being on Elevation. It's a slow journey to get to the Bucks, and they keep winning matches so they can get up the rankings or what have you. But what we saw was they end up doing a 4-way anyways for them to get that shot. So ultimately, that didn't matter. And we didn't see them actually go through any trials of them possibly losing at any point. We didn't see them against have a good match against the Varsity Blondes that went 12 minutes on Elevation. They just kind of went one week, bang, here we go. We're gonna do this story and then play it off, and we're done with it. What they have done,
all on Dark. It was all on Dark. That's the problem. It was all on Dark, and even then, they didn't have these matches that were close calls. They were all squash matches. So
right.
It's like it didn't even really matter.
No, and that's a huge problem. It's a huge misstep that they're really not capitalizing on what Elevation should be, because it really should be these tie-in story elements that if you miss it, it's not the worst thing in the world. It's not must-watch, but it's that simple element to tell a story that really drives the viewer on, okay, this match is coming up on Dynamite. All you have to do is go and check out their journey on Elevation. That's all you have to do. It's not hard.
Well, I think a thought comes to mind. Compare the recent episode of Elevation to the first one. One of them feels like what you're describing, that being the first episode of Elevation, right?
That's what they did do.
The last one feels like it's another Dark episode again.
Yeah, the last 2 or 3 really has functioned as that. They're not. I don't know what. Maybe
it's like they changed their mind or something. I have no idea what's going on with it.
My theory is Tony Khan, because of the NFL draft and everything, hasn't been able to dedicate enough time, which then brings up the point. Okay, well, you got enough talent there. You have the Bucks and SCU and working in the back. Just have them write out their own story, a couple weeks on Elevation, and then just present it to them just kind of in passing. I mean, you go through all these meetings anyways. That's kind of besides the point, but it is the point at the same time. I have really liked what they're doing with Danny Limelight. He is Mr. Elevation. He's great to watch. They had the fantastic sit-down interview with Paul White and a really good singles match against Moxley that went 7.5 minutes. That's perfect. More of that is what we're asking. And in the background, we've also seen Britt Baker and Thunder Rosa both winning matches on Elevation. They also throw them in on Dark anyways, but that was kind of what made the Tay Conti story kind of one of their best just pure sports stories of the year in AEW, was Conti showing improvement, winning matches, gets to Dynamite, wins a couple there. They had a short little 2-week story with Conti, and then bang, she has her title match and we're invested. The Britt Baker Thunder Rosa thing is kind of the same thing, where they're winning their matches on Elevation, they serve their purpose, and then when we get to a Thunder Rosa or Britt Baker match on Dynamite, they mean something, but we'll get to my thoughts over their matches on Dynamite that they presented, which I think actually did damage more than what they were able to do with Tay Conti. So that's all. That's what I got from Elevation. Let's get into Dynamite, and let's start. Okay, so Blood and Guts.
Awesome.
Blood and Guts was really good. Let's just quickly go through the card that preceded it. Kingston Moxley defeated Omega, MT Nakazawa. I like the tandem still. Moxley Kingston. They've been clearly built to be the next tag contenders at Double or Nothing. That's exactly where they went. I think that's a thumbs up program. I have enjoyed that. The Cody Rhodes QT Marshall match was a home run. That was way better than it had any right to be. And post match, fucking One Punch Man comes out and gets him in the liver.
Yeah, I thought that match was better than I expected it, but I still don't care for QT.
I mean, you can't deny this dude has when he has a big match, he has shown up, and it's definitely what's the word it's definitely way better than it we expected. Okay, so
I just think he's boring. I think he's boring personality wise.
Yeah, so here's match 1. Britt Baker defeats Julia Hart, minute 30. I'll save some thoughts there. The 4-way SCU won. Of course, they kind of built this backwards, where the week prior SCU cut a promo on the Bucks, so they
challenged them. They challenged them in that promo. So why not? Is the 4-way?
Okay, yeah. Why is there a 4-way in the first place? They didn't need this. They could have just been there anyways. So that was a miss. And AEW has done this multiple times now, where they have the promo prior to the result, when it should be the result and then the promo, or a promo from multiple dudes, so you're not telling your viewer that they think the result is not in question. There is an element to that where you have to be careful. Now, Blood and Guts, Tay, Pinnacle Inner Circle. I stated from the beginning that this match was going to be the starting point. This was gonna be the end of an Act 1 of 2 or 3. I thought that was very clear.
On that as well.
And there has been many War Games matches in the past. I've seen a couple myself recently on the Starrcade journey that they also function as those kind of Act 1 kickoff points to your kind of main eventers challenging for titles, tag titles being spun off from there, etc. You get the idea. And that's exactly what we got here. The match itself was, I thought, awesome. I thought it, and we watched this on Fight TV, no commercials, had no issue with anything. It was just engaging and raw and bloody. It's exactly what we wanted out of it. Agreed?
100%. I think also was in agreement with you with the this might be the starting point, because it's going to make sense to be the starting point. It's the first match between the two, right?
Right.
And I think I stated that the Pinnacle had to win. I felt like if the Pinnacle lost here, they had just become a group and just debuted as a group. Either have them lose their first big sort of match here would have kind of taken away from them. So I think the result was correct as too. I think how they got to the result was also very good. As for the commercials thing, I've seen a lot of people talk about that. I will say commercials cutting in the show probably did take it away from a lot of people, and I won't discredit those people for that, because a commercial break in the middle of a match like this, it just hurts it. And I feel like how many of those apparently that they did probably also hurt it for some people. So I understand why people would be upset in that regard.
I'm a little 50-50 on if they should have left the cage in the very first one, but because in past War Games matches, a rule was you were not allowed to leave the cage. That was part of forfeit. AEW was very clear that was not a rule in this one, so I'm okay with that. Mostly.
I liked it a lot, actually.
Tully Blanchard. Yeah, Tully Blanchard taking the key, MJF escaping. It was all part of his plan to get Jericho on top. Hits him with the ring. Threatens to throw him off the top. And Sammy Guevara. I thought this was well done. Sammy Guevara is the one that wanted to save his friend. Kind of comes full circle in that story. And then I've seen some mixed signals on how long they were at the top. And Jericho himself said, yeah, they had some trouble trying to time everything out because it is live TV as opposed to pay-per-view where they can just, go with the flow. So they were trying to time things out right. And I thought Jericho, you see him communicating with Aubrey. I don't think I didn't have any problem with that. It's live TV after all. So MJF
I didn't even notice it.
We were caught up in the moment. We weren't actively looking for these things. And I kind of like the way that they paused on the top and MJF milked it all in and he straight up Lion King Mustafa'd his ass. He looked at him in the eyes. Yeah, he looked at him in the eyes. He might as well have said, I killed your father. and he chucks him off and he chucks him off the cell. And I'm like, he's going to do, like we were just going, he's going to push him off anyways because he's a dickhead. And he does. And he falls and crashes. And I was surprised of the discourse that came off. Because when we were all watching it in chat, as we do in Discord every Wednesday night, we all watch Dynamite as a group, we're all just having fun, and Jericho fell off the cell, he's all crashed out, he's laid out, and I had actually made the joke that, he should go away for a couple weeks, maybe even a month, because he's out with a shoulder or elbow injury or something, and he legit, fucked up his elbow. He dislocated it, falling off this thing.
Yeah. I agree that he should have taken some time off to kind of sell that, not even just sell the spot, but just sell the overall image of everything, right? Him being crashed through and MJF sort of poached above him high up on the cell. I feel like him being gone for a period of time would have done wonders for that in hindsight.
Yeah.
It would have only added to it.
Yeah. So I gave this match 4 3/4, full 3-star recommendation. It's my AEW match of the year. It's the multi-person match of the year right now. At that point, I adored this. This was great. Now, let's get into. Do you have a star rating you want to give it, or any sort of recommendation scale?
I'll give it 5. I enjoyed the hell out of it. It was everything I wanted it to be, and the result was correct, and just the visuals in it added to it for me personally. So I'd give it full 5. Story is a big part for me, as I've said before. So full 5.
Yeah. All right. So the Dynamite that followed, I really, really hated this show, and there was a lot that just drove me up a wall. So it started well. It started really good too.
It definitely did.
It started out with Yuji Nagata and Kingston and Moxley in the back. They're getting ready. They do the split screen. Makes the U.S. title match from first ever New Japan title defended on TNT. They treated this with so much respect. Nagata came out, Hall of Fame career. Ren Narita's in his corner, which was awesome. I was really hoping to see Shooter Amino, but we didn't get that. Moxley comes out the fucking Wild Thing, which was cool.
I think we all marked out for that. Yeah.
Yeah, which then I immediately questioned, why wouldn't he have had this song at the Barbed Wire Death Match doing this Onita tribute?
Right? It was so weird that he didn't, especially because he had the full Onita tribute going into the match with the leather jacket and everything.
Yeah. Maybe he's just slowly transforming into Onita himself. And then the match was, it was 8.5 minutes. It was really, it's not going to blow you out of the water, but this is an example of the presentation and making things feel important really comes together. So when you even get a simple match like this, it just hits home better.
Yeah, I really enjoyed the match, and as we've discussed before, my New Japan barometer is very low. I don't know most of the people still. I'm still getting kind of indoctrinated into New Japan, and so I didn't kind of know who this guy was. But by the end of it, I was like, oh, he's a pretty cool dude. I can go ahead and see more of him. He's pretty cool.
Yeah, and then after this, the match I thought just went downhill. Every single thing okay. So the tag title match and the TNT title match in a vacuum, I thought were very good. But there were so many issues with how they handled getting to the story, telling it, and then how they would finish and follow up. I thought they were it's almost like they hit a home run, or the team's on a losing streak, and then they'd hit like an inside the park home run, but then they'd get tagged out at home plate, negating everything that they had just done.
Yeah, it definitely felt that way, especially with the tag match. I thought the tag match itself was really good. A lot of good near falls. I don't know if you want to talk about the post stuff or if you want me to go ahead to have my little rant on that, because that was the part that I think that offended me the most.
So the match itself was, I thought, great.
That was an excellent match.
Yeah, like the blood, Daniels just fucking gushing like a geyser in Yosemite.
Desperation too. The desperation.
The desperation was all there.
Yeah.
And the longer it went on, I'm like, SCU's gonna win this match. And then they're gonna have a tag title match at Double or Nothing, while the Bucks have to take care of Moxley and Kingston. Like, all these things started going through my head because it was just that compelling of a match. And then they just lose. And I go, oh, that's it? And then before we can even process it, it's to the back to Kingston and Moxley fucking up the Bucks locker room. And I'm going, we're all just going, what the fuck?
Yeah, so my biggest issue with all of this, right, is you tell us this story that you didn't even build up on Dynamite. You've only mentioned here in passing, here and there, right? Most of it in just the build up to this match, and that's it, right? So you tell us, oh, hey, they split up, this is going to be a big thing. They lose, they split up, right? And there are people that are legitimately fans of these two that I've seen even more pissed off than I am, and they have every right to be. So the match ends, and in the middle of Kazarian putting his hands over his face in disbelief, they cut right to the fucking back.
Yeah,
for a segment that was unnecessary, bad, and was done better a few weeks back with the Pinnacle and Inner Circle. So by extension, it's lesser. Even right down to the "I'm gonna take a shit in their bathroom" joke. It disgusted me. You didn't have to have this segment at all. Even commentary, I don't think they even mentioned that they split. They just straight to the back. So, fuck you. The whole segment was unnecessary. It doesn't make me care anymore for the match. If anything, it makes me go into the match a little bit more irritated because they did this.
Yeah, and then they go to commercial and they come back and there's like a 5-second, and during the break, look at, they were hugging it out. So I'm thinking, all right, I watched TNA, I've watched The Addiction, I saw a lot of people grew up with these teams.
Like I mentioned, people like this team and they're upset by it, and they have every right to be upset by that. They're more upset than I am.
Not to mention, SCU was the first ever tag team. Scorpio Sky there. They didn't do anything with the Scorpio Sky breakup. They've never even mentioned it in passing. SCU is an original AEW team, so even if you don't have that history, they have the AEW history, and they really ignored this storyline through just a couple promos and then this match, and ultimately they have told me I should not care about this. So I won't care about this, and therefore now I don't care about the match. And I saw Parker put this out, that this is probably the first major AEW storyline miss. And that's really unfortunate.
It just infuriated me because the segment they cut back to was such a shit segment that you didn't need to have on TV.
Yeah.
It did nothing for the upcoming feud. We already know they're going to have a match. Everything you've already done for this feud, you've already done in weeks prior. You don't need to add this. I think I made the comment you could have just put this on Dark. You don't even need to put this on Dark. It was a dumb segment. All they did was throw their clothes around and I'm going to take a shit in their bathroom. It was such a lesser segment than the one they did just a few weeks prior with Inner Circle and Pinnacle, like I'd said, which was done so well. So you do a really crappy segment that was just parodying off of the one prior that was much, much better, and then you cut it after. You don't even give time for the outcome of the match to breathe. You cut to this crap segment that was unnecessary.
It was a huge miss from AEW, and it definitely upset us. So they follow this up with the Cassidy Pac #1 contender match. In a vacuum, this should have been a very hyped match, okay? Because they had that big Kenny Omega segment. They're going to announce who he's facing, and I got no problem with either Pac or Orange Cassidy. Got no issue with either guy, okay? The problem is I even mentioned in the past, Kay, on this podcast, that anytime Pac has shown up, it's a big deal. He's always in these big positions. He's treated as a main eventer. The problem is Orange Cassidy and Pac both. Pac, in his case, has been presented as focused on the tag division all year. And Cassidy hasn't really been on Dynamite all year in big matches. He's just been beating dudes up on Dark and I think a couple matches on Elevation that just last like 40 seconds. So
most of his stuff has been with the Best Friends. He's been accompanying the Best Friends during their feud.
Right. So our perception is, why are they the number one contenders? I get that they're ranked 1 and 2. Okay, I understand that. And that's the bare bones basic you can get. I understand the point to the rankings. It keeps you the fan aware of whom is at the top and being pushed for certain programs. Cassidy and Pac just haven't been presented on Elevation or Dynamite as dudes gunning for the title. Nor are they presented as dudes that are each other's equal. Because the last time we saw Pac and Cassidy, Pac beat him last year, and the Death Triangle were feuding with the Best Friends, which, by the way, they referenced, and they haven't done anything with those teams either. So this was a huge miss just heading in, so you're already lost on investment. And then, unfortunately, Orange Cassidy gets injured in the match, and it was supposed to go to a draw. I go, okay, that's all well and good and fine, but you still lost me on the story heading in. I don't have an issue with a 3-way being how they get to the title match, and they did the whole WWE. Kenny walks in, double knockout, a rare finish. I think first ever in AEW, but they do. We see this in WWE constantly. We all hated this, but even the audible is bad. Why not? If he's injured, okay, audible, Pac pins him. I don't care about that. Right?
You could just pin it as a singles match. There's nothing wrong with doing that.
Yeah, and if you want to run back Cassidy doing
what is his injury? Is his injury? Do we even know?
I think he just got rocked.
Okay, so then all you gotta do is just pin him. This company has to be a bit better at calling audibles, because I've noticed this. Whenever something goes awry, them calling audibles seems to be like a frantic fray. Like they don't know what to do.
Yeah, there's no backup plan in place. Because you could have just said, "Oh, Cassidy looks injured, and it's unfortunate." You could always run back a Cassidy singles match on Dynamite, which would probably draw really well.
You just have Aubrey call the match off, and then they could just run it back when he's fine. It gives you a story for Cassidy to try to crack at it again. You can build stuff from that.
Yeah, they didn't do any of that.
From this, and also, if the plan was a sort of time limit draw thing for this 3-way, that also sucks. Fuck you for that. I don't like that. I'm not a fan of them getting to that outcome that way.
Well, like I said, Kay, the draw itself isn't an issue. The problem is they haven't built Cassidy or Pac up as equals at all to warrant that draw.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Why would you have a draw for those two? So the problem with Cassidy is, had this been like last year when he had that big sort of rise up, this would have made more sense for Cassidy. But since that rise up, he's just kind of gone back down the card to the point where I don't even I like the guy. He's fucking cool, and he comes out to one of my favorite songs of all time, right? It's like I don't think him as a main eventer anymore. Last year, I was like, yeah, this guy's a main event guy. They're pushing him up, and now it's like he's just a comedy character again.
Yeah.
Why do I care?
The 3-way is fine. I'm sure it's going to be a good match. I should be more excited going into it. This is an issue with AEW. Their booking is competent, but it's too basic. You gotta bring the other elements into this for us to be further invested. Whether you want to tell a sports story or an emotional story in the case of SCU, they're just missing on these key elements that go week to week. It's too much booking match cards for the sake of high advertisement as opposed to keeping the viewer invested week to week. And then we get to Thunder Rosa. She defeats Jasmine Allure 153. So 2 weeks in a row, you have a 1-minute squash match between Baker and Rosa. Yes, they're both built up. They're building Rosa up for, I guess, the NWA title or some shit. And Baker Shida should feel bigger. That's probably one of the more anticipated matches people are having in AEW. Where the fuck is Shida?
I was about to say that. It's like, we're seeing Britt Baker get the build up. Where the fuck is Shida at? She's the champion. Why can't she have a comeback? Why isn't she cutting a promo? Why isn't she doing anything? She cut more promos in the Tay Conti thing than she's doing here. Like, I don't know why you don't just take what you did with Tay Conti, where they're both cutting promos and sometimes you have to have subtitles, and do that here.
Yeah, they got good Britt Baker promos. They're always sure to get Thunder Rosa on TV. Where's the champion? I'm so furious at this. This is an easy home run where you just have to play on Baker and Shida meeting, have a meet on Elevation. I don't give a shit where it is. Just do something. But Shida is a ghost.
She's on Twitter. She's on Twitter. She's on Twitter. She's on Twitch. She's not on Dynamite. And it's such a bother because you could do something as simple as have her come out, I'll break your nose again.
Something. Or have Shida or do a tag match. Thunder Rosa and Shida versus Baker and I don't give a shit. Not Reba for sure, but someone.
Oh God, no.
Throw Baker with you could easily tell a story where if you don't want to stack up singles wins, have tag matches. It's not hard.
Yeah. So, also, why is there two squash? I get like last week's squash match because you're trying to fill time for Blood and Guts to take up most of the time. I can maybe excuse that. This one, what the fuck was the point of this? Like, at all, student, right?
Yeah.
But you save that for a Elevation. You don't put that on Dynamite.
And then they announced next week that it's going to be Serena Deeb coming back from her knee injury. Hey, good for her. She's taking on Red Velvet. Hey, good for her. I would have loved to see Deeb and Rosa, team NWA versus Shida and Baker. Or Deeb and Baker versus Rosa and Shida. That would be a bigger comeback match. And look, if you want to pin Serena Deeb or Red Velvet, go for it. I don't care. Do something. They're doing so much basic bullshit that it's infuriating. All right. Inner Circle has a little thing, or Pinnacle, they get watches. It goes on forever. Inner Circle comes out with the bubbly truck. They're doing Attitude Era nonsense. I got no issue with the angle. What I had an issue with was this truck with a garden hose that's like 20 feet away, spraying the Pinnacle, and then they're kind of bumping all over the place, and they're all angry. And, oh, look, Jericho's back. My other issue, besides the aesthetics to it all, which was off on all kilters, was everyone from Blood and Guts looked totally fine. They weren't limping. It was pointed out to me that FTR had like beige flesh-colored bandages, which I looked forever. And I finally only saw Dax with a bandage on his forehead, but it was so flesh-colored.
That's the one I saw.
And
then when I saw it, I pointed that out when it happened. I was like, oh, he's the only one that has a bandage, but you could barely tell it's there.
Yeah. And I'm like, they can't have their arms wrapped in like Sammy Guevara can't have his shirt off and his arm is all wrapped in gauze. You can't have Dax, his head's covered in a bandage. Wrestling is a very visual media. And if you're not selling this huge blood and guts match, like it really took a lot out of the guys, then you're telling me that it doesn't truly mean what you want it to. And that's a huge miss. And they really only showcased the real injuries. Like Jericho with his dislocated elbow has the big robot arm, the bandage you could barely see. And then they go, and what really actually, because it all compiles, is Santana is sick. Okay, he has like a cold or some shit. And instead of just saying he's too injured from the match, and then they could show like a spot where, he was thrown through the cage and fell to the bottom, where it's like, oh yeah, that fucked him up bad. He can't make it this week. Instead of doing that, they go, MJF had him arrested because he had a fork in the match. Like, what? What are we doing?
The most tame thing in the entire match. So that pissed me off. I was like, so is he in trouble? Is he got COVID? Is he like, what happened? Why are you concocting this bullshit out of like, it's such a complicated, unnecessarily complicated story. You could have just said, yeah, he's banged up from the match. Simple makes sense.
Right. Just say
like
he took.
Like, that's so dumb.
Yeah. So that was infuriating. It was stupid. Then they announced they're going to do Stadium Stampede. It's not going to be comedy. I go, okay, so now we're doing a unit disbandment match, which should be good, with 2 weeks build coming right after Blood and Guts, and it's going to be taped. So AEW was very adamant about Blood and Guts being on TV. That's all well and good. But if you're going into Stadium Stampede, shouldn't these things be flipped? Where Stadium Stampede's the taped match in front of no crowd, and then you have Blood and Guts in front of the crowd? I don't know.
I thought that they could have flipped these two and have Blood and Guts on pay-per-view. And have Stadium Stampede be the opener for it all. I mean, I'm glad I love Blood and Guts, but you eliminate the commercials problem right off the bat, and you eliminate the time-killing portion as well if you put it on pay-per-view. But, so I'm not as like down on this segment as you were. I do agree it went a little too long. Like, Tully's promo was a bit longer than I thought it should have been. He kind of talked in circles for a second there or two. I thought the truck itself was fine. They hosed them down. I thought if maybe they got an inch or two closer, it would have looked visually a little bit better.
I think they should have been right at the ring.
Yeah, that would probably have done better too. I don't know why they didn't go that far. There was enough room for the car to do that. My big issues here, Jericho, just listen, keep him off TV. It's that simple. Keep him off TV. You don't have to have him on this, especially because he's legit hurt. So you can just say he's fucking gone because he got hurt, and have Sammy cut the damn promo. I'm sorry, my alarm went off, but I had alarm go off. My bad. But you could have had Sammy cut the same promo, and I think it would have been better actually because Sammy's the one that called the match off because he was trying to save Jericho. Now Jericho's out, so now Sammy's like he's mad because they hurt his friend. I challenge you to this. And then I don't have a problem with them using the unit disbandment thing. I thought that was a nice build from the Blood and Guts, right? And I don't think Inner Circle's losing this, right? I just wish you'd done this a little bit better. Like, the Santana thing, fuck off with that. Did he stab him with the fork? That was the most tame thing in the entire match. How are you gonna give me that bullshit, right? Why is it MJF arrested for throwing Jericho off the fucking top?
All right, we're running long now on AEW. Right. Cody promo, I didn't understand a fucking word of it. That definitely was not English. People are looking way too far into the content of it. It sounded like a Dusty promo where I'm just like, what are we doing here?
He brought up race relations out of fucking nowhere. I don't think Ogogo has ever said anything about America.
Ogogo has never cut a promo on Dynamite or, to my knowledge, on Elevation. And it all came across as very confusing and out of nowhere. And that's, to me, the bigger issue than him talking about history and race and all this stuff, which
is very weird for him to go into that in a promo where there's no build-up to go to that. Also, why are you going into that in a promo, of all things?
Yeah, America, fuck yeah, whatever. It's whatever. Main event, Miro defeats Darby Allin with the rear naked choke, with his shoulders pinned to the mat. That was cool. Look, the match in a vacuum was cool. It was fine. I rewatched it because I was so checked out by the time we got to this match. I didn't even watch the match live. I had to go back and watch it. The problem is Darby Allin has the K-tape on his shoulder. His elbow is kind of wrapped up, and Miro just ignores it. He just tosses him around, and he just beats him. I go, okay, the drama was fine in the match, but there was definitely missing psychology there, I felt. And before Miro can even celebrate with his brand new title, the ascension of mid-card Miro to possibly main event Miro, fuck you. We're going to beat up Sting, and here comes Paige and Sky. Fuck off. So that was twice on this show. We couldn't even get any sort of crowning moment.
couldn't let it breathe, right? I think my big issue was not only just that, but the goddamn ref. So you start the match. First of all, you don't even start the match. Miro comes in and attacks, Darby as he makes his entrance. So last time I checked, they have rung the bell before in AEW for a match that starts this way. So why hasn't the bell rung? Why are we waiting for the bell to ring? Why are they on the outside fighting while the ref is like, "Come on, guys, get back at the ring. Come on, guys." Like he just kind of like his hands are kind of like draped out. "Come on, guys."
Yeah.
Like fuck you with that. And then they finally start the match, and like the ref keeps getting in the way. I've noticed that because I rewatched the match too. Right, ref. There's constantly moments where Miro is going in and doing stuff, and the ref has to move out of the way. He's in the way. Whoever this ref guy is, I don't know if they've had him on before, but someone needs to sit him down and have a talk, because this was terrible. He took me out of this match so hard that I can't even like the match because of him. There's moments in this match that I really like, and it's unfortunate because the ref took me out of it. He sucks. Do something about it.
Yeah, so we're tired of the post-match brawls taken away from moments that should be there, and we're tired of mostly just the basic bitch booking.
Yeah, the post-match things piss me off. Like, please stop. Also, how many brawls do you need to have? I'm getting a little worn out on the brawls. Just stop. Find a new way to build these matches up. It's not that hard.
No. All right, let's get into some New Japan here. Woohoo! All right, New Japan. This should be mostly pretty quick. Wrestling Dontaku, May 3rd and 4th. Look, I've rather enjoyed the multi-man tags since I haven't been watching any of the Road 2s. The LIJ Empire stuff is very fun and good to watch. Empire is easily the most interesting and engaging thing in New Japan by a wide margin these days. Ladder match, Taichi defeats Tamatanga. Long drawn out, ridiculous to say the least. It was 27 minutes. The best things were from the people that weren't in the match. So, they had a clear grocery bag, hold the fingers. Okay, this was the semi-main event. It was, oh boy.
Yeah, ladder match. Well, I mean, I'm glad my boy Taichi won. I'm happy for him. My Godman Taichi. But Jesus Christ, a ladder match? I don't know, man. It's just so weird. You could tell the crowd was very much not really too into most of it because they're not used to seeing a fucking ladder match in New Japan.
Yeah, it was, and it wasn't a good ladder match by any means. Don't get me wrong.
No, it definitely wasn't.
No. Open weight title match. Jay White defeats Tanahashi, becomes the new champion. The match went 39 minutes, and a little slow. They did some posing because the whole story is Tanahashi's fat. White is, well, not by any means. That's for sure. He's in phenomenal shape. And it was a match built around double knee selling. I thought this was done super well with the match structure. I like Jay White match structures. I kind of wish he would develop some new sticks to his game. But Tanahashi, being frustrated with his aged body, just can't keep up with his spirit. While Jay is still the young, he can quick to heal. I really like the story of this match. I thought it was the better version of Jake Lee Kento Miyahara, actually.
I enjoyed this. I do think it was a little too slow in the beginning. It eventually got me into it. The double knee selling was good, like you said. The storytelling was good, too, because I didn't even realize the Tanahashi thing until somebody pointed it out to me. So, him being frustrated by his aging body, and you could totally see that in sort of how his mannerisms, especially post-match.
Yeah, Tanahashi was really, really good in this match. No shock. Tanahashi, he's a good wrestler. And then the main event of May 4th was Will Ospreay defending the heavyweight title against Shingo Takagi, a rematch of the New Japan Cup final. 44 minutes, 53 seconds. Okay. Match was awesome.
This match fucks so hard. I loved this match. It was so good. They hit the crap out of each other. They beat the shit out of each other. I loved it. It was so good. All the counters were really good too. This match was excellent.
Yeah, with a match it was an easy 5 stars. I didn't even question it. I mean,
Yeah, 100%.
The last of the dragon off the apron through the two tables was gnarly. Ospreay flipping out of a clothesline, but this time being met with Shingo's power. It was a lot of counters over previous matches. And when I came out of this, I was just thinking, this is one of the greatest rivalries I've ever seen. The series of matches that they've had, they haven't missed. They're all at an extremely high level. Their G1 match is their weakest one to me, and that's still like 4 3/4, 4.5. So, this is up there with kind of the Omega Naito, Brett Owen with me, whether you want to include tag matches or what have you. This is going to go down as one of the greatest rivalries in wrestling for me. It's definitely up there. I must say I do prefer their Boss J match just because I like the speed element more. That's just the style I enjoy more. This to me was definitely a more heavyweight style. So I think they're both 5-star matches, if not more. If you want to break the scale or not, that's up to you. Yeah, this was an easy match of the year candidate. If there was more kind of story to it, rather than just Shingo has beaten Okada and they already faced each other so soon, maybe this would be higher on the totem pole of what I've enjoyed more in 2021. But this is definitely, like, if you're going by just between the ropes, easy 5 stars. Look, Will Ospreay, he's been incredible this year. Shingo's been incredible this year. They both met into just this great environment where, okay, they went 45 minutes and there was no slowdown. They just kept this consistent kind of
Momentum.
Yeah, they just kept this really good, consistent momentum where they never delved into, going to the mat to catch their breath. They never did any of that. This was done, the pacing of this match was done at a level that I don't think many people can do.
It was excellent. Shocker. Will Ospreay, he a good wrestler. I don't know if you heard about that.
Shingo's Fire and Fury, it just hits so much different than anyone else in New Japan, and obviously he's been doing this in Dragon Gate for the better part of 10 plus years. So him bringing, it's just funny to me when you see Shingo be able to do the Dragon Gate style in New Japan, and who does he work the best with? It's Will Ospreay, the guy with Lucha Libre to his game. It's funny how that works.
Shingo's intensity. I like Shingo's intensity.
Yes,
too.
That's a good word to describe it as well.
That definitely makes me. I see why he's your favorite outside of mid-card Goto.
Mid-card Goto isn't my favorite. I just like making fun of him.
You told me before that he's your favorite in New Japan.
Once upon a time, sure.
Don't try to dismiss him like
I gave up on him years ago.
That doesn't mean he can't be one of your favorites. Don't dismiss him like you do Kiona. Those poor people, they set the bar alone. How dare you?
Yeah. So easy 5 stars. It's I have it set as New Japan Match of the Year right now. It wasn't even without question. And what's funny is, before that, their New Japan Cup final match was also at the top. So the way we structure our Match of the Years, I think Shingo and Will is pretty much cemented as number 1 right now for a while.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's gonna be real hard for them to top it, for me at least, right now.
Yep. Do we have anything more to say over New Japan?
Finally a good New Japan show.
Well, at least matches. The cards themselves still have a lot to be desired with the promotion. It's kind of fallen into that Noah realm where it's a good main event, but the rest of the card is kind of just skip filler, it feels like. And with just poor booking of whatever division, just take your pick. Noah's Junior, New Japan's Tag, what have you. So
yeah, I agree.
All right.
I don't watch Noah, but I'll take your word for it.
Dragon Gato. Let's see. I got Dragon Dia, KZ, Pac, Yamato. What are you feeling, Kay?
Do the KZ.
Do the KZ. All right.
It's KZ time. Yeah. It's time to go to what time is it? It's time to go to
That can't be right. Did I mess up my timestamps here?
I have no idea.
Oh, no, I'm good. We just happened to be on pace with our last episode, actually. That's funny.
Yeah, look at that. So I got a question for you, speaking of time. What do you get when you cross KZ time and TAM time?
You get natural vibes dancing to the Oedo Tai music.
Ah, that's awesome. So it's a good one. I like that.
It's a good comp.
I was gonna like TAM rapping or something, but hey, you want me on that one?
Let's see here. Dragon Gato, Dead or Alive. It's not the show I was hoping for. That makes sense?
Yeah. It was. I liked the show as a whole. I don't think I hated it. I think it felt underwhelming at times. I think that's where I'm at with it. It felt a little underwhelming at times.
I wanted these matches to be so much better.
Yeah, a bit underwhelming. Yeah, like I said.
Yeah, like Okuda UT, the Brave Gate match, Okuda retains. I was like, okay, this is good. It definitely didn't feel like it hit on a high level. I went kind of 3 3/4 stars, kind of a 1-star recommendation. Just, I was like, all right, Okuda. Look, Okuda. Okay, Okuda came out to Osaka-based rapper Nasty, and Ho Ho Loon deadpan informs us, I don't understand a word of it. In which is responded, well, it's in Japanese and you don't speak Japanese, Ho Ho. He's like, oh yeah.
No. He's like, JT, you understand what he is saying? A little bit. Oh, what is he saying? It was so, listen, how little commentary made this entire show the best.
Oh, he was the greatest throughout the entire show. It's just they're my favorite commentary team just because Ho Ho is he's so nice. He's so funny.
My favorite. The one,
unintentional comedy. It's great.
I think the one that had me cracked up the most was, I believe it's Yoshida. Yoshida? The Kick Boy. I'm blinking his name on. Ishida. So Kick Boy there apparently has a YouTube channel. So Ho-Ho informs us that he has a YouTube channel. No, I'm sorry. Jay Church informs us that he has a YouTube channel and a mysterious girlfriend that nobody has seen, and it's debated backstage whether he has a girlfriend or not. To which Ho-Ho immediately says, as he's making his entrance, mind you, maybe his girlfriend comes out with him to the ring. He said it with such earnesty, like he was expecting that to actually happen. I was like, I fucking died. It was great.
Let's see. Open the Twin Gate match. That was an 8-man tag. Yoshino and Doi teamed with Hulk and Eita to kind of, they were in red. Yoshino, I believe Yoshino came out with Eita's glasses, and Doi came out with BB Hulk's robe. They were taking on Kagetora, Minoura, Saito, Kanda. It went 12 minutes, and then Eita and Hulk, it was just a setup for them to just fuck over these two because they're dicks.
He kicked him in the dick. Then he got pinned. It was great. I loved it.
Yeah, he's like, he pulls. I think he pulled like Minoura over Yoshino. So even in Dragon Gate and wacky angles like this, they're still pushing the young talent.
It was good. I died laughing. I was like, oh my god, he kicked him in the dick. It's awesome.
Yeah. Twin Gate titles. It was fine. 10 minutes. Mochizuki and Yoshida lose to Ishida and Sakamoto. Right decision there. It didn't really reach any heights. They did use the poles that were to stand up the cage in a good little leg working manner, so I like that. The storytelling on the show was good. I really liked the storytelling to it all, but the matches just never reached a high-end peak, that was the disappointing part.
Yeah, I agree there. Most of them just felt like they were missing something.
Yeah, case in point was definitely the triangle title match, where I thought it was a show-stealing type match with Daya, Lee, and Estrella against Vibes, and Estrella missed a couple key moves. He still has trouble hitting that space flying tiger drop, which is kind of a bummer. But Masquerade wins. Probably the right decision. Kind of plays in your
the right decision.
Yeah, kind of plays in your KZ, Yokosuka, maybe some natural vibes, dissension that you are still convinced about.
I am 100% still convinced you're gonna get that KZ turn.
Yeah, got a heartfelt post match with Dragon Daya. his dad had passed away recently, and the last thing he saw was Dragon Dia getting hurt in a match. And his dad was always worried. He'd never wanted to be in wrestling because he was afraid of him getting hurt. So Dia won this basically for his father. So that was a nice story told there. Probably the most bummer moment of the entire show was the Dreamgate match. Unfortunately, Hip Hop Kikuta separates his shoulder on a drop toe hold, the very first move of the match, and he was not wanting to call this match off, and then Eita kind of had to throw in the towel to stop it. What a disappointment. I'm really bummed out for the guy, but I believe in Dragon Gate to take advantage of this, much like kind of the Skywalker knocking out Benkei with the forearm. They're going to make a big long-term story out of this, and I believe the promotion to continue their good storytelling ways.
Yeah, it is a bit of a bummer, especially because the second Skywalker title match has been marred by this, and none of it's his fault. And so I feel like it just kind of sucks for him in his title run. I feel like his title run, hopefully he has a few more defenses, but I feel like the title run's going to be marred by those two things, unfortunately.
Yeah, he's shooting 50% from the field here with great title matches or disasters. That's maybe we just want a good 1 for 4 with an RBI day at the plate for you, Shun Skywalker.
So surprised you haven't made a Utah Jazz reference yet.
I mean, I could if you want.
You don't have to. It's quite all right.
All right, steel cage match. Kai Yamato, they defeat Dragon Kid and Kento. 15 minutes it went before it went into Dragon Kid Kento hair versus mask match, which went 9 minutes. Look, this was fully storytelling oriented, had the wackiness out of the outside the cage that we like. Again, this was just another case where the storytelling was good, but the wrestling never reached a high level. So in that sense, it was disappointing, but I was very satisfied with how everything played out. Does that make sense?
It makes sense. I was totally had this pegged wrong. So you're the one that said Kento was going to be Kento and Kid.
Yep.
And I was like, no, I think it's to be Yamato, get the monkey off his back, right? Because to me, that makes more sense as a story, especially if you are going to push Yamato as a champion later, like you'd predict, right? It makes sense to kind of get that monkey off his back that he has yet to get a victory over those two, Hulk or Kai. Right?
Yeah.
I'm not wrong on that. Yeah, they have yet to get the comeuppance for it. So I feel like that would make sense to shave Kai's hair. It made so much more sense. And the fact that they didn't do that it kind of disappointed me because I didn't think the Kento Kid thing really needed this in the story.
Well, so they completed the story where Kid was embarrassed in the unit disbandment match, and he gets his revenge on Kento here, shaving his head. So in that sense, it completed their story. There were two stories that they were 50-50 on wanting to complete, and they went this route. And we'll get to King of Gate here, where Dragon Kid beats SBK in the King of Gate match as well. So they really wanted to tell this. I really liked Kai, just like in the steel cage match last year. He was the first one to get the flag, leaving Yamato alone, knowing that if he gets the flag, he's going to leave Dragon Kid to basically fight for his mask, and he doesn't want to do that. But Dragon Kid ends up getting the second flag, and so it's down to Yamato and Kento, and right as Yamato's about to get the flag, Kento kind of changes his mind. The shit heel drops down from the cage, and he goes, yeah, bring in Dragon Kid. I'll take his mask. That is more important than my hair right now. So the shit heel ends up paying for his hubris, if you will. So I really like that. It's good storytelling. I thought Dead or Alive wasn't a great show by any means, but it wasn't a bad show. It was all very solid, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I was more wanting the Yamato Kai story to get his payoff finally. That was the one I'm more invested in, so I guess that makes sense why I was a little disappointed they didn't go that route. They still might at some point, but I really feel like before you give Yamato the belt, if you're going to do that, he needs to get this monkey off his back. You just have to. You can't go into a title run with
the thing about Dragon Gate is, if they got a story, they will tell it. It just may not happen at points that you think it does.
I guess that makes sense. I gotta remember that. Right.
Yeah,
Well, the problem is, isn't the story been going on for a few years now? It just Kai's just a recent wrinkle into it, right?
it is kind of going on. Yeah, it's like a 2-3 year story, depending on how you look at it.
Yeah, I feel like you could do something with it at this point. At least try to do something with it, maybe.
Maybe they'll wait
I don't
another
know.
2 years. Who knows?
5 years in, it's still going. Toe's still getting screwed
Don't
over.
put it past him. All right, let's just quick go through King of Gate here. I just got some. I got thoughts over each match. Kind of a sentence. You ready for me to run this down?
Sure.
All right. First off, day one was in an empty arena, just like last year. Very tough to sit through. You have to have a damn good match to keep me invested, and it was a rough time.
Yeah, I couldn't get into any of the matches, even the 2 good ones, the 2 or 3 good ones I liked. I just couldn't. Empty arena, like I appreciated clap crowds. I was like, man, in a weird way, I almost appreciate the clap crowds now.
I will say this: at the very least, they kept the matches shorter this time around, and they really kept up. The wrestlers tried to keep up a consistent energy and pace, to try to take you away from the empty arena, and they kept the cameras tighter on the wrestlers. The wrestlers were looking into the camera more. So, me comparing this directly to last year's King of Gate in the same empty arena setting, this year was way better in that sense. So, Dragon Kid defeats SBK, very short, solid 10-minute match, kept up the energy the whole time. I enjoyed this at the very least. Ishida defeats Hyo. Way better than I anticipated. I thought the finish was good. I thought the near falls were good. Shocking. Ishida is just nailing he's got his game down. There's no doubt in my mind that this dude's a future Dreamgate champion. Eita defeats Jason Lee. Guys are making, this is where it kind of occurred to me, guys are making sure to keep running, stay off the mat, as opposed to last year. What I thought didn't work at all was the Doi Benkei match. Doi defeats Benkei via, he avoided a spear and rolled him up. I didn't think this was good. It was built to be this epic match kind of in front of a crowd. They had slow shoulder work. Did not work. It's a thumbs down. UT defeats Okuda. It was fast and furious. It ends in like a couple minutes, and UT rolls him up. So a big shock win. I like that. Yoshida defeats Beachy Boy Hulk. This wasn't great either, nor did I expect it to be by any means. There was a funny part at the beginning of the match where Yoshida is shit-talking BB Hulk in English, which was funny. Yokosuka defeats KZ. I thought this was fucking fantastic. This is a huge thumbs up. I think it's the match of King of Gate right now. And I even marked it down as my number 3 spot on match of the year for Dragon Gate. So this one's a big recommendation from me. I thought the bombs that they were throwing, the hard hitting. Did you watch this one?
I tried. Like I said, I tried watching some of these. I think I maybe completed 2 matches entirety, and that was the SB Kento and Dragon Kid one, which I feel like I would have liked that match if it wasn't in the empty arena.
Sure.
But it just, I feel like coming from clap crowds and being so accustomed to that at this point, where you at least hear some audience reaction, even if it's just clapping, and just even the visual of seeing people in the audience, right? Letting you know that people are there watching, so there is going to be some interaction or potential interaction with the crowd. To go to that to like just like where were they? Were they at a dojo or something?
I forget the name of it, but yeah, let's for the sake of just continuing on, it's basically like a dojo.
Okay, because I love the venue. It looked awesome with the good gold chandelier things, and it looked really fucking cool. But I feel like it would have been better if it had a crowd there. And because there was no crowd, it just felt death to me. It was just death silence. When the commentary wasn't talking, it was silent. And I just couldn't click with anything, so I just couldn't continue anything.
Yeah. No, I understand. Minoru defeats Diamante. This was fine. I enjoyed the pace, I guess. New finishing move from Minoru. It's this like wild spinning gory special into a crossface submission, so keep an eye out for that. And then in the main event, Yamato defeats Skywalker. I thought this was simply great all around. At this point, it was the second best match, and I have it as the number 4 spot in the Dragon Gate Top 10. Which, coming out of this, I really started begging the question, if you wanted to, like, these are high-end matches, no pun intended there for the group high-end, why wouldn't you just switch the day 2 card with this one?
Yeah, I had that thought exactly when I watched the day 2 one. I was like, why didn't you just switch the days? It would have been so much easier.
Yeah, I mean, there's no harm in it. It doesn't mess up any booking at all. I mean, unless
Guess
they're
maybe
worried
because
about
you
injury.
Because you promised the crowd there that bought the tickets a certain card, maybe? It's the only reason I can see why they didn't do
Yeah,
it.
I guess, but I think they would be very much okay with Yamato versus Skywalker instead of KZ versus Dragon Kid in the main event. Just a theory.
It's just a thought, but I guess maybe just to prevent any potential people upset by even switching cards on
Yeah.
a ticket that they bought. Maybe that's why they didn't do
I
it.
don't know, they'll offer refunds. Just say, hey, look, during the circumstances, people are willing to look past things as long as you have an explanation and understanding to it. Look,
Well, the Japanese wrestling fans
Anyways.
have been very forgiving with things, I've noticed, given the circumstances, so...
Day 2, Diamante defeats Yoshida. Not much to this one. Yamato goes to a 20-minute draw against Okuda. This was really funny because the crowd fucking started, like the women in particular, started catcalling their beloved Bishi Boy Yamato. They
It was
did not care about
fantastic.
regulations. They wanted Yamato to win.
Fuck your code regulations. Go, Bishi Boy! Have my baby!
It was great. Yamato! Yeah, what do you think about
So good.
what do you think about the draw? Did you watch this one?
Did watch this one. I liked it. I felt like it dragged in the beginning. The beginning portion definitely was not something. It was kind of very slow. But as it was kicking up, and more, the match was getting better. I think I told you 5 minutes, but I actually had the time off. It was the last like 10, maybe 15.
So
Maybe
half,
more,
yeah,
more
the
like 10, last 10.
half the match.
Last 10. And last half of the match was like really fucking good. But I wasn't surprised it was a time draw. Given how the beginning started, I kind of felt like, well, if there's time draws, this is probably going to be the one. It's kind of weird that time draws become obvious when you realize when you add 5 extra minutes to the time limit. Fake time draws become obvious.
Then the main event, KZ defeats Dragon Kid. I thought this was another home run match. Good pace, excitement of this one, and had a real hot near fall finish. KZ and Yamato are the big standouts of this tournament so far. I have the Yamato Okuda match at number 6, and then the KZ Dragon Kid at 7. So these 4 King of Gate matches that I would recommend, I think are really good, and this is what's been missing from Dragon Gate is kind of these high-end, tag and singles matches to really bring some excitement to the promotion. And I mean, Dragon Gate is definitely my top men's Puro promotion out there right now, and I think we're starting to feel some momentum coming out of Dead or Alive.
Yeah, I enjoyed the match a lot. This was probably my favorite of all of the matches so far.
Ooh, okay.
I just loved it. It didn't stop. They hit really hard. It was very stiff at times, right, with the strikes, the counters, just everything about the match just clicked perfectly well. I enjoyed this a lot.
Yeah.
And Dragon Kid, for some reason, I feel like Dragon Kid is stepping up. I don't know if he's just been this good still, but I just feel like he stepped up in the past couple weeks or past couple shows.
Yeah, he definitely seems motivated coming out of the cage match. In fact, let me look at the rankings here. Yeah, okay. Rankings debate will be fun later. Where do we stand with Dragon Kid coming out of these 2 big shows?
Yeah.
Let's get into DDT. Not a whole lot there to talk about, but Dragon Gate's looking up. Let's get into DDT. All right, Max Bump. As I said at the top of the cast, not watching the tag league that they're running. It's empty arena. I can't do it. It was hard enough at times to get through King of Gate in their empty arena, but definitely not in any mood for this DDT empty arena. Not again. I'm not doing it. But the Max Bump was in front of, I guess, a crowd, sort of. I'll just kind of go through it real quick because I know you didn't watch it, Kay.
I was about to say, I didn't watch any of this.
Trios match, 37 Kamina, Takeshita, Mao, and Shun defeats Damnation's Sasaki, Endo, Hino, and Eruption's team of Higuchi, Sakaguchi, and Ino. That was fine. The Then there was the Extreme title match / Iron Man Heavy Metalweight title match. Chris Brooks, your Extreme champion, against Saki Akai, the Iron Man champion. It went 17 and a half minutes. This vastly exceeded my expectations. I bought every near fall, and if not for Suzu existing in 2021, this was the best intergender match of the year so far.
I didn't watch this, or if I did, I don't remember it. But Suzu's been great, so I'll agree with you on the Suzu portion.
Yeah. This is definitely a recommended match. I really enjoyed what Chris Brooks and Saki Akai were able to bring here. Saki Akai, easy babyface to get behind. Chris Brooks, he's more hit than miss with me with his singles matches. I do like him more in tag competition. I just think that's his stronger element. But when he has a match like this against Saki Akai, maybe it's because of all his intergender stuff that he does. He's very used to knowing what line not to cross in an intergender environment. And Saki Akai plays a great babyface. She's good fire. Her height is definitely an advantage to where you can buy into her going to toe-to-toe with a lot of these guys, especially in DDT with the builds. And they protect her to an extent. I thought this match was a nice little hit, nice little double base hit. There's your baseball reference.
Another baseball reference. It's 2 now.
Yuki Ueno defeats and defends his Universal title against Soma Takao. Probably Soma Takao's best singles match I've ever seen. 25 and a half minutes. Yuki Ueno, okay, he's really good. He's so calm. He's collected. The spot of the match was definitely. He pours beer all over himself, and then he moonsaults off the entrance scaffolding. So that was great.
Quite a spot.
It was a great spot. Soma lived up to the main event, but Ueno was definitely the real star here. Maybe 25 minutes was a little long in their kind of empty Cork and Hall setting that they had, but Yuki Ueno's so damn good. I think he brought enough here to keep me invested. So yeah, that's kind of all I got to say over DDT. I'm wondering if maybe I am not giving Yuki Ueno too much credit in my rankings, but there's just been better things going on. So nice and quick DDT. Now the question is, as we get into the Joshi, into the women's wrestling, what do I play for Stardom?
Well, you have Julia.
I do have Julia. I do have the Gulia. The Guria. Should I play Guria?
Guria. You should play Guria.
Okay. Guria has been played, Mr. K.
Guria has been played. Yes. That was mine?
Yeah. Yeah, bring us into the Joshi.
So, Stardom kind of had to, as we kind of know, change things around given the circumstances and the state of emergencies over there. I think they've had to reschedule Oda Ward again. I think it's going to be in June now. Cool, sick poster they have. If you haven't checked it out, it's on their Twitter account. It's a really cool looking poster. But they did have one big match that we can talk about. They had the Sendai show, which Sendai is usually a death pit, but this case, not so much, right? Donna Del Mondo team of Micah and of I see you have Micah here. Think you mean the Goddess match?
No. This was from Sendai.
My bad. I'm looking at the notes backwards. So you have the DDM team of
Why
Micah
would you
and
do
Sherry
that?
Listen, it's been a long morning. But the DDM match team of Micah and Sherry versus the QQ team of Kamatani and Utami, Aphrodite as they go by, had a time draw. So I didn't actually watch this match. I think this was one of the ones that I skipped because we had so much wrestling to watch at one point. So I don't know if you have any thoughts over this, but I definitely didn't see this one.
Oh, I just thought it built really well. They're really playing into the Shuri Utami feud that's developing. It's clearly going to be a big title match that they want to highlight. Could Shuri defeat Utami? They're really getting me to buy into it, and I love it. And I love this is a good use of a time draw where you want to build up Micah and Saya kind of into their own feud as well. it kind of plays into what we're seeing develop in the Cinderella tournament as well. So that it ends up paying off in the end of just how everything's kind of coming together, as well as I believe Utami and Saya are going to be challenging for the tag titles at some point, correct?
Yes. I mean, I don't know if we both kind of seen the spoilers. I don't know if you want to get into some of that, but they are, I believe, the next challengers up.
Yeah, so there's so ALK, that is Shuri and the Guria with their totally not LCO like team.
No kidding, right? They're definitely not channeling shit kicker LCO.
No, not at all. But things, with things the way they stand, we'll see the second round of the Cinderella play out. They'll start releasing that basically after this podcast is released. We'll see a couple more of the tag title defenses, namely against the MK sisters, which I've heard good things about. And then they kind of go into Aphrodite. So we're seeing ALK be this big high end drawing tag team, which I'm really enjoying. Are you feeling the same way?
I definitely am. They're being LCO right down to the shit kicker gear and the complicated name that has to have an abbreviation.
Yes, of course.
Name that's not in Japanese. The name is not in Japanese, kind of like LCOs, and that's it. They abbreviate it. I love it. It's really good. They also had another match on that same card, building into the Cosmic Angels, Mina, Tam, and Unagi versus the My Himepoi, Himeka, Maika, and My Girl, Natsupoi. So this was supposed to be sort of like a lead into their title match, because I believe this show is supposed to have the title match originally. But they switched things around, so they still kept the match, but just didn't have the belts on the line, if I remember correctly. Dude, you've seen the Twitter interactions of DDM?
Oh, it's great.
Dude.
Natsupoi is they're all pretending to be different members of Cosmic Angels. So of course, like Gulia makes fun of Tam. Natsupoi makes fun of Mina and her boobs, so she's shaking her boobs all the time. They even did it in their singles match, which, by the way, I thought was a very solid match. Mina has improved so much since coming into Stardom.
I was gonna mention that singles match because she does it the singles match in the entrance. Mina does it to her, and then after the match, Natsupoi asks Ano, or sort of the announcer guy, to announce her again after the match, to which he does, and she does the Mina pose, and then bows out. It was fucking awesome.
Yeah.
I loved it. Natsupoi's been killing it right now. She's kind of got the Tam thing going on with her, where she's sort of developing stories outside onto the Twitter. That's kind of spilling onto Twitter. She's doing such a good job elevating the person, because I feel like her doing this with Mina has sort of elevated Mina in a way. Unagi also is officially signed to Stardom now.
Yeah, good for her.
That's cool. I wonder how long till Mina does, because Mina seems to be kind of still doing her own thing, especially because she has her own YouTube channel and stuff going on with that. I wonder if she is going to, and maybe they're just still working things out. But this tag match was really, really good. Shocker. My Himepoi is a good team. They're like a unit team, right?
Yeah,
I think
right.
there's only one other team that I think that has that sort of like 3-piece unit where they have combination moves, and that's Utami, Momo, and Azumi. I think those are the only two unit-based trios teams that have sort of ways to play off of each other. As Cosmic Angels, you can tell they kind of are trying to develop some of that, but Unagi still needs a little bit of work, so you can tell she's kind of not as integrated into most of it, and most of this team has been Tam, which has been kind of a story focal point as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I guess we'll move on to the really good tag team match.
All right, Kay.
Right?
This is a great opportunity for me to pour a martini, because we're going to get into some awesome women's wrestling to talk about. So I'm pouring myself a martini. You go into this Goddess of Stardom title match here as I get my drink.
Okay, awesome. All right, cool. So the Goddess of Stardom title match between the Guria, the Julia, and Shuri, Team LCO 2.0, versus a personal favorite team of mine, and Momo and Azumi, or Momoaz. Dude, this match was fantastic. A lot of big 50-50 work. The Azumi spots. Azumi was the workhorse of the match. I believe Azumi and Shuri had this huge amount of time in the match, both of them. Azumi is definitely, you can just tell how she's able to play off of every person she's in the ring with. Sort of played off of the Julia brawling style and the Shuri's technical and striking style, and Azumi is just phenomenal. But I think the big thing that I liked is the Momo and Julia stuff. They kind of been building on Twitter, with Julia calling Momo fat, Momo saying that she's, she can go after her weight but talk in the ring, sort of deal. And not the first time someone's brought up Momo's weight. Hazuki did the same thing leading to their white belt match. So they kind of made a bit of a small story out of this. But they kicked the crap out of each other. They had these sort of spots where they were back and forth forearmings and back and forth moves. And there was this one really cool spot where Julia's just talking shit to her and smacking her. And Momo just yells, "Come on then, fuck you," right? And then Julia smacks her one good time, and then Momo comes up and smacks her back. And just, it's so good. This is kind of the Momo I want to see more of. The intense sort of killer strike Momo, the pissed off, I'm going to break you in pieces Momo. I feel like they're sort of telling a story now with Momo, where she seems to come in and out of this sort of stuff, but it's based on who she's in the ring with. I definitely feel like that people have checked out and think that Momo's been given up on, but I see stuff like this, and I feel like that they're definitely telling a more long-term story with Momo, kind of like they did with Tam. But the match itself was fan-fucking-tastic. I guess LCO 2.0 wins. Julia and Sherry retain. I wasn't really shocked with the finish. It was the first defense. I think these two are a great team together. Their gear looks cool. Julia's got the shades. It's kind of cool how she makes the entrances too. And she comes down to the ring. She kind of lifts her shades down and looks at the crowd. You get a few women in the crowd kind of immediately put their phone up, and she pays extra attention to them, kind of like Utami's been doing. So you could definitely tell that Julia and Utami are the sort of people that the women are attracting to, and so they're sort of playing into a bit of that. But definitely a good tag match.
All right, I'm back, you fool. Did that take too long?
Just a tad. I was running out of things to say. I mentioned Julia's cool entrance with the shades, and they're looking at the female fans as they pull their phones out.
Oh, yeah. Julia put quite an... Look, this was probably the closest example to a modern version of those 90s All Japan women's matches that we watch.
Yeah, I had mentioned that Azumi played well off of both Julia and Sherry. Super well. Like, she played off the brawling that Julia has, and Azumi's ability to adapt is really good. And of course, the Momo stuff.
Yeah, this was great in exemplifying just kind of just how in shape all these women are in Stardom, and the just high cardio levels that they're all at. It's so incredible to watch. Momo and Azumi splitting the match 50-50, isolating Julia, told a great in-ring story, really keeping Shuri out of it because she's just a shit kicker, which is awesome. It's kind of like like, who would be the Etsuko Mita in this match with Julia and Shuri? It would have to be Shuri, right?
And maybe. It's kind of weird because they have so different styles.
I know, it's really hard to it's hard to comp, but you know what I'm getting at.
I mean, I call them LCO 2.0 throughout this entire talk. So I want to float something by you, because I was talking about this while you were making your drink over there.
It's very good. I stirred it, didn't shake it this time. Trying something new. Doesn't taste that much. Doesn't taste that much different, but you did
the anti-bond. You stirred it, not shaken.
I stirred it. It would a little quicker to make, and it's not as watered down when I stir it, I must say.
Okay, so I was saying that I feel like there's this long-term story going on with Momo, where she seems to get these moments of back to the intensity. It depends on who she's in the ring with, but then there's times where she checks out, right? And I feel like the people that have kind of given up on Momo need to pay attention to the small things, because I think they're definitely building something up with her in the background. She is not the focus at the moment, so they're doing these small things make sense, because they did the same thing with Tam.
Momo reminds me of Akira Hokuto in 91, late 90, 91. That's what she struck me as how they're telling her story. Kind of similar.
Yeah, because when Julia was in there and sort of pushing the intensity of it, and same with Sherry, but then you go and you fast forward to another match, or just her recent Twitter posts about the 3 days they had where she feels unstimulated given the matches she was in. Most of them were like just facing Ruaka and stuff like that. She feels unstimulated. And I think that's the story. Like that just hit me when I was talking about that in that tweet this morning from her. So, that's definitely a story I think they're telling with her. Also, Azumi is a workhorse in the match. So,
All right. The rest of Stardom hasn't gone up on VOD yet. We'll definitely get there. There's lots of good stuff to talk about. If you are afraid of spoilers, then skip ahead like a minute, or just look at the timestamp for TJPW at this point. But I do want to mention that holy shit! Spoiler. Koguma's back.
Spoiler. Yeah, so it's funny because a friend of the podcast, Niagara Driver, he had mentioned that he thought she was coming back because they did this similar thing.
Don't you
that they did with
discount me
Saki.
from that conversation.
He
We
mentioned
both
it
said,
first.
nuh-uh.
He totally called it first.
I could find the timestamps. We both thought that Koguma was going to be the one to come back if it was anybody from that Battle Royal.
You say that, but I saw him posting about it on Twitter well beforehand because
He can vouch for me. He can vouch for me. We had a big
I think
conversation about Koguma months and months ago.
I think he'll be nice and placate your ego here, but I definitely saw him talking about it on Twitter the minute.
Suck.
The minute you posted pictures of her and Koguma out to eat. They did the same thing with Saki and Arisa, and then both of them came back. So she's coming back, but both him, myself, and I think even you to an extent had a little bit of doubt when she came back because she was out of shape. She had like sweats on. Like she was just kind of there for a spot and not really there to come back.
Well, here's the thing. You look at photos
felt that
online, and you can see the battle. If you do the 1-to-1 comparison of the Battle Royal and her comeback pictures here, she's still in a t-shirt, but you can already tell that she's lost quite a bit of weight already. So she is.
Look at her arms. Her arms are
yeah.
pretty noticeably small, or a little bit noticeably like less flab on them.
Yeah, she's getting way in shape, and the further she gets in the ring shape, I am pretty optimistic and excited to what she has to bring, especially with these early signs that she's taking this very seriously.
Yeah, so my only concern is how long is she gonna last? Because I already saw Arisa come back and then leave, right? And it seems like Saki's
That's
fingers
injury
crossed.
related.
Fingers crossed, hopefully not a similar path, because Saki's been taking a lot of time off for various ailments and injuries, even going back as last year, and I think even a little bit the year prior. So it's definitely got me a little concerned, because I like Saki. I think I'm not the big JPQ, Saki Kashima flag waver over here, but I do think she's a very important roster member, sort of plug and play, can work well with everybody, and they don't have a whole lot of those people at her level on the card.
Yeah. Oh, and do want to mention that we will be covering the Hanakamura show, memorial show, and hopefully we can get JPQ on for that particular episode.
Yeah, that's gonna be a very emotional thing. I know. I got the box of tissues ready for it.
And Jungle Kyona's gonna be on the show, so that's very, very nice to see.
She's gonna make an appearance. And
yeah, she's not wrestling. She's gonna be out until probably November of this year at the earliest, I would feel.
Right. I feel like we'll see one more Stardom person show up. I think they'll probably have somebody not on the card for that show.
Yeah, maybe. Let's see. Yeah, and then some tag matches. So good on Koguma. Let's I feel like I gotta play Rika's music. Yes?
Sure.
Okay.
抱きしめたい Say hello, say goodbye
Yes Wonderland, May 4th. Do you have any pre-thoughts over That's JPW?
That it's been fun. I think they've now done a first month's worth or 10 episodes, and they did like a poll for people to vote. I don't remember the results of the poll, but they've got more of them to come, so I'm excited for that at least. They're fun. They're like nice little fun, sort of watch it a little bit, good English promos. They're always fun to see them try to do English things and say funny things. Aki still needs to work on his commentary. That's all I'll see. He still needs to work on that.
Alrighty. So Yes Wonderland happened. Okay. Run us through the card and some loose thoughts. I thought it was a very strong show from TJPW. They're on a roll lately, that's for sure.
Yeah, sure. Run down the card. I definitely have a few thoughts.
Go for it.
Oh, I thought you said
No, you.
Card. Me.
Yes.
Well, I mean, you don't have the card, the notes, so I gotta pull it up now.
All right, fine, I'll do it. Bakuretsu sisters with Hyper Misao defeat Marika, Now, and Raku. 10 minutes. It was fine. It's an opener. I skipped the Haruna Neko Palm defeating My Hero and Mocha. Got no time for that. Endo and Maki Ito. It's like Team Idol here against Miyu Watanabe and Yuki Arai. Kay, I asked this question.
Sure.
What did you think of Yuki Arai's debut, feuding with Maki Ito, and what elements of her game do you think she needs to improve on the most to see the quickest improvement? I asked this to Robbie of the Crash Rabbit podcast as well. Definitely go check out his podcast. He has a very nice Yes Wonderland review and a lot of listener questions. Go check that podcast out. What did you think over Yuki Arai? And answer my questions.
So I thought she did pretty well for her first time. I mean, clearly they kind of kept her minimum what she was doing because you could tell she's still like learning and training. A nice axe kick though, by the way. You could tell she spent a lot of time working on that. But biggest thing, her fucking cardio. She was gassed like 5 to 10 minutes, like not even 10 minutes. Like halfway through the match, she was like dead. She couldn't move almost.
Yeah, maybe 13 minutes was a little asking a little lot coming into this.
Yeah, but I mean, outside of her cardio, I could definitely see like an upward trajectory for her, especially if she ends up sort of retiring or I guess graduating from the idol group and going into wrestling. She definitely seems to enjoy wrestling a lot, so I can see that happening. Her cardio is the biggest weakness, I think, for her right off the bat.
All right. Yuka Sakazaki defeats Mizuki and Shoko in the three-way to become the new #1 contender. You and a lot of other people were convinced it was Mizuki. I was not convinced because Yuka good and Yuka great. And the Magical Girl pulled out. I thought this match was good. I think it was missing just a few things to become great. But when you put the three out of the 4 best people in TJPW in a three-way, it's going to be quite engaging. Maybe a few more minutes would have reached that next element, but I really liked it. It was good stuff.
Yeah, no, the match itself was good. You're gonna see a theme with some of this. The match itself was good, and Yuka is a good wrestler. I mean, that's not a question, right? Yuka is probably the 1A, 1B on the roster. Just when we get to the main event, it's just I've seen that match even recently in recent time. Much of it's gonna be a good match. I just can't muster the excitement, especially because the story is already concluded between the two. Which I'll get more into on that. But I was convinced it was Mizuki. I thought they were going to finally give her a crowning moment at some point here. But then again, they just don't. And it just leaves me frustrated and asking, so do you see her as a single star or a tag star? Because you had her win the Princess Cup 2 times in a row, the only person to do that. And I was okay with her losing to Yuka. If you're gonna crown her, you need to do it at some point because she's losing momentum. On her only momentum is when she's tagging with Yuka. Is she a tag wrestler or a singles wrestler? I feel like they need to make up their mind on that for me.
I see what you're saying.
Because she's
I
their most popular
disagree.
wrestler. She's their most popular wrestler merch-wise. Like, bar none. So it's not like she's not a star. They signed her, for fuck's sake, finally, right? So what are you gonna do with her? Because,
I think there's a lot
know.
planned for Mizuki, and they're not. Just right now is not her time. So I think it's as simple as that. And if you want to kayfabe it up, Yuka beats her again. What a shame. Yuka's better. Magi Rabi is all about the Yuka.
I guess you can do that, but it's just I don't know, man. I don't know. I feel frustrated for it because it's like, especially given the main event, it's like at some point
I'm
you can't
not
wait for
as
so
doom
long.
as gloom as you are, but we'll get into our 2 opinions.
Yeah.
So let's pump the brakes here. Let's calm down. Let's
pump the brakes.
All right. International Princess title, Yuki Kamifuku loses to an up girl, Hikari Noa, the deathmatch tri-queen. I thought it was a good match. I like heel Yuki Kamiyu. I like her heel shtick with the chairs, the weak chair shots where she just dumps it. It's funny.
It was great.
I do like the move. I was a little hesitant on Hikari. I think she still has a little seasoning to do. And if they were going to do this move just from kind of a booking aspect, I thought maybe feeding her to Miyu Yamashita just not too long ago. Maybe they could have found a different sacrifice to the skull kick for Hikari Noah, especially if they're they had the plan to put the title on her this soon. But look, if you want to kayfabe it up, Hikari Noah has this opportunity, and she took advantage and won. What are your thoughts?
So I'm of two opinions. One, I'm very happy Hikari won, right? But like you, I agree. It doesn't feel like she had gotten built to this point, right? Which before they had built to the challengers doing it. We saw Kamiyu's progression, and we saw her win, right? I didn't get that with Hikari, and it kind of feels like, and this is kind of like peeling back the curtain a little bit. So Seina is gone, her tag partner. Or her tag partner before that was Natsupoi. Then Matsupoi is gone. So it feels like they wanted to pair her in a tag team and make her tag team champion at some point. But now they've just given up on the idea and they've gone forward.
She's a cursed partner.
I guess. But I feel like the plan was to give her the tag belts and then build to the international belt. But I think they just said, fuck it, go to stage 2. And I think we set to see why. That kind of makes sense when you look at how she's been booked. And then her winning the belt here.
Yeah,
kind of what I think.
It's not the worst thing in the world. I don't mind the title change. It's fine. I just thought Kamiyu was doing a good job, and that was kind of the theme of the show. Is it seems like there was still some juice to the two singles title reigns, and they just made the made the change maybe a little too early. I think that's the consensus there with us.
Yeah. It just. I mean, it goes even for like the tag titles last show. Like, why'd you take off the Bakaratsu sisters? I feel like they still had stuff they could have done. We're actually doing really good. It just felt like it was unnecessary. I'll get into my thoughts when we get to the main event on why I think this is happening.
Bigun defeats B-Star as expected. Look, Mei Saruga, she's really good. They built the entire match, isolating Saki-sama away from her. And Mirai and Suzume knocked it out of the park. It was an 18.5-minute match. I got no complaints over this one. Kind of expected it, and it was way better than I thought it was going to be.
It was good. It was good. Mei Saruga's she's carrying this team. I'll just say that. Saki-sama does nothing for me because she's so bland in a company full of like bright characters.
I don't see her as bland.
It's because she's playing off of Mei Saruga, so she's able to add something to her. I think it showed more when she had the Hyper Masao thing, where it was like Masao's character was just the same thing. And just boring.
Mirai and Suzume are primed for good things. I could totally see them running this match back in a couple months, or 3 or 4 or 6, depending on how long they want to have Bigun have the titles, and Mirai and Suzume are that team to take the titles off them.
Yeah, that makes the most sense to me. I just hope it's sooner than later.
Yeah. In our main event, the pop title, Rika Tatsumi, probably TJPW Wrestler of the Year so far, going for V3 here, and after, let's see, she won this title in January, and basically 5 months. Yeah, 5 months. 4 months. More like 4 months. 4 months later, Miyu Yamashita, the ace, is back on top. 15 minutes. All right, Kay. Let me get my small thoughts in, and then you can have your little rant that you want to go on, which I don't not understand where you're coming from. I must make that clear, okay?
I get you. Go ahead.
So, again, the consensus is there was definitely more to the Rika reign that they could have got out of. No doubt. A lot of TJPW fans also feel the same way. The ace is back on top. The match itself, I thought was really good. I think the sequence that they went for at the end in that last minute was a great idea. It's just a real shame that the moves didn't connect the way they intended, nor did they look the best. And that kind of left the finish just a tad. It left it a tad flat because the execution it just wasn't as crisp as we wanted, nor did it like hit. When the ref finally counted 3, it didn't hit the same because they messed up that last minute. But besides that, there was some awesome moves in this. The big highlight to me was Rika Tatsumi going for the diamond ass off the top rope and Miyu catching her in midair feet never hit the mat into a German suplex. That was incredible. I was super impressed. That was the highlight of the match to me. And I have the match as a number 4 TJPW match of the year coming out of this. Now, do you feel the same about the match itself? And then where do you feel about the, I guess, direction TJP is going to? We're heading towards Cyber Fight with Yamashita versus Yuka, Ace versus Workhorse.
So the match itself was fine. It had its moments, and especially in the back half of it. But like the most of the match was just Miyu just kicking the shit out of Rika.
It was definitely pretty one-sided.
Yeah, it was like, I'd say Rika had like 30% of the match.
Yeah, I think that's a fair percentage to put on it.
And I think combine that with Miyu beating her and the story going in being, oh, Rika's never beaten Miyu, it feels like Rika was done dirty. And I feel like she was done dirty for Cyber Fight. That's what this is all about to me. So I want to get my first thoughts off Miyu being champion before I get to the Cyber Fight rant. So Miyu being champion is good on paper as to show off good matches. But for a company like TJPW, whose primary focus is not in-ring, it's the stories, right? The stories and the characters. It made absolutely fuck all sense to put the belt on Miyu right now. Miyu's story with the belt was 2 years ago when she had the tear through the entire, like she beat so many people, had the belt for almost 500 days. I saw the reign, the start of the reign and the end of the reign. By the end of that reign, I was relieved that they finally took the belt off of her because I was just kind of tired of seeing her at top. It felt stale. It got to the point where it felt stale, right? It's like, okay, good matches, but that's it, right? Good matches, but what now, right? And them to go back to her felt like they're just going back to the safe bet. And then combine that with them putting the belts back on Bishiki-gun, right? It just feels like this company's gone backwards a little bit in terms of their booking. They were going forward with this fresh new momentum, right? I was praising them for that constantly. I think we both have been praising them for everything feeling so fresh and different and just mixing it up in such a different way that it feels like it's exciting to watch, right? Rika's run, she had 2 defenses. 2. And it's like, she's tied for the least defenses, I think. It's just like, I don't get why you ended this run so prematurely. Like, the only thing I would have understood if you did it with Mizuki, right? You're just crowning Mizuki. I would have understood that, but she would have beaten Miyu, so she would have gotten that big story of hers closed, right? Her one big story would have been done. She would have finally conquered the mountain that she couldn't beat because now she's on top. Even if you run this back and she beats her again, it feels lesser because it feels better when she's on top with the belt and then finally beats the person she couldn't beat, right? It feels more like something, right? She's finally ascended herself. Whereas she beats her for the belt now. It's like, okay, cool. Like, it's a bit late. It feels a little like an afterthought, right? Then you go to the match with Yuka. So it's going to be a great match, right? They've had good matches all the time. We saw this match last year in January. That was the Yuka Miyu, like, Yuka's never beaten Miyu story.
Yeah, a year and a half
Yuka
ago.
beat Miyu finally. Yeah, Yuka beat Miyu, right? Story book closed. Your chapter is done. Unless you open something new, but it doesn't seem like they're even doing that. It just seems like this match, this title reign, is all in the sake for fucking Cyber Fight. Which, if they didn't have confidence to have the belt on Rika, then why the fuck did you put the belt on Rika? That just frustrates me. Like, it feels like it's short-sighted on their end. They're just building for this one big super show that, honestly, you could have had Miyu and Yuka on without the belt, and it would have been fine. Didn't need to have the belt on the line for that match to draw people, because those two of themselves are just draws together. You could have had the title match and then that match. And I think that would have placated better than the title match and then the other stuff that they have on the show. It frustrates me to no end to see them go back to short-sightedness. And I wonder if this was Koda's decision or if this was fucking Cyber Agent decision. It doesn't feel like his booking move. That's my frustrations. I'm not excited for Cyber Fight. I'm not excited for the match. I'm not even excited for TJPW right now. I'm a bit low on it, given the current circumstances. I'm hoping they can change my mind, but as of right now, they're like the one out of the 3 Joshi promotions I'm the least excited for them. It's a shame, because they were doing so well.
I'm sorry you feel that way. I am the complete opposite.
I know you are.
Yeah. Is it? Do I have the floor now?
Go ahead.
Okay. So I've looked at this in 3 different ways. Again, I do understand your frustration. I'm not discounting it one bit. Okay? I want to make that clear.
All right.
Okay. So I've looked at this in 3 different ways. The kayfabe way, the story way, and the cyber fight way. Okay? I think it's a dangerous path for people to get, and I'm warning you as well, it's a dangerous path to start blaming the host company for booking decisions, i.e. Bushiroad with Stardom. You see that narrative a lot. Like, it's Bushiroad holding Momo
no,
back.
I get that. I get that. That's not what I'm not trying to make it in that. It just I'm trying to say from a booking perspective, it doesn't feel like a move he would make, and that's why I make that conclusion because I don't know who else would make that call for him.
So, the cyber fight move, I think, is very warranted because clearly the idea here, from a business perspective, is who are your 2 biggest stars of the promotion? Without question, that's Miyu and Yuka from the in-ring standpoint. Maybe you can throw Mizuki and Maki Ito in there, but they're not putting Maki Ito in a big-time title match at Cyber Fight when competing on the same level as the men. They want TJPW to be presented as equals to the men that their matches can nail it out of the park, and their most confidence is in Miyu and Yuka. So from the business point, I go, yes, that absolutely makes sense. I think I would have probably done the same move as well, because they are presenting and advertising all 3 singles title matches from DDT, Noah, and TJPW the same. And there's no doubt in my mind, Yuka and Miyu are going to put in a much better performance than fucking the Great Muta and Marufuji. As much as I love Marufuji, Muta's broken and Marufuji could go down at any second with how much his body's been mummified over the last few years. If he's healthy, then hey, maybe I'm not confident that match will be any good. From the in-ring kayfabe story element is, I like the story that Rika, she's never beaten Miyu. She called her ass out. Miyu has kind of been waiting in the background, slowly developing her own stories and her own development and developing new moves. Rika ate her words because she wanted to prove herself and she paid for it. So from the skill standpoint of pure kayfabe, that Miyu got better and Rika, as she also got better, but she's not Miyu's level. And Miyu kicked the shit out of her. She beat her. I thought it was a good comeback for Rika. She did get some near falls in there, but Miyu, the ace, back on top. And I never discount the ace being back on top. It's been 18 months since Miyu lost that title originally. That's a long time for your arguably top person in the promotion to be without the title. Then the other kind of promotion storytelling, I do agree with you with the Bishiki-gun. That's kind of they brought me back with the Mesaruga, bringing in different elements. But yes, that story has been played out, as we've seen, multiple times. It always goes back to that. I can't argue with that one at all. I feel the same way. The story with TJPW over this last year has been this roster's improvement has just been great. And crowning Rika gave them the opportunity for Rika to have title matches that were compelling and showcasing new talent of their rise and their level up. Maki Ito, Miyu Watanabe, case in point 1 and 2, V1, V2, respectively. And the way I looked at it was Rika beat Yuka coming off of that incredible reign that she had, and it was unexpected. With what Rika's been able to accomplish in this first half of 2021, I think cemented her as a main event player in TJPW, and that was absolutely necessary because it was getting thin at the top. This reign with Rika, I think, absolutely got her to where she needed to be. And now I like this decision with Miyu the Ace on top because there's still another element that they can play off of where Rika still has one more hurdle to cross before she can truly call herself a top player. And last, we can't forget Miyu's also gotten better. The roster may have gotten better, but Miyu has as well. So Miyu as the ace, as who knows what they could do? Could Yuka beat her at Cyberfight? I doubt it, but it's always a possibility. Could they want to make Mizuki an even bigger star by beating Yamashita? Because to me, there's no question that Yamashita is a bigger star than Rika Tatsumi. So if Mizuki beats her, that's an even bigger title win, and then they still have a Rika Mizuki match that they could play in the future, and maybe draw more money. So there's a lot of elements that I really like coming out of this, but I do understand where you're coming from, Kay. Do you understand where I'm coming from?
No, I get exactly where you're coming from. No, I get it. Like, I'm not discarding what you just like you had said. I'm not discarding what you had said. I think we're both approaching it at different intervals. Well, it's kind of what we get out of TJPWs.
Sure.
It kind of shows that, because I'm big story, and the freshness of the roster, especially with a company who had been for so long. Because I've been watching since July, June 2018. So I saw this company doldrums. And so seeing the sort of freshness and change-up, seeing the freshness and the change-up has made me very excited for a company who had kind of just been like a palate cleanser company for me, and not really something I'd ever gotten super excited for, usually. My big issues, I think, going back to the booking it randomly, the posters, right? Posters for Cyberfight had Rika plastered all over them. So I get the feel, this is why I get the feeling that the change was made last minute and it wasn't Koda's call. Because the posters that had the champions on them have had Rika at them for a while now. When they had the press conference, Rika was there as champion.
She was the current champion. I think that was just advertising and...
Right, but it just, I don't know. It feels like if you don't have confidence in Rika to pull out a good match, and she has pulled out good matches, without question, right? Why the hell did you even put the belt on her?
Well, I mean,
that's where I come from.
Said that, so...
Right, it's like if you think Miyu's gonna have a better match and you don't believe in Rika, then what does that do? One, for her confidence, if that's indeed the case. But two, why the hell did you even put the belt on her then? It's frustrating. I'm definitely not as excited for them. And going into Cyberfight, I mean, the match is gonna be good, but I don't really care. I'm not as invested in it, I guess.
I'm excited for Cyberfight and what they're bringing, and what's gonna be interesting to me is what Yuka and Rika's title matches have brought over the last 18 months has been at a higher level than what we've seen out of Miyu and Yuka in the past. So that's going to be interesting, is you got your top two players. They are on a big stage. They're going to have to deliver. So that's really interesting to me just from that aspect of the card. So, okay.
Yeah, sure. I think we got our thoughts out on it.
We got our thoughts out. We're coming from different places, but match was good. We're both in agreement with that.
Match was good. Bit too one-sided, but match was good.
Yeah, the one-sidedness was strange to me, but different stories, different elements. Ice Ribbon. Let's see here. Got a lot of Ice Ribbon to talk about. We might have to streamline some things.
Play the aces draw. Got play aces draw.
Every time.
Listen, it's the year of Suka. You play Suka's draw.
All right. Okay, we're somehow still on pace, better than the previous episode. Somehow.
I think you freak out too much over the time. I think we're good. I think we're awesome.
Well, I mean, we're never on like a time constraint. I just kind of like not being here forever kind of situation.
Oh, that's fair. I got you.
But Ice Ribbon, fuck man, Golden Week, they ran 3 shows, a peace party. They're gearing up for 3 more defenses from Tsukasa Fujimoto. Let's see. Defense 1 is against Mochi Miyagi. Okay, get my Mochi title match.
Oh, yeah, it already happened. I know the results for it.
Don't spoil it. Don't spoil it. That's happening.
I won't.
Mochi's not winning that match.
At least you're aware.
And then I don't know if it's the same day or the next day. Suka's defending against Totoro of all people. That's kind of strange,
Oh,
but
it's the week after. It's the week
oh,
after.
Shit, whatever. And then the trifecta, Tae Honma coming in for a good match. She's coming in clean up, trying to get Suka when she's at her weakest. I don't think we'll see a title match change, but I think it was not too long ago. It was either, I think I was mentioning now that Takase doesn't have the Actress Girls title, that I think we should have a Tsukasa kind of a Takase filler defense. And instead we got Tae Honma. I'll fucking take it.
Hey, call Tae Honma. You want a good match? Call Tae Honma.
All right. Over under 98% chance Tae Honma loses.
Oh, I think it's 100% chance. 98? No. It's 100. She's not beating Suka, and she's definitely not beating Suka right now.
That's 3 more defenses for Tsukasa in her 7th reign, but we have confidence in Tsukasa. This reign is just incredible. So Golden Week, how do we want to approach this? Because the cards were mostly fun house show elements with a couple good matches on each show. Is that agreed?
That is very much agreed. I think we'll have some thoughts over the Itsuki Aoki Juku title match.
There is that one. I have more to say over the Madeline Tekla match for the Austrian underground title.
But before we get there, we gotta talk about Tekla's other title that she has won over the weekend, or over that week. Tekla wins the Triangle title. She beats Ibuki Hoshi and Matsuya Uno for the belt in the very first show of Golden Week. I like this match. I don't know if you feel the same, but I quite like this match. Uno does announce that she's retiring, so I guess it makes sense you take the belt off of her. I'm of the mind that they knew she was retiring months ago, and so that's why they gave her the title reign to begin with.
That's very possible.
No. Yeah. I mean, they knew Tequila Saya was retiring 2 years before she had, because she had told them. So it's not like, I don't think it's come out of nowhere for them, especially because Uno probably had been doing these classes and taking these courses for this for a while now. So they probably knew. And she's also a bit up there in age and started wrestling late in life. That makes sense why she wouldn't want to make it a career out of it, really.
Yeah, she's going into the fitness background, and she's in phenomenal shape. It seems to happen so often with the ice ribbon wrestlers, where just when they have a lot of momentum behind them, they're looking great, the ring game is stepped up, and then it happened with Saya. Julia left and got way better. We know where she's at now, the Guria. Uno, we're like, fuck, she's looking great. Her shoulders, her let's get some new gear. Let's start pushing her a little bit. I know she's 37, older side, but she doesn't have the wear and tear like a lot of people. She's she's still a fresh talent, and fuck, she's gone. Next month.
We should stop complimenting wrestlers. That's what you're telling me.
Yeah, we just got to start saying, man, they got to really just step it up. These screwballs over here. Ibuki Hoshi, come on, surpass good old mom over there. What are you doing? Need to see more out of you. And then just never and then just always keep asking for more. Just never compliment.
There you go. Well, I think a lot of it, the reason why they put their best work in later on is because they know their end date, so they just fucking try extra more.
God damn it.
They're trying to put the last of their being, the last of their wrestling essence into that last bit. That's my at least kayfabe on it, except for Julia. Julia's tail end there was pretty rocky anyway, so she kind of left on a cold note anyways. So she was
prime for main event. There's no doubt.
Oh, they definitely cooled on her though after that Maya match.
Yeah. Yeah, Tekla's looked great recently. She's really good.
She's like, it should say a lot that she went from wrestling a very different style to she's now transformed her entire style, and she knows another fucking language. She's speaking in Japanese.
Yeah, she's learning a lot of Japanese. That's huge props. I'm sure Yappy and her have been teaching German and Japanese language classes. I'm sure that's kind of their side projects. It sure seems like it. Huge props to Tekla. She's absolutely earned everything that she's put in to date. Good for her. Definitely a nice presence there. Good trios match, or 3-way, I should say, not trios match. New top Gaijin. She continues to impress.
I just love what she's doing. She's so multifaceted too. You can have her in a goof comedy match, And you can have her be serious when it kill you stuff. So just the fact that she can flip that switch is very much necessary in a company like Ice Ribbon where you mix the goof with the hardcore.
And she's in great shape too.
Oh yeah, those fucking abs, brah. I wish I had abs like that.
Dude, the abs and the shoulders on Tekla. Holy shit. I'm jealous.
I think Ice Ribbon's the shoulders. Ice Ribbon, the shoulders company. Because I think we say that about everyone's shoulders. We said about Uno's shoulders.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, fuck.
It's the shoulders. It's the shoulders company.
Look, I'm not gonna pretend I'm in great shape by any means, but I stay in somewhat okay, like 33-year-old man shape. My shoulders are easily the weakest part of me. I'm gonna have to like message Yappy. Hey, what's their secret? My shoulders are weak AF.
What's Sakushi's secret in particular? Oh, she just bottles all her evil into her shoulders.
Oh, well, I mean, yeah, you got to get those forearms up. Which, by the way, got my Ice Ribbon package. I got my Ice Ribbon towel, my Ice Ribbon mask. I got Ribbon, who my cat is very curious about. It's quite... My cat's found a friend in Ribbon.
Oh, that's adorable. So you finally joined me on the buying Ice Ribbon merch bandwagon. It's good to have you. Good to have you on.
Well, it's been waiting. I was waiting for the nice thing, and look, you got a nice, fun little plushie. I'm in. Sold.
Yeah, I got a Ribbon as well. Dude, I get so much merch from them. It's ridiculous. Like, I had to get extra shipping on my orders because I get so much.
Oh boy. All right, let's just pound through the rest because, let's see. My notes are Mochi Totoro go to a 20-minute draw against Teihonma and Fujimoto. Awesome. A good use of the tag. Fujimoto basically did a 20-minute draw handicap match.
He did. Sugasa Fujimoto, shocker. Once again, proving why she's better than your favorite wrestler.
God damn, this woman is just full crazy mode on this run. Look, credit where it's due. Totoro had her place in this match. She definitely delivered. I was very surprised.
Totoro, like I keep saying, I see Totoro's improvements slowly but surely. She's getting better. She's not going to be a world beater.
No,
she's not going to be a main event wrestler. But she has gotten to the point where I was like, I've noticed the improvement. So it's good on her.
Story element here plays out. Cherry and Maya Yukihi defeat Akane Fujita and Risa Sera. Which, by the way, speaking of posters, the Ice Ribbon posters, awesome. The Risa Sera produce show that she's running with, not the hardcore one, but the one with the full baseball element to it. That one's awesome.
Actually, a correction on that, because I thought it was also a produce show. It's not a produce show. So you know how they usually have the Water Park Uno show? Like the Uno show. Is that the
Ueno show?
Ueno? Yes. So the Ueno show this year is going to be different, it seems. It's going to be a baseball collab with, I think, a baseball team or two. Like, they're definitely doing something with baseball. A collaboration.
Oh my god! Is it gonna be a Joshi baseball game?
Dude, sign me the fuck up. You gotta have Sakushi at shortstop. You just got to.
Oh, we went into a big thing in Discord of the Ice Ribbon roster. What positions on the baseball field would they all play? We had a fun, goofy conversation there. I still think Sakushi would probably be best in center field with her speed, but I understand the shortstop aspect.
She's short, so shortstop. I like that. I like the joke. You put her in shortstop, and you make her frustrated that she's short and she's in shortstop, so she's angry and plays harder.
Well, no, it's her agility and speed and everything. You want a player like that at shortstop. Come on, man.
You're thinking way too much meta. I'm over here like the fucking goof, like the personalities. You tell Sakushi she's in shortstop because she's short. She gets angry and plays harder.
Which, by the way, fantasy baseball update in the Joshi League with the Joshi Pod and company. I'm still in first place. I'm still doing very well. I'm wrecking house. Just throwing that out there. You know, Eric's got to pick up his game. His pitching is abysmal. He hasn't been making good pitching moves. Shame on him. He should hit up Risa Sera for some advice over his fantasy baseball team. Anyways, double Swanton bombs. First from Cherry, of all things. I'm sorry, Snowton bombs.
That was so shocking.
And Maya pins Risa Sera, and that leads to both Maya and Akane wanting a shot at Sera. Leads to a contenders match between Maya and Akane on a Skip Shitty show. And I said Skip Shitty. Yeah, unfortunately, it's unwatchable. It's just nonstop lag. Very much a bummer, because there's a couple matches on there I wanted to see. But Akane beats her.
It's unfortunate that the stream was the way, but they made it free because they knew that it was going to have a potential of that. There was some parts that were watchable. It definitely had moments where it didn't skip a lot, but it was pretty hard to watch. But yeah, no, Akane beats her. That was what shocked me. Oh, Akane beat Maya. That's fucking rare.
It's rare,
Akane,
keeps it fresh. And Akane's been kind of gunning to beat Maya for a long time, so it's a bummer for such a big match and a big Akane singles victory that we can't really see it. So
yeah, I guess when it goes out on DVD, I'll buy it and I'll probably watch it then. I think so. I've got this interesting thought. So this is Akane's third shot at the Fantastic Ice Belt, right? Her third shot. I'm of two minds because I still feel like Suzu has to win this, right? Suzu's going for this. What if it's not, and they just have Akane win, and Suzu's actually just going for the back for the Infinity Belt?
I mean, that's interesting. What if her 7th match in her trial series is just against Risa Sera, and she beats her that way?
I mean, there's that too. I think everyone's got Rina Yamashita pinned for it, and I kind of feel much of the same, especially if they go her beating Risa route. I mean, there's no need to put the belt on Akane anyways, unless you just want to do that, and that's fine. I think Akane would work well in that role because she's much like Risa Sera. She's crazy and has a few screws loose.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind an Akane Fantastic run. I wouldn't mind it at all.
I wouldn't mind it either, especially because I don't think she's doing that whole evolution, whatever the fuck that All Japan's doing.
Yeah,
they've been so quiet on that, and even on All Japan, they've been mum on it too. I feel like that's pretty much dead in the water.
I wouldn't even worry about it. Out of sight, out of mind, as far as I'm concerned.
Right. I guess you're right on that.
Okay. Excuse me.
We talking about that Madeline Tekla match?
Oh yeah, let's talk about that underground women's title match. Tekla and Madeline. Madeline full MMA mode. Looks great, by the way.
And she's wearing her MMA gear that she wears when she fights. Like, her straight up that she wears in fighting. Even with her little sponsor on the back and everything. It's kind of funny. Madeline, so the story with Madeline lately has been, like I had mentioned at the top of the show with Misa Matsui, it's been this challenging for belts to try to get her first shot, her first belt, and kind of get confidence throughout it. And the story into this match was Tekla is a fighter. Like, Tekla's used to fighting, right? Madeline isn't a fighter, though. And that's why she points at her MMA record, and she's only ever won one fight. She's lost every other fight. I think she's like 1-6 or something, 1-4.
Right.
And that one fight was by technical. Like, she didn't actually win the fight. It was just the person couldn't continue for outside reason. So she's like, I'm not really a fighter. I try, I scrap and I claw, but I'm not really a fighter. This kind of goes into her small Diana story, if you can call it that, with her group that she's a part of with Ayaka Sato. Ayaka Sato tells her to be more vicious, and she can't be. But like, there's a story with her in this, and you sort of see the flashes of it as she gets frustrated, especially when Tekla cuts her freaking hair. Mind you, that actually was her hair. I thought it was like a extension thing.
No
she used to wear
shit.
extensions. Because she usually wears extensions. And then I looked at it, and her hair's been long all year. Okay, so it's not extensions. Whenever it's not long, she puts it up, right? So she did cut her fucking hair because Madeline talked on Twitter, she got a haircut now. So there you go. But yeah, she cut her actual fucking hair. I was like, oh. I mean, the crowd gasped when she did it. It was very much like a ooh moment. But it adds the intensity between the two. It was a great match. I fucking loved this. I think this is the best Madeline match I've ever seen so far from her. I really hope she wins a belt sometime soon, because she's too talented not to.
This match was incredibly engaging. I very much love this. It's shockingly interesting. Tekla cutting the hair brought in an element that we don't normally see just in wrestling in general. I was with you too, that I completely bought. Like, I thought it was her extensions as well, but I just bought into the story that she's cutting her hair for real, and now it's
so did I.
Her actual hair. It kind of plays into the whole Madeline be crazy, which she is. Now that brings up another element of, I think Madeline should have won this match, especially if she's getting her hair cut in the match. Or they need to.
No, I think the outcome was good. I think the outcome.
They need to play that. They need to play this
story
further into more storylines. They need to keep this Tekla Madeline feud going. They have to. I'm gonna be disappointed if they don't, because this match was great. Vastly exceeded my expectations. Tekla's been good. Her heel work is very welcome in this modern Joshi world, along with the Guria. And Madeline and her many personalities is also engaging. Big recommendations. Do I want to put this on my top 10 Ice Ribbon matches of the year? Let me look at this.
While you figure that out, I want to point out something interesting because I know we've discussed previous episodes on why Madeline, where is she not featured on the main Ice Ribbon cards for the most part? Because this wasn't the main Ice Ribbon card. This was the Peace Party Yokohama
I'm aware,
thing.
yeah.
So I ran across a very interesting tidbit of information that equates to Sari, of all people. So when Sari was in Diana, for years and years, they didn't book her in main story stuff. Whenever she would go outside, they would have kind of mini story things there, but they never played it anywhere. It never went anywhere. And in an old interview she did as she went to Seedling, she talked about how she was being stifled in Diana. And I looked into it. Diana, such an old school company, you are not allowed to take their wrestlers when you use them. You are not allowed to ape them and do your own stories with them that would affect their overall story in Diana, or overall status in Diana.
Oh, so because they're not pushed in Diana, you can't push them.
Push them yourself. Yep.
Fuck off.
Exactly my thoughts. It's like, oh, that explains Haruka. That also explains fucking Sari. That explains a lot of fucking things. Because Sari only started getting the big push when she won the Diana belt. Haruka only started getting a small push when she won the tag belts. And then she lost the push when she lost the tag belts. And now she's getting a small push in other companies when she wins the tag belts. Yeah, fuck Diana.
Jesus Christ. All right. I don't even want to talk about it anymore. Sakushi defends the Juku title against Itsuki Aoki, who won Peas League. Okay, this match sucked. Sakushi Haruka, she had to wrestle a fucking broom in this match. She worked so hard.
Oh, I think being a broom is generous. With the broom match, she at least could control what the broom was doing for the most part. So, Sakushi busted her ass in this match. You could tell she was determined to not let this be a bad match.
Oh, don't worry, it was still bad. I didn't think it was
I think it was a okay match.
Yeah,
and
I was like 2 stars out of 5, 1.75, 0-star recommendation. I did not enjoy this. It was 14 and a half minutes too. Ugh.
Sakushi was getting shoot frustrated. You could tell.
Oh, she was pulling Aoki's hair.
Barking commands. She was barking commands.
Aoki was always out of position. Sakushi was having to pull her hair to get into position to get into next spots. So Itsuki Aoki this is something I've noticed in her matches. If you've planned anything out, she can't keep up. She doesn't have the cardio that a lot of Joshi wrestlers, at least the high-end Joshi wrestlers, do. Because when she was in Peas League, she could keep up with those wrestlers, the rookies, the sophomores, which makes sense. She's being pushed beyond that, and she doesn't have not just the cardio that's required for these.
She doesn't have the skill.
She doesn't have the skill. She just can't keep up. She can't remember everything she needs to do. And she doesn't have the repertoire behind her to make anything transition smoothly. So this is when you get Sakushi kind of yanking on her shoulder, pulling her up back to her feet faster. It was just an example of this girl just simply isn't ready.
Oh, she's not good. She does not need to be in these matches. This is why I don't think she was planned for this. Because I think Ice Ribbon's well aware of her lack of ability. I still maintain this was supposed to be Mashiro's spot, but she got hurt.
Should have had Shingaki pin her then.
Well, Shingaki announced her freaking retirement thing,
Who
so
cares?
I think they were like, oh.
She's not winning the Juku title anyway, so who cares?
Well, it's probably good that they didn't because she got hurt the next show before this had happened. So she wouldn't have even... No, she can't
predict injury. I still think.
You're right. You can't predict injury, but I still think it was maybe a good idea that they didn't. In hindsight, But
you go with the
so-
runner-up in case of injury. That's sports rule 101.
Right, but I feel like this match would have been way worse if they had to do that, because then Itsuki Aoki would have had no spots to potentially memorize, at least somewhat.
Ah,
Because she can't improvise. She can't even pay attention to spots. She definitely couldn't improvise. She is an awful wrestler, even for her skill level and number of No, she's been wrestling for 3 years. 3. There's other wrestlers that have been wrestling for 3 years that have far more ability than her and get pushed less.
yeah, I
It's no
agree.
excuse.
I don't
It's no
understand.
excuse. There's no excuse.
Yeah, we keep talking about it. We don't understand the push she's getting, and the only conclusion we can think of is
Somebody likes her. One of the old guard really is high on her, and that's it. That's the only explanation I go with, because you said the freelancer thing, but there's tons of other freelancers you could potentially elevate to that level.
She's one true freelancer where she's not held down by any promotion.
I
She's
mean,
in
I
that
get
kind
that.
of Hiroyo Matsumoto role.
Oh god, but Hiroyo is way better.
Hiroyo is better.
Hiroyo is better.
But look
For
how
his
long.
experience,
But
Hiroyo
then
was
look how
better.
long it took Hiroyo to get any sort of singles push in the scene. I don't know. It was a bad match.
Right,
I can't recommend it. Sakushi worked her ass off.
She was mad.
It still
You could tell
didn't.
she was mad.
She was
You could
frustrated.
tell she was mad after. You could see it on her face. She tried to calm down with like the post match promo stuff.
At
but you could
least
tell
that's
she
how
was,
it came across.
Oh, I think she was shoot angry. You could just because I think
Shoot
you could tell
angry.
between. I think you can
Shoot
sort of tell
angry.
what.
That's really funny.
I think you.
She about to stab a bitch.
Oh, I think she got close. I
You
think
think
she really thought about
Sakushi
it.
took her by the collar, threw her up with those massive shoulders, and said, "You fuck up like that again, I'm stealing your lunch money next week."
I'm not saying she probably thought about it during the match, but she probably thought about, I'm gonna break this bitch's arm.
Oh,
you
God.
fucking get in this spot now.
That's more fun than
What
the
are you
match. Is speculation. Sakushi backstage with a posse in the back going, "Yo."
I mean, I say you could tell she's heated because you could tell before she had the mic in her hand, she had to calm herself down because she was
Yeah.
getting mad. Because Itsuki Aoki is like, again, she was barking orders. She was grabbing her hair, and you could tell she was talking to her. They try to hide some of that in Joshi, right? When they do that, they don't make it obvious, right? Sakushi didn't care. Get in the spot. What are you
Get in
doing?
the
Get up.
spot.
Do this.
All right.
Like, what are you doing? It's so bad.
All right, so the next day over Golden Week, a lot of if you're into Ice Ribbon like we are, we watch the whole card. Takeaway matches, no, probably not. There,
Because I assume you. That's it.
well, yeah, Jun Kasai Suzu. We'll get to that in a second. Where I'm going with is the Ham and Ibuki are challenging for the tag titles. God damn it.
Mom and daughter, listen, I'm okay with this. Ibuki Hoshi needs all the opportunities. I'm a big proponent of the Hoshi, the Hoshi daughter, and her skills in the ring, and I hope she sticks with wrestling and doesn't go off to college and leave us with in a Ibuki Hoshi-less world.
I don't want that. Anyways, I'm sure the match will be fine. I guess I'm never
Oh.
all that excited for the mother-daughter tag team. It's always a super rough match. I have yet to see a has there been one? I think there's been one.
There's at least been one I could
I think there's
of.
been one at least. I could confidently say there's been at least one match that I enjoy. Anyways, Jun Kasai Suzu, not the best hardcore match to date. They were kind of stuck by the venue rules, and they this was kind of the whole the hardcore match I was looking forward to the most, and it was fine. It was fine.
Yeah, like you said, they were very much hampered by the venue they were in. I think so. To kind of step outside of the match for a second, and just overall the hardcore stuff Suzu's been doing. So there have been a contingent of Japanese fans. I don't think a lot of them watch Ice Ribbon regularly, because Ice Ribbon hasn't always been the hardcore promotion. I think that's been a recent thing in the past 2-ish years, right? So they haven't had like this level of death matches. They've had hardcore matches, not death matches with blood and shit, right?
I found an actual definition for the Ice Ribbon death match without the like light tube and blood elements to it. The resusceriness.
Yeah.
It's called Ribbon rules.
Yeah, okay. I think would you get that from the book?
Yeah, I got it from the book.
So there's
I love how quick you got the source.
It's because it's almost like I have the book and been kind of lightly skimming through it a little bit. I think So there's been Japanese fans, I think most of which aren't like regular Ice Ribbon watchers
Probably
that
not.
might have just come across it because from what I gather, the Ice Ribbon fans are all for Suzu getting this sort of story about her.
Mm-hmm.
But there's been enough of an uproar about it that Suzu had to make a statement, right? She had to say something. I mean, I guess you shouldn't have to, but she felt the need to. And there was a Shoe Pro article that came out relatively recently with her. And she says, and I quote, "I want to go to my wedding in a wedding dress with blood."
Oh, I saw this interview too. She wants to have scars on the back exposed.
And
Yeah.
she has a scar on her back and blood on her face as she goes down the aisle. And then there's an actual quote from her mom. Her mom's like, apparently her mom was like, "Fuck yeah, you're awesome." I'm like, I love this. Fuck you if you don't like this. Suzu's awesome. Suzu's nutso. It's okay to be nutso. Her mom's nutso. It runs in the family, it seems.
I love it. I love it. It's so
It's
good.
It's good. I think that alone was a little bit better. That quote alone was probably better than the match, which is unfortunate. But I think I expected this when I was told that Radiant Hall doesn't allow glass bleeding, which I guess they kind of broke that rule. But you can't have excessive bleeding. I think might be the line there. They can't have glass. They can't have table spots. Right? They can't have like big table spots. Multiple different tables breaking. I think you can maybe do one. Like, there's a whole other rules already in Hall. I kind of wonder why they kind of did it here, but I guess at the venue booked, kind of have to at some point. I feel like they're kind of trying to bang these matches out going into Yokohama because that's in a couple months.
Yeah, Yokohama. I wonder what stories we're gonna get heading into it. It's tough to tell. We can kind of when they're announced, we go, okay, that'll make sense. That's good booking. But as for us, kind of with the foresight, it's up in the air, and that creates an exciting environment. The same thing's going on with Stardom, where you get to the final elements of the Cinderella tournament, you go and you can constantly keep saying, I don't know who's gonna win, but whoever does, you go, yeah, cool, I'm ready for it.
There's enough stories, like story threads, like I keep pushing for the Sakushi one, but even if they don't go for the Sakushi one, I'm not gonna be upset because there's so many different story threads they're going for that all of them make sense story-wise. Even if my love for Sakushi Redemption is put on the back burner, Suzu winning the belt back makes sense. Maya winning doesn't make sense. I think that's the only one I'd be upset with because she had that giant run that only ended like not even a year ago now.
Maybe it's too soon. Maybe Maya can get a Fantastice run in there in between, or she gets another run at the tag titles.
Yeah, which I think they know Maya had that 2-year run that it has had. Again, that match was in August. It hasn't even been a full calendar year.
Yeah.
So if you go back to that, might be a little
early. Might be a little early.
I don't think Tsukasa is ever going to do that. I think she realizes that that's a bad move. I mean, look how long she kept the belt off of herself. Fuck's sake. I mean, come on. So I think it's either going to be Suzu or Sakushi they're going to win the belt next. It's one of those two.
I think those are your top two. Yeah. What about a Risa Sarah gold watch run?
They won't do that. They don't do that Ice Ribbon.
You think the Fantastice belt is her thing?
Just like the tag belt was Saya's. They don't do that with the main belt. They'll do that with the secondary belts, maybe. Especially if they could pull a story through it with it.
Just asking the question.
What do you think they are, Noah?
Yeah. Well, Risa Sarah's retiring. Maybe a final run is in the cards, where that's what she wants. It's a decent story to tell, but
they don't typically do that, which is good. I like the companies don't do that. I don't think
I don't think I'd be opposed to it.
I wouldn't be super opposed to it, but I definitely wouldn't. That wouldn't be what the choice I would want.
I think at the least that would be a very good final match for Risa Sarah. Like a big drawing card match, Tsukasa versus Risa Sarah title match. Sarah's going for a final run, and maybe she doesn't win. That'd be good.
I'm glad the company doesn't do things like that because I feel like it keeps the retirement and some of the stories like that away from the belt. Makes the belt its own thing on a pedestal.
Not saying she has to win.
No, I know what you're saying, but I feel like what they usually do with wrestlers when they retire is they pass the torch. So they focus on that story and not the Gold Watch run, which, again, I don't like Gold Watch runs in companies anyways. It just feels like, oh, you were here for X amount of years. Here, have a title belt. Okay, cool. So the belt's useless.
Yeah, I
for
don't.
them,
No,
I
no,
think.
no. I'm not comparing this to a fucking participation award like WWE constantly does. I don't like that. I don't agree with that. But Risa Sarah,
that's
what I'm
what
saying with
Gold
Risa
Watch runs to
Sarah
me are.
is you can at least tell a short story where she, let's say, just hypothetically, because it's fun and probably our last conversation before we get into the retro. Risa Sarah loses the Fantastic Ice belt to Akane. Well, I think a good kind of midpoint story this summer would be her just getting a title match against Tsukasa. I think that would be a nice kind of vacuum, one match, one show, kind of last hurrah. And if you want to do the Gold Watch, you totally could. And then Risa Sarah can pass the torch on to Suzu. She gets another run. Not opposed to that. Or Tsukasa beats her, and then that can go into any other story you want, and maybe Risa Sarah can go from there. And like, there's a lot of different directions you can go to draw money from a business perspective.
Sure, but I don't think I'm glad they don't ever go that route. I don't want. I could see the challenge, but I definitely don't want.
I mean, it's just an
Sarah
idea.
run.
It's just an idea.
Right,
I want to
right.
like, if it never happens, no problem. Got no problem with it.
Right, but she's definitely passing something down to good old Suzu there, the prodigy.
Oh,
and
sure.
I think that's the story they're going to focus on. Even if she loses the Fantastic Ice belt, Risa Sarah is going to challenge her to like some kind of hardcore death match, and then she'll pass on She'll pass on like maybe her double knee spot. Or she'll pass on one of her moves to Suzu. That's per tradition for Ice Ribbon.
Yeah, I don't doubt
I
it.
think that's the better story because it means more. It means she did her time, and now it's the next generation's turn. And I like how Ice Ribbon does that all the time.
All right. I think that does it. Let's get into retro. All right, it is time to get into the retro section of this podcast. My energy is up. I am here. Kay, we're talking All Japan Women now.
Yeah, good shit, as always.
Fuck, this is even better. We've come off Russell Marine Piad, the last like 2 episodes, and now we have entered 1991, finally.
Yeah, another big year of change in the company, too, as we're going to see in this one.
Yeah, and just to kind of catch anybody up or refresh the memory, Russell Marine Piad 2 had the big Bull Nakano, Aja Kong kind of blow-off feud, so to say. And it's kind of
Big
getting
cage match.
Yeah, in the cage match, and it's kicking into the next gear of a sort of split faction warfare now. The singles match is done for the time being, but now it's kind of tag action. And then throughout the rest of the card, you're seeing a lot of other wrestlers start developing their own programs. Namely, as we'll get into this show, Akira Hokuto fucking starts off 1991 with a bang.
Yeah, we see her, and Manami Toyota also starting to get herself going, too. So you sort of see the future finally coming up after, them not having that, almost the entirety of 1990, really.
Yeah, we continue to speak on, once the Crush Gals were out, this company was in dire straits and needing of stars other than Bull Nakano. And it took, look, when you really look at the grand picture of it all, it only took them about 18 months to really kick everything into action for what we're seeing now. And it's interesting. I was going through old Wrestling Observers, because Meltzer's really the only kind of wrestling journalist out there that I'm aware of that even covered AJW in English of the era.
As in the West, definitely, yeah.
Yeah. So I'm going through all of his. I found some interesting things on LLPW, which, by the way, gotta plug the Patreon. I am starting the LLPW journey way earlier than expected.
Hey, you're so excited you decided to jump the gun.
Yeah. Starcade is getting a little to me lately, but I've decided instead of putting out 2 Starcade episodes a month, I'm gonna do 1 Starcade and 1 LLPW, and then once Starcade's over, then maybe I'll do 2 LLPW episodes a month, or I'll come up with another project of something I've wanted to do for a while. Obviously, it depends on how much time I have and how things roll out, but I'm very excited for LLPW. But anyways, the point is, I've seen a huge uptick in the Observer coverage of AJW, where he's now covering it regularly since about Wrestle Marine Pied 2, November last year, in 1990, that is.
Yeah, it's like, so, speaking of doing a little bit of research, I'm kind of going through my own little bit of research at the moment on different promotions, but it's still coming across a bit of the AJW stuff, going through my old notes and whatnot. And I found something interesting that I don't remember if I included in my episode on AJW or not, but when the Crush Gals left, between the period the Crush Gals left and the period that they changed the rule, and they got closer and closer to that ticking, that time that Bull was going to probably leave, and that they looked at the fact that Aja would have been leaving in a year or two, they panicked, apparently. The Matsunagas, or just management in general in AJW, was in a panic because they had just built this.
Right.
Now they're like, oh, and then in maybe a couple of years, we're not going to have this. Combine that with JWP kind of coming up and get this sort of like fire, press the button situation where they're just freaking out and trying to figure out how they're going to fix this, and they decided to change the rule. Just don't have the rule no more.
Off the top of your head, do you remember the year and around the month that they dropped the rule? Was it late 92?
I feel like it was either late 91 or mid 92. I don't know if it was late 92. Yeah, I do know it was within 91, 92.
I haven't been able to confirm myself. But it's that, yeah.
I've seen several dates. I don't know if there's a concrete one, because I don't know if they publicly stated they got rid of the rule. It's always kind of speculated when they did.
I mean, you can kind of tell if you just line up when... you know what? We could probably just line up when Bull Nakano turns 26 and do the math from there.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine they probably changed it a little bit before that moment, but it definitely was, I believe the sort of thing that I saw, that I had written down, was in reference to a sort of interview done where with somebody who was within the company, actually, who had left the company, was part of management, who said that they just kind of one day looked at their roster, their ages and the birth dates and everything. They just kind of go through the roster, the sort of records they have on the roster, and realized, oh no, we just built this, and in a couple of years we're going to lose it again.
Yeah, we just built it.
Drag your feet.
We just built it. Our recruits are lower than ever.
Oh yeah, that's also. They looked at the recruits like, oh, we have nobody, and then they looked at their dojo, and apparently their dojo was producing nobody.
Yeah, right.
So we'll see in the years to come. Some of the people that come out of the dojo are less than the quality that we have become to know from AJW. Not all of them, but there's more duds at this point than there are solid wrestlers.
Not to mention JWP, LLPW, and the incoming Gaia in 95. Not that they knew that was happening, but there was finally competition out there, so they had to make a decision. Well, 1991 is incredibly exciting how it starts off. And we noticed a few things that heading into Wrestle Marine Pied 2 back in November of 1990, coming out of that show, it truly felt like the next generation was here. Everything on that show felt fresh. The feuds were hot. The matches were also new and fresh. We were really past that lull period of mid-'89 to mid-1990. That was a very dire feeling period where it's just everyone's too young, and all the stars were gone, and the people that they tried pushing just simply didn't work out, namely Hota, Suzuka Minami, Mika Takahashi, I believe that was... No, who am I thinking of?
No, they're thinking of Hota's tag partner, the one that was not very good.
Yeah, and she retired in mid 1990. And there was a couple other names in there, but that's kind of the point. We enter 1991. We're covering the January 4th and January 11th 91 shows of the Classics, which is episode 44. I believe let's see, the January 4th show took place at Korakuen, but the January 11th show took place in Kanagawa, Japan. And Kay, thanks to our YouTube guru, Evito, he actually had a good chunk of the matches in full on the YouTube page. So I ended up watching all these matches in full.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to get around to that. I've been so swamped with my own stuff going on. But he did have the full matches because we got more of an abbreviated version of some of these matches on the Classics.
Yeah, and I was really, really happy to see he had some of the trios matches on there. And man, these are the kind of matches, excuse me, these are the kind of matches I've been dying to see more of on the Classics, especially in kind of the 1986 era of AJW. One of my favorite years, by far, is that 86 to kind of early 88 period of AJW. It's just a lot of those peak 80s stars were there before these 90s children took over.
I'd say 86 and 94 and 95 are probably my favorite years of AJW.
Ooh, 94, 95. Okay. So let's not waste any more time here because we got a lot to go through. Hota defeats Bat Yoshinaga in 5 minutes. It was a very clean pin by Hota via the top rope backdrop. You remember they ran kind of an... Excuse me. Computer, disconnect phone.
It seems like your computer wanted to get all the conversation here about Hota.
It sure did. So Hota and Bat Yoshinaga kind of ran a little scuffle angle a couple months back, and this is kind of the payoff to that. And basically, the match was nothing. It was just that top rope backdrop. Hota wins. This helps set up a cage match that occurred on January 23rd against Bull Nakano for the 3WA title later the month. There's only a fan cam of it. It's not very good. I kind of watched it. It's very grainy, not at all great. It's a house show match. They were just trying to build up a house show, basically.
Right. So I want to point something out because you mentioned a cage match, and we'll see another cage match, I think, in the not too distant future. Very different sort of during this period, AJW takes a very different pivot towards like cage matches and more spectacle matches. End up alienating a lot of their fan base doing that.
I could see that.
And there were genuinely fans who did not like the cage match and thought it was, I guess what we'd use for is too gimmicky, but they used like a different word for it. Like it was just too. You didn't see that in Japan at the time, really. Like it wasn't like a thing that you normally saw, and it was just seen as unnecessary, not what wrestling is, sort of deal.
Sure.
So I just wanted to point that out because we're going to see a lot more of that. I think they eventually stopped doing that until like the 2000s. They just go back full hog and all that bullshit. But it's definitely interesting sort of how much they alienated some of that fan base doing some of these cage matches that we look back on in hindsight. At least the Bull and Aja ones as being really good. At least the second one was.
Yeah, maybe they just overdid it, and that's kind of burned them out. But anyways,
there was genuinely a very not visceral, but a very much a not happy or very negative reaction to the announcement of the first cage match.
I guess you could kind of compare that to the gimmick matches we're seeing in modern New Japan in 2021.
And the Japanese fans' reactions,
right?
Well,
it just doesn't. It doesn't feel like it fits the promotion kind of feeling.
And the Japanese fans hate it. They just don't like it. They shit all over it. They think it's stupid. It's unbecoming of New Japan.
All right. Trios match here. No, eight person. No, trios match. Etsuko Mita, Mima Shimoda, and Toshio Yamada. Yes, it's LCO and Yamada. It's the gold trio team.
Yamada's part of LCO.
Oh, she is?
Yes.
Oh, look at that. Okay, I learned something
LCO
today.
is regarded as a trio, though it's more known as the tag, but it is regarded as a trio between those three.
I never knew that. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Look at that. They take on and defeat Mika Takahashi, Miori Kamiya, and Takako Inoue. Now, you might recognize only one of those names, like myself heading in. A 12-minute match. The special gear K is getting more special since Marine Piad, and very noticeable here. Mika, part of the Honey Wings with Kaoru Maeda, if you've forgotten, like probably all of us, she's gotten way better since the last time we kind of saw the Honey Wings in action. Mika Takahashi is someone to look out for. Miori Kamiya is a set striker, kind of like Yamada, but she adds a lot of flashy lucha libre type moves with her. And she, unfortunately, as I looked into her a little bit more, she leaves in after 92 and joins JD Star later. Interesting.
Yeah, so as you said, the presentation changes, right? I think the closest I've seen that we saw to a Cutie Suzuki clone, I think their first attempt at it was Takako, right?
Oh yeah, she's got kind of the exact same black gear with the frills on the shoulders and the ribbons. Oh yeah.
It looks very much like, oh hey, Cutie Suzuki, which at this point, Cutie Suzuki is starting to get really, really popular. Like she's not like an A+ celebrity in Japan, but she's definitely a B+ celebrity. She's seen as kind of a sex symbol after a while. Her and Ozaki become sort of entwined as one of those sort of like, yeah, this is what sexy ladies look like sort of deal. Kind of what we would think now of Yuzupan was in the 2000s.
Oh, okay. See that comparison there. Yeah, Takako Inoue and Mima Shimoda are the two wrestlers that are. I really got the feeling that AJW is trying to capitalize on their sex appeal specifically.
Oh yeah, we'll see it in a few years. Mainly at the Big Egg, we'll see the LCO becomes a very sexy tag team where they show a lot of leg, a lot of ass.
Oh, they're definitely showing some leg now.
Listen, LCO is a funny story. So Yamada's in it currently, right? But she's like only there briefly, and then Hokuto joins as a member. I believe that's later, like way later on, like in the Oz Academy era, I think of it, like the more like not sexy but break your teeth era. LCO goes through a few transformations.
Break your teeth era, I like that. We'll have to try to remember that. They go from
sexy to like I'm gonna break your teeth Oz Academy. It's so interesting how they change as a team.
Well, I thought Etsuko Mito was the best wrestler in this match. She is such a linchpin to set up Yamada and especially Shimoda to look good. I was very impressed.
Oh yeah, Mita's I want to say she sort of stagnates at a certain point, because I do remember Shimoda being considered the best part of the team, but I could be off. I've seen LCO, but I don't think I've seen enough LCO to kind of have my own gauge on that. But Yamada becomes very good on her own, as we'll see with the stuff with her and Manami later.
Yeah, I'm very excited. This was a good match to kind of get my bearings on just kind of how they're pushing LCO, where they see Yamada, how they're presenting Inoue, Takako that is, and then Mika Takahashi, Miori Kamiya. I'm really gonna see if we can't keep up with their matches on this, if they even get out of the undercard. I'm very curious if they get a chance, and I do have some future notes over one Mika Takahashi, so we'll get to her a little bit later.
So you want to let people know what LCO even stands for, because I don't think we've given them their full name.
Yes, we have.
I'm going to butcher the crap out of this.
Go for it again anyways, though.
Las Cachoras Orientals. It either translates, depending on how you want to translate it, to the Oriental Bitches or the Oriental Puppies. Those are the names of the team. So that should let you know what they're trying to go for with the team.
There you go. Kyoko Inoue versus Norio Tateno. Here we go.
Jobber Tateno.
God damn it. Okay, so she's incredibly motivated to start off January because she retires in March. A short 5-minute match. It's high on the card, and its sole purpose is to highlight Kyoko Inoue. It's also because she's part of the hottest program in the company currently, so she needs a big singles win to give her credibility to hang with the people at the top, namely Kong and Bison.
Yeah, we're seeing the push of Kyoko Inoue here too. The big push that she's starting to get.
Yeah, her improvement in the last 6 months, since mid 1990, it's been extremely noticeable, and they are really putting her. They have shotgunned her to the top very fast. So she needs that big singles win. In comes Tateno, the jumping bomb angel, kind of the last of the 80s generation. And then after her, it's Bull Nakano, and then you're kind of done with that early to mid 80s debuts. Basically, the pre-1986 class is kind of what I'm.
What about Hokuto? Wasn't Hokuto like the mid 80s, like the mid late 80s?
Wasn't she 85 with Hota?
Yeah, it's mid 80s.
Yeah, they're kind.
I'd say she's probably the only one that lasts, because Bull eventually leaves anyway.
What if I said early 80s then? Would that be better? Would you be willing to go along with this?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, that works.
All right, early 80s. The last of the early 80s is Tateno and Bull. They're it. So basically Tateno and Inoue here, Kyoko, they do a quick sprint style match of the Joshi rolls, as we call them, with Inoue just to highlight her speed and agility, and that's what she's gotten so good at in the last 6 months. There was nobody with credibility nor the ability to help highlight this other than Tateno. She's it on the roster. So roll-up victory for Inoue, and she does some lucha flips in celebration. Mission accomplished, I would say, and Tateno really just kind of she seemed pretty satisfied with the result and putting over the young gun.
Yeah, it's also very interesting because the last time we saw her, she had very low cut sort of gear going on, very kind of like accentuate her sexuality, and now she just goes right back to the bathing suit. So it seems to be like I think maybe she was trying to go off of her appeal with the hope that they would push her again, and then realized that wasn't going to happen, and just went back to because it seemed like sort of a brief period in which she was doing that.
Okay, so I've noticed something about Tateno. You ready?
Okay, of course. Your Tateno watch is on.
My Tateno watch. It's like my Yumi Ogura watch. So when Tateno is to be highlighted in a match, she wears that particular gear to show off her own sex appeal. When she doesn't want to be the shine of the match, she will wear the more conservative look to bring more of the shine to her opponent or opponents.
Okay, I'll take your word for it, because you do seem to be obsessed with these overachieving mid-carders.
Jungle Jack, team of Kong and Bison Kimura, taking on Manami Toyota and Suzuki Minami. Double Minami.
Yeah, double Minami, that's for sure.
Suzuki Minami not sporting the samurai ninja gear that she does with Hokuto. Meltzer gave this 3.5 stars. I have to go back a second. The LCO versus Takahashi Kami and Inoue match, Meltzer gave that 3 3/4 stars. So that kind of gives you an idea here. I thought this Jungle Jack double Minami match tag was pretty damn good. Jungle Jack just looked like total killers. They're wearing black and red striped gear. It looked pretty awesome. It was simple to the point. Kong, basically it was Kong showing off power. Kimura is totally using the overhand chop as a killer move, and I love it. I believe it accomplished what they were going for wholeheartedly.
Yeah, this was definitely more to showcase, like you said, Jungle Jack. They're starting to. Now, I can't remember if the split had already happened, and that's what leads into the hair match at the main event, right? Mm-hmm. Or if that's what, like, the split happened going into that.
I think the split happened going in.
Okay, because I do know that they split. God, what? I can't remember the name. It's not Goku and Toe. They split Goku and Toe, and that's why Inoue ends up joining up with Bull and all that.
Yeah, I think the Inoue Bull match was kind of the initiation to get into the group. If I remember what you said before.
That is exactly what it was. Yep.
Okay. The big match here on this card is 3WA title, Bull Nakano, champion, boss of the world, taking on Akira Hokuto, whom has kind of been on a losing streak lately. She lost a match prior and walked out on the Aja Kong tag match when she lost the tag titles to Jungle Jack. And here she is going for the 3WA title. Meltzer gave this match a full 5 stars. What'd you think, Kay?
I really liked it. You can definitely tell, like you had said, like the Hokuto's been on a losing streak, so you can kind of feel sort of her desperation throughout the match with sort of how the urgency when she tries to hit her moves and capitalize on them, and how she tries to always be one step ahead of Bull whenever she gets a chance. Like she's desperately trying to beat this, at this point, this wall that Bull Nakano has become, because I think at this point she's held the belt for almost a year, right? Or she's about to hold the belt for almost a year. She ends up having a pretty long reign.
This would be a full year to the date.
Yeah. So she's already held the belt for a year. So she's this wall. She's beaten a ton of people. Well, not a ton of people, but she's beaten Aja Kong. She's beaten kind of the people that matter at the moment. And so Hokuto is trying desperately to kind of get that mojo, get that groove back. And well, I mean, she clearly doesn't. But I like the post match though, where she's like, one more match, give me one more shot at it. Because she gets really close to beating Bull, I think, at certain points in the match.
I guess sort of, yeah. You were definitely definitely bought into the desperation roles and her desperation moves that she was doing. Like I loved the comparisons I've seen online in reviewing this match, even from non Joshi fans, just not familiar. Because when the Big Dave man gives a match 5 stars, there's people that go on kind of the 5-star watch journey and everything. And I was just curious what a lot of people thought. And there were 2 comparisons that were very common among a lot of the reviews, and I totally see it. Hokuto was Jushin Thunder Liger, where she's doing fucking frontward flips off the turnbuckle to the floor. She's hopping off the ropes. She's doing front missile drop kicks all around to each corner post to knock down Big Bull Nakano, whom was compared to fucking Brian Pillman, Steve Austin, among other things. It was really wild, the comparisons I was seeing.
I don't see those comparisons, but okay.
I do absolutely see the Hokuto Liger comparisons, because Liger was
I see those
very absolutely, because the move she was doing was very similar, the kind of crash and burn style. Bull Nakano, I kind of see from the power kind of movement train of thought. I do see
Brian
where
Pillman was a high flyer. Stone Cold was just a brawler.
Well, and what is Bull Nakano? She is absolutely a brawler, and Pillman was the high flyer, and Bull Nakano was high flying and doing a lot of brawling.
She was doing a lot of high flying. That's like, oh, Bull, listen, you are way too big to be doing some of these moves now.
She was going back to fucking 1980, 85, 84 with her mid rope kind of jumping kicks that she does. Okay.
Yeah,
Bull Nakano,
she was pulling back from that, yeah.
Bull Nakano jumped from the mid rope off the top to the outside onto Hokuto. I was like, what is happening in this match? It was so insane.
Oh, and she tried, when she was trying to balance herself, you could tell she was like, oh, I've gotten too big for this. You could just see the moment where she realizes that. Because she almost loses her balance and falls. It's like, hey, it's like, Bull, you're really pulling back at that rookie playbook. You don't have to do that, but okay.
Yeah, Hokuto hits the Northern Lights bomb that we had seen put away a few other opponents before this. Nakano kicks out. Nakano kicks out of the roll-ups, and then Nakano finally starts hitting all of her key moves on Hokuto across the match, and they just keep getting bigger and bigger. The guillotine leg drop from the top rope. Hokuto kicks out. The big kind of half Nelson with a leg folding backdrop. Hokuto kicks out a couple of those. She kicks out of the Fire Thunder Bomb that Nakano, we have seen her put away just about every opponent. Hokuto kicks out of that. And then finally, just after kind of enough damage has been done, she hits another one of those those folding half Nelson-legged suplexes and pins Hokuto. It's like a 25-minute match. It's excellent. I got no qualms with giving this a 5 stars. This is the best women's match outside of that August 22nd, 1985 show that I speak so highly of. This is probably I do really like the Norio Tateno, Chigusa Nagayo All Pacific title match. So this is at the very least a top 5 women's match at this point in time and up to 1991.
Of course,
I'm
you like a
confident.
Tateno match.
No, dude, I love that Tateno Nagayo match. That was really hard hitting. They went forever. Anyways, this match I think is better than all those. I'm putting this in the number one spot.
Yeah, I can see that. I mean, it's definitely not going to stay the number one spot, as I know at least, or you should also know as well going forward. But I will say that I like the post-match stuff very much, where Hokuto, thinking that she got really close at points, is like, hey, just give me one more shot. I give me one more shot. I know I can beat you next time. And Paul's like, no, bitch, I just beat you. Just kind of walks out as Hokuto does the bow, like just pretty much prostrating herself, asking for a rematch.
Yeah.
She's so desperate to get that mojo back, get that groove back, and Bull's like, no, I beat you fair and square. It doesn't matter how close you were, I still won, so fuck off.
I do have to note that Hokuto came out kind of in a samurai getup, and Nakano, Nakano busted out Grand Wizard again.
She's the Grand Wizard.
She is the Grand Wizard. Kay, where would you put this match? I know you've seen the couple hair matches from Nagayo and Dump. You've seen the Nagayo Devil Masami double knockout match. You've seen the Jaguar Linus Asuka match. Where would you put it? Where would you put this one among those? Because those are in my head the top ones in AJW history.
I'd want to put it at 3.
What would you put above it?
Just Jaguar and Linus, and then the hair match.
Which one? The first one or second one?
Oh, the first one. The first one's the best one.
The one where Nagayo loses.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
That one's the better of the two. Like, you remember that one, you don't remember the second one normally.
I wonder if people remember.
Not saying it's bad.
I feel like people remember the second one where Dump loses more, but I could be mistaken. But anyways, yeah, I do agree. I do agree though. The Dump one where she wins is the better one. So.
I mean, that's the reason why they played that in the Julia Tam thing. Like that's the one when people think hair versus hair match.
Yeah, because Nagayo loses.
The 80s. That's the one that comes to mind because it's the more memorable because of the reaction it got.
Yeah.
It's like the cage matches. You remember the second one. The first one's kind of, it's remembered, but it's not as fondly remembered. You remember the jump off the top rope leg drop off the top of the cage.
Yeah, that's probably one of the more memorable moments is the leg drop, but the match itself wasn't fantastic by any means.
Oh, no. But people remember that one. They don't always remember the first one.
Yeah, we watched we watched that first cage match, and that was awful with the Gato shit.
Yeah, we didn't know it was Gato. He was too jacked to be Gato. I still don't believe it.
All right, let's keep going here. Got a lot more to cover. So, I want to mention this missing to time January 5th Korakuen show. I tried so hard to find this thing. I asked all the sources that we have, Kay. On this show, there is a Kyoko Inoue Mika Takahashi match, and Meltzer gave it 4.5 stars, and I have to rescind. Meltzer gave that. People of his sources that went to the show gave it 4.5 stars. Okay?
All right.
It's a 30-minute draw. Mika Takahashi against Inoue. So where do you think that pegs Mika Takahashi on the totem pole now?
That's interesting because I don't think she goes very high. I think that she's like one of those brief flash in a pan kind of, we push this person, do we not? Because I don't remember her ever getting a big push. I could be completely off. Like, there's a big gap in my knowledge in certain points. So she could have gotten a push that I'm just not aware of or just haven't seen. But I don't think she gets a push. I think they maybe are kind of like the Hota's partner thing. In someone's name we keep blanking on because I guess she's just that relevant. It's just, I feel like there's like one of those, hey, can we push her too? And then they kind of rescind back on it.
Well, she's part of the Honey Wings with Kaoru. By the way, Kaoru, absent from these cards.
Right. Well, I think Kaoru ends up being the one that has the better career going forward, even though she's always kind of just a mid-carder throughout most of her career.
Yeah, we'll see more of her. I just feel it. But Mika Takahashi, she is absolutely in the midst of this kind of mini push. to see what she can do, and this was a big example of it. And then on this same card, it was Jungle Jack, I believe defending the titles, the 3WA tag titles, against Manami Toyota and Etsuko Mita. And according to Meltzer's sources, this was marked down as the best match fans had ever seen and was given 5 stars. This was the day after from the same people that watched Nakano Hokuto. This match is lost to time. I cannot believe it made tape. I do not believe it made tape, which is quite sad.
Yeah, we're gonna run into a lot of those, especially on this period of time. It's always a wonder why they didn't have enough tape backups, but I guess we see an overreaction of that in like the 2000s, where like every show a sort of DVD VHS, even if it doesn't.
Well, they're trying to make money.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's definitely a part of that, but it's almost like they kind of don't want people to forget that these shows happened because almost nobody came and saw them.
Yeah, no kidding. So that's really sad. If maybe one day it'll resurface, but that Jungle Jack Mita Toyota match, it sound like the way it was described
I want to watch,
in the Observer in '91. I was reading through it, and by the fan accounts, it was a mixture of all the speed, and Mita's got the technical ability to go with it, and the hard hitting around Cork and Hall that you'd expect from Jungle Jack. So maybe someday it'll resurface. It's definitely going to be on my radar. January 11th, 1991, we're in Kanagawa, Japan, the home of Shida.
And many other wrestlers.
No, just Shida.
Just Shida was born there.
Yeah.
Only one that matters.
That's the only one that matters. 3.5 stars from the Observer. It's Mayumi Yamamoto and Mika Takahashi versus and defeating the team of Mariko Yoshida and Takako Inoue. 7 minutes, 42 seconds. Okay. I had you watch this one because it was very interesting how the crowd reacted in particular to this match.
Yeah, so I think this is the first time, and I had to watch it twice because you mentioned that there was like catcalls and whistling, and I was like, I didn't hear it the first time. I had to put headphones in and turn the volume up to kind of hear some of it. Yeah, was it Takako got it, and God, who's the other one that got it? Because I'm blanking on it.
Okay, so Yoshida and Inoue have, the entrance coats on, right?
Yes.
And specifically when they take them off, you start hearing the woo and the cat calls, and there's like this woo connection with Yoshida's flash and flare to her moves. So the crowd's really connecting with Mariko Yoshida, and then from there, the match is pretty straightforward. Not as gung-ho as some of the top-end matches we'll see, but the highlights were Inoue gets loads of time in this match, and the finish being Mika winning with the fisherman suplex on Yoshida. So she is indeed being kind of a mini push here.
Her and Takako, because we see that Takako is, cutie Suzuki clone, and it's funny because she doesn't become the first or the last attempt that they make at a cutie Suzuki clone. That was like lightning in a bottle for JWP. I don't think even they expected her to be as big of a deal as she was. Right. She had a fucking video game made after her. Name a wrestler that had that.
And we played that video game on the latest Red Leaf Retrocast episode, the Retro Gaming.
You did.
For celebrities and athletes, so go check that out. The game is definitely filled with sex appeal.
No doubt. It's again, that's almost her selling point. She did a lot of photo shoots. Surprisingly, she didn't do any like the.
She was in B movies.
She didn't. She was. Those B movies ended up doing well because she was in them because she was really popular. Like, she wasn't Crush Gals popular. She wasn't even Beauty Pair popular, but she at the time was the only crossover, I think, star wrestler between the two companies. She was the only one that was getting any crossover with anything.
Yeah, right.
She did magazines. She did interviews on like a TV shows and shit. Like, she was popular.
Yeah. All right. 4 stars of this next match here in the Observer. Etsuko Mita, Suzuka Minami, Toshio Yamada. So kind of a, I don't know. Are you going to tell me Suzuka Minami is now in LCO?
No.
Okay, so it's Yamada and Mita, kind of LCO, with Suzuka Minami. They take on and defeat Mima Shimoda. She's on the opposite end of this one. Norio Tateno, I like this matchup, and Yumiko Hotta.
I don't like this matchup anymore.
8 minutes, 21 seconds. This match was awesome. And this is what I was talking about. This match was all about Tateno. And she had the low-cut gear on, really highlighting herself. She was in there with everybody. She was in there for, I think, like 6.5 of the 8.5 minutes of this match. There was just a little shine of Hotta and Yamada to trade kicks for a little bit, and Tateno would come back in. Shimoda would come in to she was mostly out of the match the entire time. They never really had her in the ring with any of her against her LCO teammates. So it was all Tateno doing the work. And she ends up, I believe, getting pinned by Suzuka Minami.
I just want to point out that you said, I really like this match. Tateno was in most of it.
Well, yeah. And it was given 4 stars, so other people agree with me.
There's a correlation there. I noticed that you tend to be like, oh yeah, Tateno was in like 70% of the match, therefore a good match.
Yes, because Tateno is a good wrestler, Kay.
I sense I'm biased here.
The Tateno-Mita tandem was really good, I must say.
Yeah, I feel like that, because I think I've seen that those two wrestle each other before, I want to say. I feel like either it was Mita or it was somebody, and I remember like, man, I wonder if they ever thought that they missed an opportunity putting those two together. I don't remember if it was Mita or who else, but I do remember having that sort of feeling when I went through a sort of 91 watch through of Jumping Bomb Angel matches, which led me to a few Tateno matches.
Good. Always support more Tateno.
Of course. You're overachieving mid-carders.
Yeah, look, she won the 3 WA tag titles once. She won the WWF tag titles, I think, twice.
It's kind of weird that they only won those tag belts once. You always feel like they won them more than that.
Nah, the Crush Gals had a death grip on those things.
Oh yeah, those belts belong to the Crush Gals. It was ridiculous.
All right. So yeah, good match, and I believe Tateno says goodbye to Kanagawa after the match because she's on her retirement road. She's getting too old for this industry, Kay. She's almost 26.
Oh no, those boobs are gonna start sagging soon.
Oh no. Oh, maybe that's why the gear was low. Oh, harsh jokes. All right, All Pacific title. Oh my God, we get an All Pacific title match. Aren't we excited?
Oh my God, finally. The belt that we never see ever.
Champion Manami Toyota, your girl. It's your turn.
My wife.
Taking on Akira Hokuto, another title shot for the not yet dangerous queen. The loser queen, more like it.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it could be because I have seen their epic 95 match, and I think a match that they have after that was like fucking spectacular. I feel like I didn't click with this one as much as I clicked with the other ones. I feel like it could be that bias in my brain. I'm like, oh, but you had a better match like in a couple years.
Well, this had a purpose to it. There was a big story behind this. So need to mention that the Bull Nakano Hokuto match, they both had their legs taped up. Hokuto, I believe, was her left leg. Bull Nakano's left leg was taped up. Now, in this match, Akira Hokuto, her right arm is encased in bandages. It's almost like a cast. It is from
it's comical.
Yeah, it is from her fingers to her shoulders with a big kind of belt over the elbow. It like I talked about my frustration with AEW and how all the dudes coming out of Blood and Guts, you know, they had a little band-aid on their head or whatever that I totally didn't see at first. And like the only injuries they actually showed were the real ones, aka Jericho and his arm. So no worked injuries there. Hokuto, we know she's probably fighting through real injuries, but they're making stories out of them. At least here with the arm, Manami Toyota fucking sees this bandaged arm and she just goes, well, fuck, that's a target. I'm taking this to town.
Yeah, she smells blood in the water and goes right after it. Like, no hesitation. Bell rings. Fuck you. I'm going after your arm.
Yeah, she's ripping at the bandages like a shark that smells blood. She's just taking this apart. She's almost tripping over the bandage she's trying to rip off. Hokuto's screaming. The crowd's into it. She does get it off. She's throwing in arm bars. Like, the entire match was focused on the blood in the water. And you want to do a comparison here? Miro, Darby Allin. Hey, Kay, let me ask you a question. Was Darby Allin's arm bandaged up in that match?
It did have tape on it, yes.
Interesting. Do you recall Miro attacking this arm ever in that match?
No, not even once.
That's very interesting. And how did Miro win that match?
A really terribly applied choke with his shoulders on the mat. The ref did not count at 3-4.
I see. And how did Toyota win this match with the wounded arm of Hokuto?
She tapped her, didn't she? She pulled the arm back and had her shoulders down.
Suzuka Minami had to throw the towel in because Hokuto would not tap.
Yeah. God, I blanked on that. I'm thinking of something else now. Yeah, because Suzuka Minami was at ringside. You kept seeing her off in the side of the camera with the towel, and the ref kept looking at her because she was waving the towel. Like, does she throw it? Does she not?
Yeah,
she
and
eventually throws it in.
Like the ref was asking Hokuto. Hokuto was agonizing in pain. Kay, if only there was somebody in that Darby Miro match that could have thrown in the towel for Darby because he was just too beaten and battered and injured. But it's a shame Darby doesn't have anybody of note in his corner, right?
No, because that guy would be interrupted by somebody.
Oh, right, yeah, okay. Would be interrupted by douchebags. Okay, great. You see my frustration with that show. Anyways.
No, I share similar frustration.
This was wrestling brilliance. Like, everything was executed to the purpose, and Hokuto frustrated again with yet her third straight title loss.
Yeah, I'm kind of mad at myself for getting it mixed up with another finish. Because I remember when we were watching it, I was like, hey, look at the side. Suzuka Minami's right there with the towel. I kept pointing that out because it's like they were not focusing on it with the camera, but they were kind of letting it. Like, she was definitely a presence on the ringside with the towel, and the ref would go and look at her, like, as she waves it around. Like, it was definitely a story of, like, kind of wanting to throw it in for a partner. And I think, and I feel like this might be something of a story maybe, but the minute she does that and the match is over, she comes in and she challenges Manami Toyota.
Yep, Suzuka Minami does indeed challenge Manami Toyota on behalf of the title that she gave up, and the fact her tag partner, fellow Marine Wolf, has just lost to the ruthless Manami Toyota. 4.5 stars. This was given. I entirely
Manami Toyota
agree.
Back on that arm pretty hard a few times.
Oh yeah, she did. It was quite something. Knowing Hokuto, I'm sure she was legit injured, and then they just played into it.
You could be right, you could be wrong. Fuck. I mean, when was she never not hurt?
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of the time frame that she was being known as, the Mummy, the Zombie, all kinds of different names. So, kind of embracing that at this point.
I feel like it's maybe a next year she gets that sort of moniker backstage. I don't think it's this early just yet, but I could definitely.
She's definitely covered almost head to toe.
It definitely starts coming up more when she's the Dangerous Queen. Backstage, yeah. It becomes just a well-known reference nickname for Mummy, Zombie. There's a few other names that I remember seeing that people called her backstage.
Yeah, I love this shit. It's so awesome. And then our main event, Hair versus Hair. It is Jungle Jack, Kong, and Bison taking on Bull and Kyoko Inoue. She needs an animal name to go with her.
Well, you could say Tiger, since Starlight Kid's mom's favorite wrestler was Kyoko Inoue.
All right, Tiger Inoue.
Tiger Inoue.
Kyoko Tiger.
Tiger Inoue sounds better.
Tiger Inoue. Yeah, there was a lot of weapon violence in this match, as is kind of expected.
Yeah, it's called Violence Style. I hear it's awesome, and some people might think it's unsafe. Those people would be wrong because it's awesome.
So let's see. Everyone had they were really into the scissors in this match. Everybody kind of got their attempt with the scissors.
Spot.
Yeah, every single person did. Inoue kind of played fourth fiddle, but at least she had a purpose. It was mostly Bull kind of in a handicap match here. That's the way I took it.
There was definitely Bull target, destroy the rookie, throw her to the side.
Yeah, let's see. Aja Kong's weapon of choice was the trash can.
Of course,
Bison,
classic.
Yeah, Bison Kimura's was, I think, a kendo stick, if I'm not mistaken.
No, she had that big ass bamboo cane.
Was it her that originally brought it in?
Yes, it was her. Because she grabbed it in and started whacking.
Fucking
Bull,
massive. It's like the 7-foot tall piece of bamboo.
It was huge. And there wasn't just one of them. We found there was 2 of them.
Yeah, and they go to javelin jousting with it. It's really funny. Bull Nakano, they do... we saw this before with the Jungle Jack Bull and Grizzly match, where there was, the double kendo stick spot. Now we got double bamboo spot. Did Bull then? No, Bull's nunchakus. So Kyoko, in a way, is the one that must have brought in the giant pole with the I don't know the exact weapon name, but it's a giant like black pole, and then a chunk of it will kind of come loose with a chain at the end, so it can wrap and whack.
Yeah, it's a nunchaku with long nunchaku poles. I believe what it is. I remember I looked it up what it was. I don't remember the technical term for it, but it's definitely a type variation of the nunchaku, and Inoue brings it in and tosses it to Bull.
I see. Okay, maybe that's what I was missing there. But yeah, it's exactly what you would expect. It's the sequel to the Grizzly Bull Jungle Jack match that we saw a few months ago, and now we're at stage 2. Now it's a hair versus hair match. New partner, because Kay, I can confirm, Grizzly Uemoto, she has retired.
Yeah.
And I don't believe it was from the age rule either.
No, I think she actually had like an injury.
Yeah, and she
she
just
comes
like
back,
that.
Though she doesn't stay retired. She does come back and ends up wrestling with Bull over in Mexico a lot.
Yes, she does follow her to CMLL, but yeah, she got injured. Bang, spot gone, just like that.
Yeah, because it wasn't even like a career-ending injury. I think she just kind of messed up her knee a little bit. She could have just spent time on the shelf and been back, but they were trying to push Kyoko, so they just put her with Bull. Her spot's lost just like that. I think because of that, she just retired.
Yeah.
I don't think her injury was enough to retire. I think her having her spot taken so quickly just demoralized her and said, well, fuck this company and leave.
Yeah, probably just quit. Stupid. That's a shame.
No, it is very, very dumb. Oh, I fucking love Grizzly. Like, it's okay. She's doing her dominatrix thing that I don't know if she's still doing now. But if she is, I might have to phone her up next time I'm in Japan.
Yeah, that actually might be worth the experience. That would be. It's like, all right, come on the podcast. All right, so I went to Japan, got my vaccinations. I am good to go. Let me tell you about my dominatrix experience with Grizzly Uemoto. Yes, there was a kendo stick involved. I had to.
There was 3 of them, and they all went right in my head. And I had a concussion for like 5 minutes, but boy, that's the best concussion I've ever had.
You spend the money on her, I will hit up Emi Tojo.
Oh no! I think she's retired from porn. So
come on! No, that's impossible. I won't believe it.
I think she's like in her 30s or 40s now. I think she's retired from it. I could be wrong. I haven't looked at enough of that to figure that part of it out. I try to stop at her porn career starting and her wrestling career ending.
All right, so yeah, the match. We got a little off track there. The match was violence. It was great. Bull Nakano and Kyoko Inoue do end up winning the match. They do a wacky kind of tandem where Kyoko bounces off of Bull into a crossbody and pins Bison, I believe. And Bull Nakano holds Aja Kong back. I could have this a little bit kind of mixed up, but the end result stands.
You're more or less right.
Yeah,
because Bison eats the pin, not Aja.
Yeah, and doesn't eat the pin off of like a Fire Thunder Drive or anything. Those moves were all broken up. Aja Kong's like mid-rope jackhammer, that was broken up. But it was mostly a weapons match. It was glorious violence, and there's the whole kind of images of Bison and Aja getting their hair cut. Bison's long hair, her long curly hair, beautiful. The crowd was very upset with Bison's hair getting cut. especially the women that are left in the crowd. And you realize as she's getting cut how beautiful Bison is, and you totally feel sympathy for her. And then meanwhile, Aja Kong, she's got the kind of the Mad Max blonde mohawk going, half-shaved head on one side. She's done in like a minute. It takes no time. In Aja Kong's face, her arms are crossed. She's got this pouty, angry face, and she's staring dead-eyed into the camera. It's really funny.
As I have dubbed it, as you can see on my Twitter now, it's Punished Kong.
Yeah, she's lost. She's upset. And this kind of starts I believe this is the big turning point for Aja Kong, where she goes on just a killer journey throughout 91, gunning for Bull Nakano as the end goal. And just another example of someone that loses a hair match in Joshi that ends up getting more over than the winner. Don't know how many times we have to tell the story, but it always ends up the same way.
Oh yeah, because it's like seen as like you could quit after that. You've lost the symbolism of losing your hair, your marketability, especially in modern Joshi. It's like the fact that you carried on past that gets you more over as a result. Unless your name is Anai Takahashi. That's the exception to the rule, because she never got over after doing it. Nobody remembers in Japan that she did this.
No, yeah, and it was it didn't draw very well. I mean, the match was really good. Don't get me wrong, I did like it.
The match was great. I remember praising it when I watched it.
Yeah, but it also doesn't help that there was no plan afterwards, and she got injured for a year shortly after that. So very much kind of a big botch of Seed Ring.
I mean, that's just the company's history, but I think it's also the fact that Seedling doesn't draw like people, your general fan base.
No.
And so, like, their fans remember, but it should speak a lot that when the Julia Tam stuff was happening, the last hair versus hair match that anyone remembered was Emi and Yoniyama.
Yeah, something
and that was and that drew less than, I think it drew a less number attendance wise than the Nanai Arisa Nakajima one.
Yeah, off the top of my head, I believe, let's see, the JWP Revolution match 2010, which we just covered on the Patreon. You can sign up, $1.50 tier.
Yeah.
Right then and there. I believe that drew 600, and the Arisa match drew 800, give or take.
Yeah, it's just kind of funny how that worked. It just shows you the scope of like how nothing Seedling is compared to most of the other companies in terms of its coverage. That a company in the dark doldrums that drew less people is more remembered.
Yeah, and bigger stars.
Each of them. Definitely. Like Emi and Yoniyama, even them were bigger than Nanai, and they're probably bigger. I mean, they're both bigger than Nanai now. Most people know who they are. They don't know who Nanai is.
Yeah.
Case in point, she shows up in Stardom. Who's this person? We know who Emi Sakura is. We know who Yoniyama is. We know who all these legends are. Who the fuck is... Who's this Nanai Takahashi?
Yeah. Well, anyways, I'm very excited for 1991 to continue here. They're off to a bang with a few Match of the Year candidates. I am super, super pumped. This is it's a lot of uncharted territory for me, at least from the chronological sense. I've seen a lot of scattered matches here or there, but nothing in the context. This is going to be so much fun now that we've kind of gotten out of that lull period that I keep referencing, and it's been so fun seeing the evolution of this company.
Yeah, I'm with you on that same sort of deal where it's like I've seen scattered matches, and there's definitely a period where I don't have any frame of reference, and I believe that's a lot of 92, 93, with the exception of like the Aja and Bull stuff, 92, 93, and that's kind of where my blank spot is, because like 94, 95 is where I started getting into stuff.
Yeah, I'm learning so much to see how long it took wrestlers to make it to the top, why they didn't go, the evolution of Aja Kong here, the reign of Bull Nakano, just how dominant it was, to the lack of just competition. I think that gets lost to time, at least from people's memories. There's a lot I'm learning here, and I'm very excited. How fast Minami Toyota was pushed once people were out. That was something I learned. I thought it didn't happen until years later. So the list goes on. This is super fun.
Right, and before we go, I want to point this out. The Seedling Show drew 802 people and was on TV.
Oh, cool.
people don't remember it.
All right, let's see here. Time to move on. Let me play the drop. There it is. Okay, so New Japan through the 90s. We're going to bust through this quick. I know we had a lot to talk about with All Japan Women, so I kind of made this a shorter segment than usual. And I watched these on my own. I got one All Japan Pro Wrestling match here and two New Japan matches still in 1995. So we're gaining ground here in New Japan. The All Japan Pro Wrestling match is June 9th, 1995. It is Akira Taue and Toshiaki Kawada, the Holy Demon Army, versus the new generation team of Kenta Kobashi and Mitsuharu Misawa. I believe we've seen this match before, and it was one of the greatest tag matches I've ever seen in my life. And this one was even better, Mr. K.
Yes.
It lasted well over 45 minutes. It was quite the journey. And the biggest takeaway I could have from this match is, and just to not overly repeat myself, it's King's Road. I think we know the formula by now with how their matches are structured. What separated this one was the constant dickheadedness between Misawa and Kawada throughout this match. So usually it's who a team will get heats. It's an extended period of time with slow comebacks, yada yada yada. What happened was it was kind of 50-50 for a good chunk of the first half. And anytime Kawada would come in, he'd always try to get a cheap shot in on Misawa, and the crowd would pop. And then Misawa would do some flippy shit, Tiger Mask style, and Kawada would try to get a cheap shot on him, but Misawa would catch him and elbow him in the face. Or later in the match, Misawa would get in and he'd cheap shot Kawada. Rinse and repeat a lot of those cheap shots until finally a team would gain some ground. It was such an unique, interesting formula on the King's Road formula. So it was a good little additive that really separated this match from anything I'd seen prior. Kobashi had an injured leg going in. He was all taped up. So Taue, in his big lanky sumo self, gets a drop kick in on the knee, and that effectively takes out Kobashi for a big chunk of the match. And whenever he came back, they always went back to that knee. And that was the big story of the match, was Misawa's dickheadedness was trying to get a one-up so Kobashi wouldn't have as much wear and tear during the match and as long as it went. And that ultimately became their downfall when Taue does two moves to both guys, one being the main Taue choke slam from the apron to the outside on Misawa. Does that sound familiar? Well, it should, because Taue just did that to Misawa in the Champion Carnival final, and Misawa did come back and win that match. But in this tag match, because there's two guys doing damage, Misawa was effectively broken after that. It was just, there was no coming back, and it leads to Kawada pinning Misawa, and I can't recall the last time, if ever, I've seen Kawada pin Misawa as decisively as this. So it was a big match, big moment, excellent. It's easily 5 stars if we're going by that scale. 3 out of 3 star recommendation, no problem. It's a high recommendation. So there's my short review over that match.
Sounds awesome.
Yeah, it was really good. And then that'll take us into May 3rd, 1995. It is Fukuoka Dome. I believe this is Wrestling Dontaku. Yeah, maybe, kind of, sort of. Who cares? There's 2 matches here. There's only 2 matches from this card in the New Japan archives. And this kind of is a detriment of the New Japan archives, I must say. Because there's a lot of matches on this card I would have loved to see, but I think we know the structure already. Kind of the Steiners versus Scott Norton and a number of other matches. But anyways, it's Inoki and Koji Katao, the former Yokozuna turned wrestler, He's a massive man. He is huge. They took on and defeated Riki Chosu and Genichiro Tenryu. Kitao and Tenryu from Wrestling and Romance War. That war is over with New Japan. And it's, we're still on that kind of Inoki last tour, but now it's lasted like 3 years at this point. So it's an attraction match. It kind of makes you realize how big Kitao is, and then because Tenryu's a large man himself, and he's still way bigger than Tenryu, and Tenryu's, he does a lot of work with Kitao mostly. You don't really get the Inoki Tenryu or even really Chosu Inoki. It's just a slow affair. Inoki sucks. I hate him. He's, he, no matter how over he is with the crowd, that's undeniable, but his matches are ass, I think. And Kitao's even worse. He doesn't know really what he's doing. It's definitely a middle finger to me, who wanted to watch at least something interesting. And the match ends with Inoki giving Chosu a sleeper hold for 3 seconds and then pins him. So, fun.
Sounds utterly terrible.
I didn't like it.
I did not want to watch this.
Luckily, it was short, so I was like, okay, it's a special attraction match. Not for me. Move on. What I really didn't like was the main event, which was champion Shinya Hashimoto taking on Keiji Muto, full grizzly beard caveman. So Tenzan beat Muto, but now Tenzan lost to Hashimoto, I believe, if he even had that match. No, because I don't think he had that match, because we saw Tenzan beat Muto, and that match was awesome. But we didn't see I don't recall Tenzan having a match against Hashimoto. Or at least it's not in the archives. But anyways, what's more important is Muto's going for the title here. Hashimoto's had this title for a year. He won that really good kind of squash match against Fujinami, who's been absent basically of all 95 that we've seen. And so it's a year to the day, basically, since he beat Fujinami in like 4 minutes, which was great. It finished kind of the story. I was shitting on it first, but it was a good payoff. Muto here, dude, this match was like 26 minutes, and it was fucking boring. I had a horrible time watching this. It is lazy work. I am no shitting you that this match was 95% on the mat doing nothing. It was so boring. So the ending was good at least, but Muto wins off a moonsault. Cannot recommend. Hard skip. There's my New Japan review. How'd that sound, Kay? He went to the restroom. Well, all right. So I will play the Nitro drop, and we'll go straight into Nitro. Here we go. WCW Nitro, March 22nd, 1999. And we are from Club La Vila in Panama City, Florida. It is the Spring Break Show, the show that they've been kind of plugging for 6 weeks, seeing all of these just awful vignettes and 1-800-COLLECT commercials. They're all so terrible. But meanwhile,
so bad.
Oh yeah, they're awful. With Johnny Dipshit from MTV. I can't even be
Johnny Dipshit.
Yeah, I can't even be bothered to remember his name right now. We'll get to him in a second. I'm sure I have it somewhere. But meanwhile, on Raw is War. This is the same night that Raw does the beer truck hose scene. that everyone
Wow,
remembers.
sounds familiar.
Yeah, it's almost like we just watched a garden hose version on AEW that was executed poorly. A really fun angle that needs to be hit home much harder. You watch that Raw one, it's a giant fucking fire hose. It's right next to the ring. It's blasting people. Yeah, I didn't get that on AEW.
But he doesn't isn't like the story like Austin like hit the Tron, like the top of the truck hit the bottom of the Tron.
It did and made it sway a lot, yeah. And he was fucking driving it.
I remember watching this live as a child, and I lost my shit when I watched it. It was just so cool. It's just a cool moment.
Yeah, what a lot of people forget is that is the same night where later in the night, Kane throws a fireball out of his hand and burns people.
I don't remember that. It sounds kind of bad, actually.
Oh yeah, it's horrible. So that's kind of the state of kind of WWF and the Russo era is some things are good because there's a filter, but most things are bad.
Well, I'll say this thing about this Nitro. The venue looks cool. Looks way too classy and cool for this version of Nitro.
Yeah, Club La Vila for I think this was the third year they're going here now, and it's been pretty awesome. You know, someone's always getting into the pool. The ring's on a pool, which is awesome. It's super unique. More shows need to be like this. This is super fun, and must say, not a lot of like hardcore wrestling fans at this show. It's spring break, so you got a lot of spring break teenagers and whatnot here.
Like college kids getting drunk and boozing it up and having a good time.
Oh, they're
That's
boozing
what it
up.
seems like.
If I went to the show and I was boozing up, I would have had a horrible time.
I wouldn't have been at the show. I think I would have walked out at some point. I would have like, hey, what's going on at the beach? There's got to be hot girls there. I'd just go there.
Yeah, so they show a lot of recaps of Uncensored and whatnot. We open up
a ton of recaps.
Yeah,
same recaps. Like they keep showing the same couple ones too.
Yeah, it sucks. And then we we get the first match they roll out. And you're like, okay, here we go. Club La Vila. Unopposed. Raw is still only 2 hours, K, but Nitro's 3. They got this first hour to themselves. We're at the new venue. It is fucking spring break. Let's start off with a hot match. Rey Mysterio Jr.? No. Kevin Nash, he's over, I think, guess, with
Maybe, potentially?
People of 99, I guess. Goldberg? Maybe they got a Goldberg match for us to start off Nitro.
Sting? Maybe Sting? Oh,
no. We haven't seen him since Halloween Havoc. He's gone. Forget him.
He's dead for all we
DDP?
know.
No. Injury with him. Oh, Bret Hart. He's going to be back on this show. Maybe we'll start off with him, with a promo or something. Bull Payne versus the fucking hippie.
No. You gotta get the names. Bull Peen versus Van Hammer. Get it? Bull Peen Hammer. Get it, guys? Funny.
Why is this so hard?
Nash.
So
Kevin
stupid.
Nash.
Okay, it literally starts, and 30 seconds in, there's a boring chant from the crowd.
Oh, yeah. First off, you're in front of a bunch of college people, so you think you want to start them with some excitement, not a stupid pun joke. Hi, Kevin Nash. You thought that was funny, I imagine.
Yeah.
Because Kevin Nash is still booking it this time, right? Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Bull Peen Hammer. Ooh. You're really going to get those college kids with that fucking joke.
Yep. So, I think the hippie won. Who cares? Mysterio is live with Johnny MTV over here. I don't remember his name. Do you remember his name?
I don't think it's relevant. I just call him Cocaine.
Ricky Rackman. That's his name. It's Ricky Ricky Rackman. Yeah, so he's towering over Mysterio.
Ratchet Ricky.
Yeah. Mysterio deadpanned. Yeah, let's have another match, Kidman, at Spring Stampede. You ready for Spring Stampede, Kay?
He says that twice. He says that twice, mind you.
Yeah.
Am I ready for Spring Stampede? No.
Yeah.
I'm not ready for any of this.
All right. They show Miss Nitro contest clips where Saturn and Buff Bagwell are the judges. Hooray. Disco Inferno's in an inner tube. He tells some bad jokes to Ricky Rackman. They replay the disco video again. And a match is made for Spring Stampede with Disco and Conan. Didn't we already see that match last week, Kay?
Don't worry about it.
Okay, don't worry about it. You know, I need to don't
I just
worry.
remembered this. The last time we saw DDP, his girlfriend was getting thrown out of a car.
Yes, that is
It's the last time we saw DDP.
no. He got beat up at the pay-per-view, and they did the stretcher job.
Oh, I don't remember that. I just remember his girlfriend got tossed out of the vehicle, and that's all I remember last time we saw him.
Oh. Well, okay then.
Oh, that should say a lot right there.
So let's see here. This is wrong.
What is wrong?
This is wrong, Jack. This is wrong. This is wrong.
I chose wrong. I mean,
I was playing the Goldberg getting arrested. This is wrong. Drop.
Oh.
All right.
I didn't even. It's been so long since you played that drop.
I know. I need to play
get
these
that.
more. You know, there's gonna be a day where we get a "Don't worry about it" drop, like fucking Kevin Nash or some shit. But not today.
Probably already have one of those.
No, we need one. Goldberg did some fun stuff with NASCAR. It's a shame they didn't do any of that when he was champion. That would have been a good idea, but fuck.
No. Putting him over as champion. No. Why do that when you have Flair Hogan?
Right. Yes. Finley, K. He goes to see Rick Steiner in like a trailer.
Yeah,
Okay.
that was this. Was there any like reason for this?
Said they wanted he wanted to fight tonight, and they would have a singles match.
Yeah, but why is he going to his trailer? Like, this so weird. Why? Hey, I want to fight somebody. I'm just gonna go to his home and challenge him to a wrestling match.
See,
later.
I had a bigger question. Rick Steiner comes out with a can of Surge in his hand.
He does. Make sure it's pointing towards the camera so you know it's Surge.
Okay. Hack, the Sandman. Okay, he's covered in barbed wire. I don't know if you know. He calls out Goldberg because he is hardcore Hack, the king of extreme, and he's gonna show Goldberg what extreme is.
Yes, I mean, because when I think extreme, I think Goldberg.
Boy. All right, looking forward to that one.
I'm not. Also, is Surge more over than Rick Steiner at this point?
Yes.
That should tell you to say to Rick
I
Steiner.
remember Surge in 1999. It was way over.
I do too. I remember drinking it, and it was okay.
Do they still make Surge?
No.
You sure?
I think they made a comeback with it like a few years ago, but I don't think they still currently make it. I could be wrong. I'm not up to date on my sodas, but you know.
Do they still make?
All I remember is that my mom made me stop drinking it because I guess there was a thing where it makes your dick go small.
Surge, the yellow 5. That was a joke in my school too.
Yeah,
I've asked so many people that joke, Kay, and everyone goes, "No, we didn't have that." I was like, "Fuck, maybe that was only a Houston thing." Thank you. I feel vindicated. Okay, Surge.com. Surge up, be legend. Surge is back.
Oh boy, that's a 90s ass fucking catchphrase.
Surge up,
my dudes.
Oh
Surge up,
my
dude.
god. I can buy Surge K from Surge.com.
Oh, how much is this Surge? Because I might buy myself some Surge.
Available flavors, only Surge.
Well, that's the only flavor you need.
Available sizes, only 16 fluid ounces.
I mean, you can handle more than that of Surge, man.
View nutrition facts. How do I
Not healthy.
How do I order this Surge?
Oh man. You're not kidding. I'm looking at it now. It's back. Oh no.
Find it at a Burger King near you. You can only
What?
It's Burger King exclusive? What? All right, entering my zip code.
Oh no, it's Burger King exclusive.
Within 15 miles. It's as far as I'm willing to go for some Surge.
I mean, do you want to get a burger with that?
Okay, the Burger King next to where I work has Surge. Okay?
Oh, I gotta look now. I gotta look too. I have to.
All right, we learned today Burger King is Surge exclusive.
You know, learn something new every day, don't you?
I love it. All right, I'm getting some Surge tomorrow. If I go to Burger King and I don't get some Surge, I'm going to be That's like the day at Sonic Burger, living in Rhode Island, they don't have ocean water. I messaged Sonic on Twitter. I went back to Sonic a week later. They had ocean water.
Oh, no.
It's great. All right, we're off topic here. Psychosis, Silver King, El Dandy, and La Cucaracha. It's like a luchador with a whatever mask and sweatpants. Taking on La Parka, Damien, Lizmark Jr., and Super Colo. Nobody's sure who Cucaracha was, and this match was pretty insane. It was a lot of luchadors trying to kill each other. There's only like 2 feet in between this metal barricade separating the water and the ring. So they're just crashing into each other. And the ending sequence was really funny, where all the luchadors are doing sunset flip bombs off the top rope and missing, taking themselves out. LA Park sees everyone's down and far away, and he just goes, fuck it. He just does a sunset flip bomb himself, takes himself out, and then La Cucaracha gives Stone Cold Stunners to like 4 people and then wins the match. And I guess Steve Austin was at WCW this night. We're not questioning a thing.
No. Also, how are we not going to praise the man, the myth, the legend, El fucking Dandy? The giant cast on his arm for no reason.
That was later. He didn't have one going into this match.
He did. He had a big cast on his... I think he did.
I didn't see it until afterwards.
Oh, well, shit. I mean, listen, it's Nitro. I drink watching these.
All right. So Flair and JJ Dillon were outside saying Flair wants to wrestle tonight. He's going to have an open lottery style. And then he whispered, put in a lot of cruiserweights. So,
bearing the entire division.
Yeah, exactly. Dusty Rhodes is now a consultant, and we get a weird fucking promo from Dusty Rhodes. Okay, I'm going to be honest. I don't understand a word of this mumbo jumbo he was rambling on about.
I don't know if he was speaking clearly at all. He was mumbling and saying something, and I guess he was made in charge of something by Flair or promised, then he wasn't promised, and that's all I got for the promo. Is Dusty on crack at this point? Is he like on something? Because I have no idea what he was going on about.
Yeah, I mean, we listened to that Cody Rhodes promo on AEW, and I didn't understand a word of what. I didn't understand the point of what he was saying either. So, like father, like son.
Yeah, well, the difference is we understood the words coming out of Cody's mouth. Whether they made any sense or not was a different story.
Gene brings out Ric Flair, and Raven interrupts, and I was so excited.
Ah, what about Raven, my boy?
He asks for a title shot, and Flair almost gives it to him, but then he says, you will have a tag title shot with Benoit and Malenko with Kanyon as your partner. And Raven just goes, but Canyon's not here. I'll do it myself, whatever.
Shooting a movie.
Yeah, and Raven just goes, all right, I wanted to face you, but I'll take the tag title shot, whatever. And then he just leaves. Like, okay, whatever.
It's not the thing, though. He did the same thing. It's become a thing for him. It's like, I want a title shot. What about Raven? Boy.
All right. Rick Steiner against Fit Finley. This was fine. Steiner wins. Not much else to say there.
No Surge.
No Surge. Nitro Girls dancing. We get Vampiro versus Juventud, which I was really excited for. Haven't seen Vampiro on Nitro in many months now. And
I've never seen him at all.
God, Juventud Guerrera. My child memory. My nostalgia memory is Juventud was awesome. And when I see matches like this, and in fact, most of the matches of the Juventud, he's not good. He's really bad most of the times.
I only remember of him when he was in the WWE the 2000s, and I remember not really caring for him. In Psychosis, they're like, "Oh yeah, it's the guys on the lawnmowers."
Well, man, that's those are dark times. Those don't count.
Well,
Different
yeah,
people.
I mean, but also not good matches.
No. But Juventud versus Vampiro was a sloppy mess. There's a point where Juventud goes for a springboard and he just eats shit immediately.
Oh, it's hilarious. I laugh.
Yeah. Oh, I was just crashing up. Vampiro misses a few moves. He's not doing so hot himself. They mess up a couple other moves. Vampiro crotches himself by accident on a 450. Juventud. He hits a Michinoku, fucks up a move, goes to the top, and then hits another Michinoku, and that pins him. So this was wacky.
Not good. No.
Yeah. Ricky Rackman brings out the Miss Nitro winner. Name is Julie. She's a college chick. She's in sweatpants. She's okay. And
I think she's made to look as unattractive as possible for reasons.
I think that was absolutely on purpose. But they start talking the opposite of the hard cams. Their backs are to it, and they have to turn each other around. They're like, "Oops," and it's
oops.
Yeah, and it's the weirdest interview. Julie, how does it feel to be Miss Nitro? It's great. What does winning Miss Nitro mean to you? It's great. How does it feel to be at Nitro? It's fun. Great.
It's so bad.
Cool. And then Nash and Hogan with a bunch of hookers come out.
Definitely hookers.
They're
from the local area.
They've established that they know a lot of prostitutes in storyline. They bring them out for the Miss NWO contest, and Ricky Rackman says it is not time for this. I have Miss Nitro. And Nash tells some shitty jokes.
He threatens to beat him up by putting his head in Nash's crotch.
Oh, that's not that. There's a couple things that happened before that, Kay, and you're really...
that's all I remember from Ricky Rackman.
Oh my god, I can't believe you missed Hogan going, there's an eighth woman. And out comes the woman we don't know the name of still, Tori Wilson. She has high heels and a coat, or robe, and her heels get stuck in the grating.
It's funny, because it happens twice as she walks.
Yeah, it's very good. Fans say they want the tops removed. They chant tops off. Nash goes, he can't because it's too cold.
Yeah, yeah, too cold. Can't show tits.
Yeah.
We can be in bikinis though.
So that was a good line. So Tori Wilson disrobes. Rackman gets all angry. Nash goes, say who the winner is, and then he threatens to powerbomb him. Rackman immediately says, hey, look, it's Tori's. It's her. She wins. And then Nash goes, Sable, eat your heart out. And he winks at the camera. Hogan goes, oh, you didn't just say that, brother. He goes, I did. I fucking hate these guys so much.
I just want to point out that his version of threatening Ricky Rackman was to put his head between his crotch. I know he's signaling for the jackknife, but I just feel like with all the women around and putting another guy's head in between his crotch, you just get different ideas here.
Yeah, maybe. Goldberg versus Hardcore Hack. Goldberg no sells for his dumbass. It's really funny, and he kills him.
Where's this Goldberg been?
Not on Nitro.
Correct.
Yeah, my favorite moment was Hack goes for the Russian leg sweep, with the stick. But Goldberg, so he rips back and then just falls on his own. Goldberg just stays there. I was like, yes! And then he kills him, so.
Goldberg just, I don't know if that was on purpose. I feel like it wasn't. Goldberg just what a fucking nerd.
Mean Gene and Bret Hart. Bret Hart cuts a pretty good promo. He's upset over losing reputation. He's been here a year. He's kind of done nothing. It's a shame, Bret Hart. I agree with you. And he says he beat Flair. Where's his title shot? So there you go.
Does he ever get this title shot?
In 99, yes, he does.
Okay.
Let's see here. Horace versus Vincent, because if Stevie Ray versus Horace wasn't worse last week.
Or
Here's
Horace
this
versus
match.
Vincent the week before that.
This is really bad.
The B team sucks. Shocker. Why are they still doing this?
Yeah, at this exact time, Rock versus Mankind was happening on Raw, so...
Oh, wait, a better angle and match? Who knew?
Yeah.
Who knew Virgil wasn't a draw?
I don't understand why they're so obsessed with this storyline.
That's what I keep asking. Like, why is this... just drop it. Nobody's gonna forget it, or no one's gonna be like, oh man, what about that B team story? No one's gonna care. No one cares now.
Ric Flair comes out. They pull a number. It's out. It's number 23. There's only like 8 cruiserweights on the outside, and you can hear Mike Tenay go, I don't think that's everybody.
Don't say.
So in the back, number 23 is El Dandy. This is when his arms in like the cast thing.
Right,
And
yeah, this
Rey
is what it
Mysterio
was,
just
yeah.
goes, takes his number and walks out.
Hey, buddy, you're not gonna be needing this anyways.
Yeah, dick move, Ray. Man. And Ric Flair's all upset. You can't be in here. You're a champion. And they get the match anyways. So Chris Benoit and Malenko. Yeah. And, yeah, let's just move on.
Okay.
Yeah. Not teasing anything with the pool. I'm very, very disappointed at this point in the show.
Oh yeah, no one's even a tease to throw them in the pool yet.
Yeah. Malenko Benoit defending the tag titles against Raven and Nobody. They pretty much beat up Raven for the entire time. Saturn comes out in the dress and makeup. I hate it so much. And he's just in it. And you hear Shivani go, I guess Saturn's just in this match now.
Yeah, that was my reaction. I guess this is just a tag match now. They're tagging in and out. I'm like, oh, hey.
There was multiple times on the show, Shivani was trying to cue for the advertisements with the graphics on the screen and everything. He just goes, are the graphics ever going to show up? Oh, there they are. Great.
He does not care anymore. It's so funny.
No, he doesn't. So Saturn gets a hot tag for like 10 seconds, and then they get beaten up some more. And then there's a belt shot, double DQ. Who cares?
Yay. Benoit, this might be a little bit of a hot take, but Benoit Malenko as a tag team bore the fuck out of me.
Yeah, they're not great, are they?
Oh, they're a void of charisma.
They don't give them anything good either.
No, and it doesn't help that they, again, are a void of charisma.
Video of Ric Flair. I don't know where this was, but they strip Scott Hall of the U.S. title, and they announce a tournament.
That was going on, mind you, because they think they said there was matches on like Thunder or some shit.
I got the feeling that they stripped him on Thunder, and then they had the first match on Saturday night, WCW Saturday night, and it was Mang beating Bam Bam Bigelow.
You know, Bam Bam just
Maybe, you know what? They probably just did that all on the same night on Thunder.
I mean, who really cares? Hey guys, we put the U.S. belt on an alcoholic who's unreliable to show up to shows. Oh, well, look, he didn't show up to a couple shows. Take the belt off him. Who saw that coming?
Yeah, so great that they took the belt off Bret Hart for all that.
They
And
could have
then
put it on Booker T.
Roddy
How many
Piper.
shots did he? How many shots did he get at the title that he didn't even get a chance to wrestle for?
Yeah, don't worry about that. He's TV champion again for like the 7th time.
Where's Booker T? Where's Booker T?
Don't worry about it. What's more important is this U.S. title tournament.
I could care less, but sure.
Scott Steiner versus Chris Jericho. I really like this. This was a fun match. It was probably the best match on the show. Just isn't saying much. But, yeah, you can kind of tell Jericho's just kind of on his way out, I feel.
Yeah, you can tell he does not care.
Yeah.
But what about that Steiner promo?
I mean, he was probably drunk.
No, I feel like he was very drunk. I just this guy's arms get more and more freakish every time we see him.
No kidding. And then we
It's
finish
just-
with
it's crazy.
And then we finish with Rey Mysterio versus Ric Flair. They kind of do a match. Flair sells his ass off. Then we get a bunch of smas with Arn Anderson. There's a knee drop. There's some near falls, and then Anderson pulls the referee out of the ring for the DQ, and then Rey Mysterio, I think he topes Flair, and then he goes in the water, and they immediately cut off. So yeah,
it was really bad, really dumb. What the fuck was Flair going on about when Ray got the belt? He was like, "We're champions. We're on top of the world. We shouldn't be facing each other." I don't remember that ever being an issue before in this company. Champions facing each other for belts.
Well, it was kind of an NWA rule where you couldn't have two titles at the same time. Maybe that's still who we kidding? They make up rules in WCW at this point nightly, so who cares?
The cage match was a perfect example of that.
Yeah, who cares? And that was Nitro.
As you could tell by the tone in her voice and how we went through this show, not a good show and not very funny either.
No, Club La Vila being a bad show, that's hard to do. It's hard to do.
I know, because the venue is so fucking cool. Like, I looked at that venue because they had like the helicopter sky view shots of it. It looks so cool. And there's shit all over it.
Yeah, it really feels like the first hour of Nitro on this 3-hour show is just filler. And then when the second hour kicks in, because they're head to head, they're like, all right, time to pick it up, boys.
Yeah, and their version of picking it up is very questionable.
Yeah, I don't like it much either. Okay. Well, that was the end of episode 81. We'll see you next time.
See ya.